이 세상에 영원한 강자란 없다. 패기와 자신감으로 새로운 시대를 이끌어갈 주인공, 새로운 챔피언의 탄생을 눈앞에 두고 있는 2020 LCK 서머. 현재는 결승전 시작 직전인데요. 돌이켜보면 참 흥미진진한 최고의 스토리가 담겼습니다. 이처럼 경기는 계속해서 명승부를 만들어내며 흘러갔지만 현장 관객 수는 0명. 하지만 동시 시청자 수는 1일 평균 75만 명, 역대 최고 기록을 찍으며 만날 수는 없었지만 전 세계 LCK 팬분들은 식지 않는 열정과 더 큰 사랑, 응원을 보내주셨죠. 그에 힘입어 LCK 10개 팀 모두 여름 내내 치열한 생존 게임을 펼칠 수 있었습니다. 하지만 그 모든 팀들이 다 이 영광의 무대에 설 수는 없습니다. 승강전을 뚫고 올라온 이후 놀라운 피지컬과 끈끈한 팀워크를 자랑하며 유망주에서 슈퍼팀으로 대성장! LCK 강팀을 모두 제치고 당당히 창단 첫 LCK 결승 진출! 전 세계 그 어떤 무대에 내놓아도 믿음직스러운 정규 스테이전 1위! 대체 누가 이 팀을 막을 수 있겠습니까? 다원! 전문가들의 예상은 모두 빗나갔습니다. 지혜팀답지 않은 강력한 포스를 뽐내며 지난 스프링 조르등팀 젠지를 꺾고 당당히 서머 결승! 그리고 롤드컵 진출! 이번에 처음인 선수는 물론이거니와 세 번이나 결승 무대에 올랐지만 단 한 번도 우승을 차지하지 못했던 두 명도 이번엔 진짜 제대로 확실하게 정말로 칼날을 갈아왔습니다. 담원 나와! 내가 왔다! DRX! 새로운 파도가 몰아치는 LCK, 이제 말 그대로 뉴웨이브 시대가 왔습니다. 그 어느 때보다도 치열한 승부의 상대는 2020 LCK 썸머. 과연 담원이 사상 첫 우승의 영광을 차지할 수 있을지, 아니면 DRX 이름으로 시맥과 초비가 오랜 무관의 삶을 싣고 우승 왕관을 쓸 수 있을지. Let the finals begin. 담원과 DRX와 담원이 펼치는 2020 우리은행 LCK 서머 스플릿 대망의 결승전을 지금부터 시작하겠습니다.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK 2020 Summer Finals. I'm Atlas, and I'm joined today by LS and Woodid. And we're doing like the full Korean tricar situation, so I'm going to do a lot of head movements to make sure that I get both of you in there. But it's a very exciting day, Damwon being possibly one of the first teams out of Challenger to actually win an LCK title.
Yeah, that's true. And 7 players are new in finals, so it's going to be really interesting to see that.
Yeah, of course. There are a few returning players. Of course, Chovy's been in a final before, and Deft has also. This time, they're actually together. In 2018, that was that auspicious final between KT and Griffin that Deft was able to actually get the upper hand in. It's going to be a much tougher ask here, and I think we have to ask the difficult question, and I'm going to bring it to you, LS. What are the chances for DRX to actually come out with a victory here today?
I feel like it's really, really unlikely, Atlas. They managed to topple Genji. And the manner in which they did it was Chovy basically went Super Saiyan, obviously, in the series.
Yeah.
He pulled off a lot of clutch things. But Damwon's a whole different beast, and they also approach everything very similarly to DRX. And so it sort of just feels like they're coming into the series as the heavy underdogs. They're going to need to really up their level to try to take down Damwon here today.
Yeah, the thing that's really scary, though, is teams waiting in finals have often had a difficult time against many others. Of course, you remember T1 versus Griffin, all of those finals that have happened. Even in spring, T1 versus Genji wasn't close at all. This is Damwon waiting, but I think that you're right. I think Damwon are a very different beast. Now, this championship points graphic is something that we need to talk about because that actually dictates what's going to happen after one of our teams wins here today. If Damwon takes the victory, DRX get the 2nd seed from championship points. If DRX wins today, Gen G gets the 2nd seed because they have 140 points. Damwon won't be able to get there, and therefore, Damwon will have to play through the gauntlet, which is going to be starting on Monday in a couple of days' time, and that will be for 3rd seed. And seeding at Worlds is a huge deal. You really want that 1st seed to try and avoid teams like Top Esports that are waiting there with, night guns blazing, and it's going to be very scary. So, looking forward to seeing who's going to be able to bring it here today, and I think a lot of the expectations around the world are for Damwon, but what did DRX have to do? Is it going to have to be cheese? Is it going to have to be some of that CV Max magic that brings it out here for DRX?
Yeah, especially I think they need to go really ham on it. I don't think the strat that if they are looking for the late game strat, I don't think that's going to work against Damwon Gaming especially. So I really want to see some aggressive and proactive picks, like just picking some Jinx and super hard push bot lane, for example, you know?
Yeah.
And also Doran, some Irelia games or some Akali flex as well. I just wanted some aggressive movement from DRX.
I think you're going to get it as well, because DRX definitely are an aggressive team. The only problem is that they get out-aggressive by teams like Damwon.
너무 귀여우신 것 같아요. 꼭 이렇게 해야 되나요?
어려워. 이렇게 스프링이 좀 잘했어야지.
우리한테 져줬어야지. 가서. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. 플레이를 보다 보니까 좀 잘하시더라고요. 빠지는 것 같습니다.
도란 선수 플레이도 저도 핸드폰 맨날 바꿨을 때 진짜 플레이 보려고 바꾸거든요. 그 프로 보려고 많이 보고 있고 많이 배우고 있습니다.
제 입장에서는 가장 결승에서 만나고 싶지 않은 선수를 만나기 위해서 봐주시나요, 혹시?
제가 도란 선수 유독 솔킬을 많이 때렸다 보니까 잘 긴장해야 되지 않나 싶네요, 제가.
자신의 체급에 맞지 않게 엄청 겸손하십니다. 탑에서 칼백칼로 한번 멋진 승부 겨뤄봤으면 좋겠습니다.
재밌는 경기 했으면 좋겠어요.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. 얼굴 보고 얘기하니까 좋네요. 재밌게 찍어봅시다, 부형.
저 솔직히 젠지가 이기면 저희가 확정인 걸로 알고 있어서 젠지 열심히 응원했는데 약간 퍼즐 때 좀 싸우더라고요.
젠지를 응원하셨다고요? 안 되겠다. 선발점 보내드릴게요, 저희가.
제가 우승을 하면 너무 기뻐서 세레모니 같은 거 할 것 같은데 꿀팁 같은 거 있나요?
꿀팁이요? 제가 생각할 때 이거요. 게임 지고 나서 할 행동. 한 방 크게 먹으셨나봐요. 말이 없으시네.
저희 탑 미드에 좀 괴물들이 살고 있어서
쇼메이커 씨가 우리 초비만 만나면 이상하게 센 쇼메이커가 되지 않나.
허수 씨한테 죄송하다 전해주세요. 아마추어 때부터 담원이라는 팀을 굉장히 좋아했었거든요. 열심히 해서 좋아했던 팀 부숴버리겠습니다.
뭐야? 캠이잖아.
여기 있었네 이거.
왜?
이렇게 또 화상 통화로 만나니까 그래도 반갑네요.
플레이오프 보는데 그냥 지지시더라고요. 그냥 미드 그냥 박살 내가지고.
그날만 잘한 게 아니라 이제 다음 결승에서 잘하고 싶어서.
소비 선수도 이번에 제가 4연 준우승 시켜드려야 되니까.
저는 슈메이커 선수가 이제 제 자리를 받았으면 좋겠네요.
결승에서도 카밀 한 판만 더 해주시면 좋을 것 같고.
808 카밀 보여드릴 수 있어요.
뭐 최근에 이긴 기억도 있어서 충분히 이길 수 있을 것 같아요.
이번에 남아있는 경기까지만 상승을 유지해 주시면 안 될까?
절대 안 되고요. 아니 이미 직행하셨는데 같이 가면 얼마나 좋아요. 네? 아 이거 양보 안 해주시네.
슈메이커 선수 만날 때마다 이 선수 잘하는데 내가 언제 질지 모르겠다 하고 쫄렸는데 이번 결승 때 한번 확인해 봅시다.
누가 제일 잘하는 미드인지 겨뤄봅시다.
오, 이렇게 가까이서 만난 건 처음이라서 신기하네. 결승이라는 무대에 데프트 선수와 같이 선다는 게 좋은 일인 것 같아요.
좋은 대답인 것 같아요. 오래 앉아있으면 안 되는데 호수 선수가 좀 늦게 오시더라고요.
죄송합니다. 제가 결승전에선 빨리 끝내서 빨리 이뤄다 줄 수 있도록 해드릴게요.
되게 건방진 말일 수도 있는데 뭘 해도 고스 선수는 안 진다 이렇게 약간 이런 마인드가 있었는데 요즘에 좀 준비 제대로 안 하면 안 되겠더라고요.
세나 좀 저 보고 많이 하시는 것 같은데 좀 아쉬워서 이번에 제가 좀 알려드리고 싶네요.
진지전 하면서 좀 데이터가 많이 쌓여서 결승 때는 좀 다르지 않을까.
그 초비 선수가 그 4번째 결승이신 걸로 알고 있는데 이번에 우승하실 것 같아요. 준우승 하실 것 같아요.
동빈이 형도 제가 우승 같이 했거든요. 지훈이는 더 쉽죠 이제. 결승전에서 보스 선수랑 좋은 경기 펼치면 좋겠습니다.
우승은 제가 하도록 하겠습니다.
안녕.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요 하면 안 되지. 우리 연이 있는데.
어떻게 지내나요? 그 DRX의 서강주 씨.
뭐 열심히 연습하고 있습니다. 담원 이기기 위해서. 근데 요즘에 너무 좀 많이 못해가지고.
그런 게 어딨어. 많은 퍼포먼스를 보여줬는데. 그러니까 한 번만 봐주라.
잘하는 사람한테 칭찬 받으니까 너무 좋네. 자신감이 좀 차네. 이거 결승전에서 한번 보여줘야겠네. 이거 그러면.
사람 먹히고
승리하고 우는 거 보면 눈물이 많은 것 같아 너. 그러니까 그만 좀 울어.
좀 어리기도 하고 좀 감수성이 좀 풍부한 것 같아요. 그래서 데프트 선수가 고생이 많아서 좀 미안하기도 하고 고맙기도 하고 그래서 좀 울었던 것 같아.
이제 너희 팀 준우승 시켜서 이제 슬픔의 눈물을 흘리게 해줄게.
이거 좀 곤란하네. 감사하고, 감사하다고 맞나? 네, 저희가 이길 것 같기 때문에 슬퍼서 울 일은 딱히 없을 것 같아요. 9월 5일에.
네, 안녕하세요. 저 담원게임의 감독을 맡고 있는 제파 이재민입니다.
안녕하세요. 저는 DRX 감독 맡고 있는 김대호입니다. 결승 저희 만난 적 한
작년에는 2번 만났던 것 같아요.
제가 다 지긴 했는데
제가 이긴 했는데
저희 팀에서 두려운 게 어느 부분이세요? 말해보세요.
저는 사실 전부 다 두려워요. 신경 쓰이는 아이였고요.
이거
너무 무서워요.
근데 그거 아시죠? 무서운 거를 인지하고 있다는 거는 해볼 만한 거. 그러니까 그 파워가 진짜
이게 바로 그 시원한가요? 하나도 안 무서워요.
담원 선수들도 이번이 처음이잖아요, 결승. 그리고 저희도 어떻게 보면 처음인 선수들이 되게 많아요. 그 후회 없는 이란 말 되게 그냥 막연하게 막 쓰는데 진짜 진심으로 후회 없는 양 팀 다 최대 컨디션으로 붙어왔으면 좋겠어요.
말씀하신 대로 후회 없는 이라는 게 모든 걸 다 쏟아내서 이기든 지든 저희도 후회 없는 경기를 하도록 잘 해보겠습니다.
Wow. The thing that I really want to go back to is the very beginning, where it was basically
The Kappa Pride talk?
just a date between Doran and
Yeah.
Nogari. It was adorable. Absolutely adorable. I thought that Pioshik maybe went a little bit hard against Canyon, who wasn't participating in the trash talk whatsoever, and then Deft went absolutely in. Absolutely brilliant. This is the first time that we've had sort of like face-to-face trash talk, which is definitely cool, as we are going to go into the points of the match, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be too surprised by Dam1's statistics. They were definitely the best by a very large margin throughout the entirety of the regular split, only to be beaten in stats like that by an SKT of 2015.
Yeah,
So,
they're undefeated on blue side.
yeah.
19 wins, 0 losses.
They're also starting this series on blue side, by the way, guys. It's scary.
Yeah, there it is. There's the tie record, Dam1 and SKT of old. And honestly, I feel like if you look at the context surrounding both of those streaks, Dam1's this summer, it feels a little more impressive because of the level of competition, how much the game has evolved, but also the context in which some of their losses came in were complete robberies. So everything should surround it. Nuguri, obviously, the king of top lane here in LCK, has a lot of first places in his stats.
Yes. In fact, don't be too surprised, guys. There's only a few players that don't have first in basically every stat line. It's sort of what happens when you do a hell of a lot of winning. Nuguri's damage stats, though, are nutty. He actually does more damage than any other player on his team.
Yeah.
As far as damage share is concerned.
What about Doran? Like, Doran played so much better on semifinals, and also he's the player who solo killed most against Nuguri. So I think this matchup is really fun.
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting. This is a matchup, though, that I think is the most imbalanced between these two teams. I think Pioshik isn't quite at the level of Canyon yet, and this is going to be a huge test to see whether he's actually going to be able to stand up to it.
Well, I think it's a bit of a Grand Canyon is what is going to be the difference here between these two. I feel like this is really the biggest differential that exists between the two teams. And so, given how mid and top lane can play, I feel like Canyon, he's going to be a lot more enabled than Pioshik is unless Chovy is really popping off in this series, which I consider to be basically the one pillar that DRX has coming into this, and it's really going to matter how he performs today.
Yeah. I'm expecting Chovy to be able to actually win when it comes to farm, but it's going to be very, very difficult to win the game. We do need to remind everyone that OnFleek did actually get a pentakill as a jungler in the Kesper Cup, but the Kesper Cup doesn't count. So that's why I think a lot of you were remembering pentakills from junglers. But very, very impressive from Canyon, but also impressive from this gentleman here. The mid lane matchup is, I think, what most people are going to be watching. And Chovy, especially in his farm stats, it doesn't matter about the rest of them. His farm stats are actually ludicrous.
Yeah. I mean, this is the main matchup for today, by the way. Showmaker versus Chovy. I think both players, each one is going to be the MVP of the finals.
Yes.
Yeah. Whoever's going to win, it is going to be off the back of their mid laner, which is very exciting because that means that, you know, if Chovy is able to get the victory, especially if Showmaker is, then we're sending both of these players to Worlds, which is going to be very exciting. But having a look down towards the bottom side, Deft, no stranger to the World Championships, was of course able to topple Chovy himself in 2018, as they were talking about earlier. See whether he can make it back up there.
And this guy made his meta, his own meta. Everyone just tried to follow his meta, try to copy the Pantheon, but no one could do that.
No, it definitely didn't happen.
If it's going to actually end up getting picked here today, banned away or whatnot, I can't imagine DRX wanting to actually ban it, but we'll see what happens. Deft is also a pretty big question mark today. Which Deft are we going to get? And with the way that the marksman meta tends to be right now, Jinx, as Watt had mentioned during the opening, it is a champion that could come out because it's good against a lot of the current meta champions, and it's one of Deft's most iconic champion picks.
Yeah, I think he still has over an 80% win rate on the champion throughout his career, right? This is forever, which is pretty insane. Having a look at some of the draft comparisons here between the teams, you can see a lot of weirdness coming out from DRX. They want to pick what they want. and that's what they do. Damwon definitely a little bit more standard, however, very aggressive.
Oh yeah. I mean, especially I'm scared of Damwon Gaming's TF, Nidalee, Camille combo. I think this combination is just unbeatable. So I think the draft between TF is going to be really tense. And also, DRX, they have so many champions to play right now.
Yeah, especially Carrier with 21 unique picks here in the LCK. He was tied with Chovy for a lot of the season and then decided to go completely ridiculous and pick all sorts of stuff like KL support and things like that. They won that game. Speaking of winning, this is Damwon with firsts in basically every stat outside of Dragon statistics.
Yeah,
we don't have here.
I mean, it says overwhelming power, and I mean, really, it definitely is.
Yeah.
If you've been watching all of their games and series leading up to this final, I think there's still a lot of question marks, though. How is Damwon going to be after the break? And then, in addition to that, is there going to be any new surprising picks? We're starting to see Evelyn pop up.
Yep.
We know Lilia is appearing everywhere. Karthus is another one that's coming out. We saw Shyvana. What kind of picks does maybe Damwon have in store for this series in particular?
Oh yeah, and also what does DRX have? Because they have the mad scientist in CVMAX, so there is a likelihood that he's going to also be playing a part as far as these crazy picks. We already saw the Shyvana actually out of Pyoshik earlier in the season. It didn't work, however, he played it.
I'm just wondering if both players are going to just pick up Hecarim, because Hecarim jungle looks like really broken nowadays.
Yeah, Clid certainly made it look like that, even up against DRX, who were eventually able to take them down. Let's have a look at some of these finals predictions. LS's one certainly stands out.
Oh well, so it's only us, LS. 3-0 brothers again.
Yeah.
Jonas Strong is my all-time favorite, though. I love it. This guy is like, I don't think he listens to anybody else's opinion ever. So, he's the only one that's voted for DRX. I think it's pretty unanimous throughout most of the world that Damwon look like the stronger team at this point in time, but that's not in Jonas Strong's world. That's not something that we talk about. But Pawn with the 3-2 as well. Victoria as well with some 3-2s there. So we're not expecting unanimous outside of this desk. This desk is clean sweep. But otherwise, everybody else going for those 3-1s.
A bit of a speed run.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, as an analyst, I will do 3-0, but as an LCK fan, I want 3-2.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
I think we all want that. I think there's a chance that it might happen. It depends. I think if DRX come out with some of the cheese, if they're able to get their miracle victories, because if you have a look at the stats from their playoff match against Gen G, they averaged like down 1,000 gold at 15 minutes every game.
Oh,
you know, like they were not theoretically better than Gen G in a lot of those instances. However, they were able to get those miracles, and they were doing that throughout the regular season against a lot of teams as well.
Yeah.
So I think they're a team that you can't count out, and if you throw too much analysis at them, it can actually hurt your brain.
And the problem is also we've seen so many different variations of DRX in the series. I mean, there was the games against Genji where they just got completely pub stomped.
Yeah.
Pretty much back to back. The Game 5 Miracle Baron fight is one that is probably on a lot of people's minds as well. And so DRX, they're going to have to step it up here today. Taking a look at the key player, I know it might look a little bad for Chovy, but if you actually look, he's just showing us that he knows how to count. 1, 2, 3, 4th, and 5th in his stats.
Exactly, and there's also some quick math that you can do with his win-loss rates on some of those champions down the bottom as well, but we're not going to go into that because it might be a rabbit hole that we can't really afford to fall down. But Chovy's CS numbers are just insane, averaging 13.9 ahead throughout the regular season, and he upped that to 23.0 up against BDD.
Yeah.
And that's not easy. BDD's a great player.
Yeah.
I agree. And it's kind of pointless to talk about their stats. I think it's more about their champions. So I think it depends on draft, how they control the pressure on the mid lane, especially.
Yeah, I think this game is going to revolve around mid-jungle in a lot of instances, and I think the top lane is going to be a big wild card, because if Doran can do what we know he can do, which is get those solo kills up against Noguri, then there's a chance that things can snowball out of control. Or if Noguri does Noguri things, then the game is probably just going to be over. He's had some solo carry performances. Yeah. Their most recent one was just ludicrous. I think it was up against KT, and it felt like the game was going extraordinarily slow, and then at 22 minutes, they just won. And that's really, really scary. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen, into Game 1 of the Summer Final here for 2020. Damwon will be starting off on the blue side. No surprises there. They're very good at winning on this side. In fact, they don't know how to lose. And we'll see what the bans are going to be.
Yeah. I'm expecting Damwon Gaming to just ban Caitlyn because they never played Kate.
Yeah, and
Ghost,
I can't imagine that they would suddenly be wanting to play it for this series. Maybe they don't ban it to make DRX think that they're capable of playing it now, or that they are willing to, and maybe DRX throws a ban away at it. But no, it's actually going to be the Pantheon.
Yeah.
Just banned away immediately.
Yep, get rid of it from Beryl. Makes some sense. Damwon now thinking about what else they want to take away. And I think the Caitlyn does make some sense. I think on blue side you do have a little bit more flexibility as well, but Karma is still going to be taken off the board. Haven't seen her pick too much, but we still have seen a couple of these bans being thrown around. I mean, BDD in the mid lane in that playoffs match definitely left a little bit to be desired.
Yeah, and also on the bot lane, if you combine with Karma support, you can pressure bot lane even harder. So yeah, I think it's really a good ban. Also, there is some potential to flex on the top side as well. So,
well, we haven't really seen too much out of the jungle other than this set that is more of that flex pick around the map. I think set does make some sense, but I think I'd be banning it against DRX instead of as DRX. They are certainly able to flex it absolutely everywhere. Yeah. And Damwon are going to ban Ashe, so this is looking like a Caitlyn first pick style of draft, but it's very interesting that it is going to be Ghost that's heading down that path, and they're leaving up everything in the jungle.
But you need to think about it. If you first pick Caitlyn, then you might give up TF plus Renekton at the same time. And you can combine with Lilia or Nidalee.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, AP jungles are all opened up, so they ban TF.
So this is Caitlyn lock-in. DRX haven't done as much of it, but I mean, Renekton Nidalee could come out here for a lot of topside protection and power. And we already illustrated that that's Damwon's strong point. If you can draft yourself in a position where you shouldn't be falling behind early, that could certainly help them out.
And I think that this Caitlyn pick, it's also a very defining moment for Damwon, because if they actually manage to function with this very effectively, it changes the perception of Damwon even going into Worlds, where Ghost just basically plays those super safe AD carries that are able to basically exist and flourish on an island. And now this might be Damwon going for Lane Kingdom. Jin's locked in as a vacuum answer to the Caitlyn. We'll see how they develop the draft. It's going to be Lilia picked up.
Yep, Lilia makes a lot of sense. Pyosik certainly having a lot of success on the champion.
It's pretty interesting that they didn't pick up Renekton at the same time, though.
Yeah, I think that's strange. You don't need to pick Jin in that instance.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Picking Volibear into Lilia. That is aggressive. Now Lux is going to come through for that powerful bottom lane, but Beryl, this is a very different look. We normally see him on those engage style supports. This is definitely more of that Lane Kingdom style. And I don't know whether it's the right time for Damwon to be changing their strategy and changing their style.
Yeah, it feels like Damwon Gaming, they prepared so many things for these finals, because it feels like all the pick orders kind of changed. And in my opinion, the DRX looks so much better right now.
Yeah, the Renekton going to be locked in here. Very powerful for the top side of the map. We'll see what Damwon are actually going to have to go into it. Of course, the Lucian already banned, so DRX could, if they wanted to, just ban Jace Quinn, something like that, and stop the hard counter. They've got 1 second to go before making that decision, but Hecarim going to be taken off the board. As that's an interesting ban. That's them expecting Volibear to be going top lane.
Yeah, now Volibear is able to be pivoted top lane. He actually can beat Renekton in top, even though he has suffered, obviously, some nerfs. If you're really proficient at the matchup, he can win it versus Renekton. And if he gets ahead, then Renekton's, it's lights out for him, pretty much. So we'll see how they develop the draft here. Aurelia is now going to be taken off the table. They might just want Lilia to be the sole magic damage on the side of DRX.
DRX probably going to be okay with that. You know, the Karthus rule and things like that. Lilia does do a fair bit of AoE damage, especially when the team does not have a lot of magic resist. Zoe going to be taken away from Showmaker though. Chovy, of course, hates playing the champion, so he's just going to ban it away.
Yeah, and I think it's a strong chance that they're going to just put Volibear on the top side right now.
Yeah.
And just play Nidalee, those kind of champions. Because I feel like, I didn't feel like they just picked Volibear to play into Lilia, so they can have better setup right now.
Well, the Echo ban is sort of telling me that Damwon want to go for an Azir pick. DRX could take that one away. Of course, Chovy playing a lot of it this season. But they are making sure that they take all of the time possible, as Pyke is going to be locked in for Keria. This is a dangerous lane now.
Pyke getting locked in. DRX's team composition very, very aggressive, with an emphasis on trying to establish lane dominance pretty much across the board. Syndra being hovered right now. This will be for Showmaker.
Yeah, another champion that's sort of protected by that Echo ban that did come in, and that is going to be Showmaker's choice. And you were talking about lane kingdoms. The mid lane is the most important one. As now Damwon with the opportunity of pivoting that jungle picker. See what it's going to be, but no, that's Ornn locked away. This is feeling like a 30-minute comp, not like the Damwon 20-minute special.
And honestly, I mean, it's shaping up to be like a Saint versus Sinner here, where one is trying to go the distance, being a lot more honest with its approach, and DRX going to go full-fledged aggression. Curious what Chovy's answer into the Syndra is actually going to be here. It looks like it's just going to be Akali. And
Akali being last picked on the red side as well is actually crazy. We've seen her priority skyrocket. Yeah. Especially on the 10-16 patch. So sort of just flew under the radar for the majority of this draft. Looking forward to seeing what DRX is going to be able to do with it. It will be a difficult lane early, though, for the Akali.
Yeah, it feels like Damwon Gaming, they try to pick up the new picks. The new picks are just going really great on worldwide. So, for example, Caitlyn. I mean, it's obviously OP pick. It's most of the region, she is 100% ban rate. So it's really great pickup, but my question is Naguri able to play Ornn on the top side stably?
I mean, Ornn does okay into Renekton, always has.
And he's blue side.
Yeah. And Dom on a blue side, and they don't lose on blue side.
True.
And so I guess we do really need to wonder whether or not this is going to be the first time, but I think with a draft like this, DRX do have a chance. There is a window in the early game where they could balloon an advantage.
Yeah.
It's just whether they're going to be able to do it, especially with Showmaker on the Syndra in the mid lane. This is certainly one of his most feared champions, especially in solo queue. The guy is like extraordinarily dominant. And so looking forward to seeing whether that's going to be enough for them to pivot around, because you do still need to try and retain some control. As DRX looking at the Lilia as far as their scaling is concerned. But otherwise, everyone else is pretty mid-game, wanting to try and get those skirmishes to work out and give all of that extra plundered gold over with the death from below from Keria's Pyke. Here we are. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Summoner's Rift for game number 1. Damwon versus DRX for the LCK Summer Final. We've talked about the drafts. We're feeling like Damwon have decided that they want to scale. More than DRX have. DRX certainly feeling the sin in this particular game. But that's, of course, their only mode. But both of these drafts have their merit, and so I'm looking forward to seeing who is actually going to be able to show their prowess once we actually get into some laning phases.
Yeah, but the thing is, they are going to have early game Prio on the mid lane and the bot lane, potentially on the top side as well, because it's melee matchup for Ornn.
True.
In the early game. So it depends on how they use the early game Prio impactfully, and also this bot lane matchup is really interesting as well.
I think it's very interesting because we're talking about Damwon scaling, but also having early game priority. DRX will have a lot of power in the mid game, and especially around their skirmishes. So that's, I guess, where they're going to look to try and claim some advantages. As Keria and Deft already in this lane. And Ghost and Beryl are going to turn up. Oh, great Bone Skewer between the minions. Beryl didn't like that at all, but does have himself a shield.
The other scary thing for DRX is the simplicity of Damwon's comp is it's really there. It's very easy for them to do what they're trying to do, and it's very easy for Canyon to play this game, whereas it's not for Pyosik. And one of the very troubling things for Pyosik has always actually been when his laners are struggling and he doesn't have a whole lot of freedom to just run around, scale up, and then get stuff basically for free. He's going to win the smite, though.
Yeah, he is able to get that Watch Out, Eep, and Smite in combination with one another. And that is going to be able to claim the blue buff steal. So very cute, right from under the nose of Canyon. Pyosik already in amongst it.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Showmaker was controlling the mid pressure, but before that, Pyosik did the pretty cheeky play on the blue side, and that leads the Lilia. And it was really a smart play at the same time as well.
Liked it. Raptors into enemy blue, and I think Canyon had an idea that that was going to happen, just couldn't actually win the smite, and therefore wasn't able to counteract it whatsoever. Red buff now going to be picked up by Pyosik as he finishes his top side clear. Chovy taking a lot of damage here in the mid lane, but we're not exactly expecting too much from this matchup from the Akali, because it can be very, very hard.
Well, bottom lane, just Perma getting shoved in, as it does stand. They have Volibear on the right-hand side. This could just be a cheater reset here for Caitlyn if she wanted it, but no, instead they're going to go for the blue side jungle. So Ghost and Beryl, they're just going to stay inside of the lane. Lilia's cleared all of her left side.
Actually don't mind the idea of getting some vision down inside the enemy jungle, especially when the Lilia had obviously been clearing topside.
Yeah.
Now Canyon going to get rid of some of that vision that Carrier was able to put down. So a little bit of an information advantage for Damwon at this stage. And like you were saying, that's going to be traded for, you know, the opportune back time.
Yeah.
The Ghost could have got.
I mean, technically DRX could choose to trade the side and just look for topside Scuttle and the jungle camps as well, but they decide to defend their bot lane even though they're getting perma shoved in, because it's really needed. You're playing against Kate Lux, you cannot give just free turret plates against them. So I think it was a pretty smart move by DRX, but at the same time, they're getting dragged because of the lane prio.
Yeah.
This is the awkward timing for Jhin right now, though. He's almost depleted on his mana pool, and Lilia is going to be pathing away from bot lane. She's not going to be back there for about a minute and a half in the future, and so Jin's under enormous amounts of pressure right now. And he has the cleanse, obviously, for the Lux, Volibear, Syndra even in the later stages, but without the teleport right now, this is where Caitlyn and Lux really just start to take over. Down in bot lane, Canyon and Pyosik.
Oh, again. That Watch Out Eep Smite combo.
Bit of a thief.
It's absolutely thievery towards the bottom side. Good Bone Skewer gets the flash out. Ghost is going to heal as well, and now Beryl is sitting duck on that bottom side if Pyosik ever decides he wants to come down there. As Chovy now playing with a little bit of priority here in this mid lane, has himself some Mercury Tread, so he's able to shrug off a bit more of that damage. And Showmaker can't actually approach the lane.
Yeah. Chovy TP'd back on the lane first, so it's the pressure that Chovy can control right now. And the bot lane all-in was not just the all-in for the kill, it's just the all-in for the release the pressure for Jhin right now, but it seems like it's still going on right now.
Yep, finally, Deft is going to back. We'll see what he's going to be able to collect for himself. Ooh. At the boot start.
Slice the dice.
Yeah, looking for it. They will be able to get a stun as there it goes. Now Noguri underneath the turret. Watch out, Eep going to be flashed by the Ornn. But that is a big win for DRX, especially with Doran still holding on to his teleport and commanding all of this control. He'll go for a reset now. And DRX looking like they're in a pretty good spot. This is not the shaky DRX that we're used to seeing. This is dominance out of this team.
Yeah, and interestingly, it's all from Pyosik, by the way. He made the counter jungle, and also all the pressure was on the Damwon Gaming side, but he just made the pressure by himself, so it's really impressive.
Finally back down here in bottom lane right now. That first oh, it wouldn't be a final without a pause.
Yep, this is what we're talking about. We'll see whether this one can live up to the 6-hour pause that you and Valdez had. No. That was an episode of Forbidden Love. I don't know what we get to call this one. I guess this is just the Pog State.
That was a Forbidden Marriage, actually.
Yeah, I think you guys went It was like a full lifetime during that particular broadcast. Oh man. Well, we'll get some word as to what's going on. I believe a headset problem that will be resolved pretty soon. When it comes to peripherals like that, we're going to be okay as long as the network holds up. That's when we really need to get things in order. But I think it's actually going to be fixed pretty quickly. So, gentlemen, I'm sorry, we're not going to have an extended episode for this particular pause.
I don't even know what we call this kind of an episode, to be honest. We have Forbidden Love, Pog State. What is this?
I don't know.
Three Musketeers, I guess.
I guess Three Musketeers work. So, Three Musketeers at a ball or something like that. We do have bow ties. I don't know necessarily what that means. I kind of feel a bit like James Bond.
Okay.
You know, like in Casino Royale.
All right.
Oh.
Didn't watch that.
You didn't?
Did
it's
not.
A great movie. Definitely 10 out of 10. Have you seen the new trailer for the new one? Okay, this is a final. We're not going to talk about that because here we are back into the game. As we're checking out the bottom side, BF Swords picked up for both of our bottom laners, but there's a cheeky cull there for Ghost, who did, of course, have the luxury of picking that one up, as he was Caitlyn. And now we've got a dragon to be started here, as Damwon looking to continue their terrible dragon stats.
You can see Showmaker really having to respect the spacing in this matchup. And remember, Akali has Mercury Treads as well as Unflinching in the rune. So Syndra's QE is not the most reliable thing right now.
Also doing basically nothing here to Chovy, who's just a backflip towards the Syndra, and he's zoning him out of so much of this farm. He missed that one as well. And this is not how this matchup is supposed to go, right? You're supposed to be out of control and has the Syndra, and now he's back in lane. With his lost chapter, that item difference not going to be there anymore, but still, Chovy demanding that respect. Koshik in the area, but Canyon's also around here now looking to try and contest. But I remember what happened last time, and it's not going to really work out as luckily for Pyosik, Canyon didn't actually show his face.
Yeah, and also Keria is moving from the bottom side. So all the plays DRX are making right now is really planned. And
it feels like this is not how it was supposed to go, though, right? It felt like DRX were going to get an advantage, but it wasn't going to be until, you know, a team fight around a Herald or something like that that they might be able to work out as, Koshik is just plundering. And I thought that was Pyke's job, but Kerry's here. He's not actually able to get too much of that done, as Pyosik is looking to try and take down Shelly at the same time. This is a jungle masterclass by the player that we weren't expecting to perform.
We mentioned at the very beginning this would be a Grand Canyon difference, and right now Pyosik, he's up a level and a half over his opponent, and Canyon is just really struggling on what should have been a very easy champion to pilot, all things considered in the lanes.
Yeah, it's really scary, and it's really rough that he was forced out of his own jungle very, very early on in this game. Felt like there wasn't a whole lot that he could do other than go for that 50-50 as Pyosik turning up towards the top side. He does have that Lilting Lullaby available. There's the Ornhorn from Noggery. Does get the knock-up. Pyosik misses the headbutt. Does do a lot of damage with the Bellows Breath, but that's not going to be a dive that was going to work out.
They're trading, and their bot lane is still pressuring really hard, so everything seems okay for Damwon Gaming.
And Damwon, remember, they have the late game scaling on their side, so they'll eventually get to the ornaments. Those will eventually come online. Caitlyn is going to be able to go the distance. Chovy, though, is honestly, he's having a fantastic time here in mid lane.
Chovy and farming, man. It's just a match made in heaven. Still, Damwon do have an advantage when it comes to gold. Doran's going to help alleviate just a little bit there. He's got a 20 CS advantage. There is a 15 CS advantage in mid.
He's also up half a level.
Yeah.
He's zoned Showmaker on Syndra out of half a level's worth of EXP.
I mean, I don't want to turn this into a Chovy fan club, but
no,
like that was pretty damn impressive.
Honestly, it's fine.
You're okay with that?
Yeah. I'm actually the president.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You like run the Discord and stuff like that?
I do.
All right, cool.
Yeah, I think Damwon Gaming, they could use more of their bot lane pressure, but because of Keria all-inning, trading flashes with Lux, that actually stopped their pressure from the bot side, and they couldn't snowball into the mid lane with the bot pressure. So I think that was really a great move from DRX at the same time. But the thing is, the CS difference on the bot lane is still exists. And this Jhin is not going to have fun time this game around.
No. You will find sort of a mid-game spike, but the problem with being Jhin in this instance is it's not like it's going to get better as the game goes on, right? Jhin is notorious for not necessarily being the best tank buster, and there's one of the best tanks on the opposing side, complemented by a big old bear that's also going to be very tanky.
Yep.
So this could be a rough time for the Jhin. Sure, if he gets onto a Lux, he's going to be able to pop her very, very quickly, as I know how this one goes.
Oh, man!
Spoiler alert. Pyosik pretty good at confirming camps.
Pyosik is just out jungling Canyon this game, by the way.
Yeah, it's a very big gap right now, and when Lilia gets ahead of a champion like Volibear, it's really hard for Volibear to keep up, especially once the jungle item comes online. It speeds up all of the AP junglers so much over their counterparts, utilizing the Warrior or Cinderhulk enchantment. And so Volibear, I mean, he's not having the best of times right now. Canyon is just going to run down here, but you can tell that he really seems kind of lost. Syndra, who should have been able to provide a lot of control in mid lane, has not been able to do that, and it makes Volibear... Oh, no, not
these
the cannon.
trades, man. He does manage to pick up the cannon, does Showmaker, so there's that. But it really feels like Chovy is putting in the work, and he was the hero of the semifinals. He was the one that pulled them out of a very desperate situation. Down match point, 2 games in a row, and DRX were able to get it in the end. It was very impressive. Now we're checking out the bottom side. Shelly is going to turn up in mid. That's going to give Chovy a bunch more gold as carrier. That was an odd flash. I'm not entirely sure what that was planning to do. As Deft going to get comboed, but no, flashes out of the way. Had to avoid those traps. That all-in did not work out for DRX whatsoever.
You have to remember that Deft chose Jhin into Kate, and then they chose Pyke into Lux.
Yeah.
They did this to themselves. So, right now, Ghost and Beryl are eviscerating the bot lane of DRX, and that is what's keeping Damwon in this game right now. Because you look at top lane, Renekton is up 23 farm over Nuggery.
And mid lane as well.
In mid lane, Chovy should not be ahead of farm in EXP over a Syndra, and yet he is. So,
he is.
Jungle difference also quite big.
And also, like, Chovy's going to be sitting pretty for quite some time. Sorcerer's Shoes picked up by Showmaker is going to be basically ignored by the Merc Treads that Chovy picked up so early. And so this lane is going to continue to feel pretty good for Chovy as Pyosik dives right on top of Canyon, but Doran's going to be here. Lilting Lullaby comes out, but the ulti is going to cancel it, but it should still mean that DRX can get control of this blue buff. Once again. Yeah, Carrier moving on over, and Pyosik's just going to say thank you very much for the blue buff that he's taken every single time.
Yeah.
Every one of them this game. That might be why Showmaker is so far behind. It's because he's been stunted on mana this whole game.
Yeah, and this second Drake is going to decide the lead right now, because I think Damwon Gaming, because of their bot pressure, I don't think they really want to give up this Drake.
And also because of their game plan, right? Like, they want to be playing a Dragon Soul type game, which is very different from what they normally do, as Ghost is going to get stunned. But Def got spooked there, as you could see.
Yeah.
He comes out, just wasn't expecting Ghost to be standing up that far and just thought there must be friends.
Just remember, DRX bot lane has no flashes because they just lost 2v2.
Yep. So this dragon fight should go in favor of Damwon, but we'll see what ends up happening. Both top laners are going to have teleport. Deft is all healed and mana restored up.
Oh, there are big item spikes for top lane and mid on DRX's side. That might be enough to get them over the line. Gunblade and Blade of the Ruined King complete now for the Akali and Renekton, but at his first turret going over to Damwon as Carrier having to dash his way out of there. Canyon has started up this Drake, exactly what you were talking about with it. They are looking for that priority. They are going to back away, and it looks like DRX will be able to secure this Infernal Drake without any contest from Damwon.
Yeah, just because of the mid prior, it was really tough to contest this Drake. And I think Damwon Gaming is gonna like try to snowball the game when they put Caitlyn on the other lane, because it's only the Caitlyn can the carry from the Damwon Gaming side, because as we mentioned, their top side is kind of doomed. They need some time.
Well, let's see how it is going to go. This is already a surprise, though, to be perfectly honest. I was expecting Damwon to come out of the gates a little bit faster, especially from this jungle. But Canyon still sitting at 0-0-0. Yes, he's behind almost 40 farm, but no big deal. No first bloods until 16 minutes. You can tell both of these teams pretty nervous. Heading into this final, no one wanting to give anything up and feeling like taking these extra risks like both of these teams like to do, isn't feeling as comfortable here when the stakes are so high.
Well, Damwon, I mean, they're going to start up the second Rift Herald of the game right now. They're down about 700 gold, but it's not the end of the world. Naguri's only level 11, so he's still 2 levels away from being able to get any value there. Now, the fortunate thing, though, for Damwon is once this Herald goes down, 4 minutes until the next dragon, there's no obligation for anyone on their team to fight. So they're free to just sit back and scale up, because the one thing that DRX sucks at is sieging with their team comp.
Yeah, right. Not exactly the greatest of 1-3-1s either, although I guess he can do it, especially with Leon King on your Crocodile, as that's a bone skewer. Q lands there from Kyoshik, and he's very, very fast with that phase rush, but not going to be able to get too much more as they're sending their siege machine into the Caitlyn towards this top side to try and knock down this turret. Yes, they will have Herald available as well. Deft and Carrier are here. Looks like they are going to be able to happily get rid of those minions.
And also when it comes to team fight, I think Deft is not able to do anything other than just CC bot.
Yeah.
Right now. Because Ornn existing, and also Kate and Syndra is gonna outrange him when it comes to auto attack. So I think it's just DRX. If they wanna try to fight, then I think they just need to one-shot the damage dealers. Otherwise, I think Damwon Game is gonna slowly win the team fight. And it's gonna be really huge for their team comp especially.
Yeah, Deft is gonna have to do something to get himself back into this game. Currently behind 30 farm. And this is against Ghost. We heard him in the Trash Talk video. You know, he never wants to lose against Ghost. That is the thing that he had. I will never lose against Ghost in the LCK. But that was a very different Ghost. That was a Ghost that was, you know, struggling with BBQ, things like that. Hadn't really found any sort of form. But then he joined this Damwon team, and he has been flourishing.
Well, he's certainly piloting a very different type of champion that we expected to see him on so far so well here in this game number 1.
Yep.
Between these two teams. Looks like they want to crack down the mid-tier 1 of DRX here. And this should be a really good fight for Damwon if it unfolds.
Yeah, he's actually going to have to flash away there as well as a cute little attempt from Carrier, but unable to get the pullback for the extra distance. And Damwon will just take down the outer turret in the mid lane. A lot of added control now for our Damwon team, who definitely do have the better sieging composition. 1 minute and 20 on this Ocean Drake. Ocean sold this game as well. That's why shows that someone hasn't really come through Summoner's Rift with a lawnmower recently.
Yeah.
I need to call Skarner, I think. The lawnmower skin.
Well, it was really great tempo usage by Damwon Gaming. They just checked Deft is on the top side and just simply seized the mid lane turret. And it was really huge as well because they forced Akali Flash.
Yeah. Now Chovy's not going to have as much threat, especially with a lane that's so much longer. He's still going to be destroying all of these minions. Not even 20 minutes yet, and he's sitting on 225 farm, but Doran is very similar. Both of them lane kingdoming out of control right now.
Yeah. Very unexpected up in the top lane, this kind of a CS discrepancy. And I mean, the real gap right now that's still present in the game is the 2-level lead in jungle. And it's only going to continue to get worse if the game keeps going on. Because Volibear, he's a champion that he hits a certain point and then the laners basically say, okay, listen, you're the same champion from now until the end of time. And they just start taking his camps. Whereas Lilia still has a lot of very key items that she can get, and so her camps are still her own to keep farming. And that's going to greatly impact the EXP. DRX, though, they don't have Leandres on Lilia or Akali.
Yep,
And Black Cleaver not there.
Not quite there yet as Chovy comes on over. He's going to be spotted by that control. What does the Dragon reset? That's a good bone skewer. He's going to get the stun onto Canyon, but he's pretty tanky. And there is poke on both sides. Now the curtain call comes in. Showmaker going to get tagged, but there's the Ornhorn. That's going to interrupt us immediately. The Renekton's going to fall. First blood going over to Canyon at 20 minutes in this game as Chovy finds the backline. Is going to tag Ghost, but he gets exhausted and immediately scattered out of that return, taken down with just a headshot from the Caitlyn, and DRX are forced to scatter. This is the Damwon we were expecting.
And Damwon, they tear the game wide open, and I was just questioning right before the team fight, why are DRX wanting to fight this? They have major item completions coming online soon, and so this is the best opportunity that Damwon has to fight because their battle stats are so much stronger at this moment in the game. So DRX with the Cloud9.
Yeah, and also the second Drake was not that impactful in this game because, as you mentioned, DRX, they could snowball this better. They could just wait for next moment and just look for the better team fight moment. But right now, they started the Drake first, so the positioning was not on point, and also the engage by Naguri was just way too clean.
And you can see that Doran, he tried to get the stun onto Naguri to interrupt the R2 cast. Chovy just can't get away into the fight. It is so hard to play as Akali. Even though he had a flank, there's no way to really utilize it. And Dev, like Wadded said earlier on, it's really hard for him to play because of Ornn inside these team fights.
I mean, Naguri solo zoned him from this whole team.
Yeah.
First he interrupts his ultimate, and then he says, no Dev, you're not allowed to play the game.
Akali? I'm gonna go forward. I'm fine, I'm doing my own thing. So basically, yeah, they cannot kill Ornn, but Damwon Gaming, they definitely can focus on Akali and just make him useless.
Yep.
That was the point.
And now the Molten Edge is in. And so now Ghost definitely on a Caitlyn that is a champion at this point in time.
Yeah, and the thing is, can they actually win the mid-late game team fight with this team comp, DRX?
I think there's no way to really break through Lux's barriers as well as just a phalanx out of Damwon. It's so hard. Volibear is just going to be waiting there with his point-and-click stun. Naguri hasn't been caught up right here, but he should be fine. I mean, Ornn's a very tanky boy.
I like that DRX just gave up. They're like, well, I mean, we took down about 400 health, but he's got about 4,000 left, so I guess we just leave. Cavalry is in. We might have a 4v4 here towards the top side. Area has to get out of the way as Showmaker is starting to do some damage. What the heck? That's what double BF Sword Caitlyn will do, I guess.
Oh!
That's so much damage. Final Spark, not so much.
I mean, this is the reason why you just ban Caitlyn or pick it.
Well, that's exactly what Damwon did.
Very scary, and there's no way to reach her with these champions that DRX have. They have to go so hard at the team fight. They need their flashes available. Akali needs to get on top of her, and so I love the itemization out of Ghost. Picks up a Hexdrinker and basically says, no, actually, Akali's not going to kill me.
Yeah.
Even if she manages to somehow get through all of my defensive line. And so Naguri there to interrupt Jhin means Jhin can't enter the fight, and then Caitlyn's just going to 1v9.
Yeah, I think if it's just straight up 5v5, right now there is no chance that Damwon Gaming is gonna lose the team fight. So I think DRX, they really need to flank on Caitlyn. Just not only Akali, with Renekton and Pyke and Lilia, they just need to jump in because right now, Jhin is really useless. He's not gonna do much compared to Caitlyn, so they just need to jump in.
Well, it's gonna be a very hard game for DRX to play. They do have the Infernal Dragon. And the gold looks very even, but this game is not even. Remember, Molten Edge already there. Luden's Pulse now has come in for Showmaker as well. It looks like we might even get a Circlet of the Iron Solari on Volibear as his next item. It seems like LCK is finally learning how to build. Boris
was excluded. He was excluded
Boris
from the LCK
is
final.
Pissed right now.
Wasn't even invited.
Yeah,
he's sitting at home. He's fuming. Absolutely fuming.
Oh no, Boris.
Poor Boris. But the Leandri salesman, he's definitely here. He's about to make a couple of sales. Already made one, but Kyoshik told his friend Chovy about it.
Yeah.
He's looking for that item as well.
So the flank, Renekton and Akali.
Vision going to be here for Damwon. They should get first mention as Pyoshik able to dodge out of the final spark. Doran getting in here as Chovy finds the backline. Canyon down to about half health. Lilting Lullaby is going to get some work done as Beryl going to flash out of the way, but he's going to survive. No, Chovy gets on in there, but he'll be taken down. Only able to trade that 1-for-1. As now Noguri with the turnaround, but misses the second shot. Carrier barely able to absorb the ace in the hole for Daft as the curtain call comes in and Noguri says, yeah, you got any more? Really not too worried about that one. The big tanks on Damwon's side are scary. In the end, it is just a 1-for-1. As our Beryl for Chovy probably in favor of Damwon.
And this is going to be the next Ocean Dragon, though, going the way of Damwon. Now they're going to bring the game to Soul Point. Once Canyon has that locket of the Iron Solari completed, these all-in dives by DRX, they're getting invalidated to a certain extent because it's so much shield that you have to chew through as DRX's champion. So they're really running out of time. They take this team fight here. You can see the final spark just barely misses on Pyoshik. Chovy with yet another flank. Nice Zanya's Hourglass there. Tries to get on a Ghost because that's what basically the entire game is about. Can you bring down Caitlyn? And if you can, you might have a chance in the team fight, but fails to do so. And from that moment, it has to just be a hard-on disengage by DRX because Kate is too scary.
Yeah, I mean, this is the team fight that DRX needs to look for 24/7 right now, because if they just look for straight up hitting the front lane team fight, it's not gonna be able to happen on the DRX side. So I think that was really great try, but right now they have no flashes. Only Chovy and Doran has some flashy on his pocket, but
I want to go back to that team fight just quickly. I think Pyoshik also made a mechanical error. He Zonya'd before pressing his ult.
That is true.
And he flashed in, got the Q on 4 people. You'd expect Lilting Lullaby to come out after that, but didn't press the button and just pressed Zonya's instead. So I think things could have been a little bit different had that one worked out, but hindsight's 2020, and we'll see whether Pyoshik is going to be able to sort himself out for the next team fight that will be around this Ocean Drake.
Good news for DRX, though.
Oh, yeah, what's that?
Well, Boris and Nuggery have been having some talks.
Oh, okay.
And so that's actually going to help DRX out in the game. I thought that it was going to be another Knight's Vow, or I thought that Ornn would eventually just go into another item to help out his teammates, but he went for the Warmogs. But when you look at how all these fights transpire, he's never utilizing the passive. It's just an AP steroid inside of it, and he's never going to be splitting against the Renekton. So DRX, they get a little bit of a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Sometimes you've got to invite Boris when he's not actually invited. And I guess Noguri let him through the back door or something like that, as Beryl's going to get tagged by another bowling ball. Chovy in from the side, but Canyon's going to be there to absorb the Akali engage. More bowling balls, and that's a decent bone skewer as well as Deft. Getting a bit of damage, but not really too much. Now Damwon just standing grouped as 5, and I don't know whether DRX can break through this as Chovy chunked out just by Ghost. The final spark going over there to offer a little bit of damage as well. That might be all that Damwon need.
Yeah, and also remember, DRX, they have no proper engage tool, while Damwon Gaming has Ornn ulti, so if they fail to engage, Damwon Gaming is going to just re-engage simply.
Oh, Chovy? Oh, yeah, Chovy is teleported in through the backside, throws down the control ward. Oh, now Damwon all grouped up. Chovy gets immediately exhausted. He's into the Shroud. He's survived for now. And remember, he does have that Zonya's as well. Looks like DRX has oh my god.
There's Ornn ulti.
Okay, Carrier's going to get out of there. The knockup is only going to land, but there is the slice out from Doran. Chovy going to backflip out of the way of that Storm Strike, but Damwon are aggressive. They split up DRX. Now they're looking to move back towards that Baron area. A minute and a half on the Dragon as well as Chovy. Over the side. And about half health. This is getting a bit dicey, gentlemen.
Yeah, this one is definitely getting very close. Caitlyn ult up again. Let's see if Ghost is just going to use it for damage on any of the targets. Lilia uses her ult, what?
Well, he just wanted to make sure that the button worked, I guess.
No engage.
There are so many traps
Yeah.
DRX can't get in. They're thinking about whether they want to be flashing over walls or anything like that. Pyushik does not have his available at this point in time. And that's going to be the Baron just freely taken by Damwon. They set up the wall, and DRX didn't bring any ladders.
And I mean, this is looking very doomed. This is going to be a hard reset by Damwon. They're going to go back to the base, pick up some items, pick up some elixirs even, if they want to. And now, Ocean Soul in 30 seconds for Damwon.
And look at the items on the Caitlyn, man. Molten Edge, Storm Razor, and the Rapid Fire Cannon. That's the dream.
Yeah.
But he's also got the Luxury Hex Drinker, the BF Sword there as well. These headshots are going to be doing all of Keiria's health bar. I don't think he can take one headshot.
They just need to make miracle teamfight, that's all. Right now, it's really hard to pull up some straight up 5v5 teamfight. So Chovy is looking for flank again with Doran to the left side.
Yep, Doran is going to be in vision, gets stunned up by the Scat of the Week, but was able to slice his way out of there. Bowling Ball going to go right in between all of the Damwon members as Keiria's over to the side as well. Everyone's flanking on DRX's side. As now Damwon have started this one up. Oh my, this is what I was talking about. Just one-shot him. This Caitlyn is so incredibly scary. Pyushik gonna flash on forward immediately. He's just eviscerated. Goes flashing after death, but Chovy might be able to take him down, and the Renekton is gonna be able to do it. But he will fall, and now Chovy basically by himself. But it is 3v3. The health bar advantage is well and truly there for Damwon, though. And
they got
not
Chovy.
looking like they have too many opportunities. Azonya's going to keep Chovy alive for the moment.
Ornn
puts Ornn back in position to try and fight against Chovy. The backflip comes through, and they just can't touch him.
They can't. They're too tanky.
They cannot kill Ornn at all. And also even Volibear, he's looking really strong, and they have no jungler right now.
No.
They have no jungler.
Well, they're trying to get Canyon out of there. He's stunned up as well. It's a good knock-up onto Keria, who does get himself out of the way with his dash.
Chovy?
Ocean Drake still taking a lot of
they're just
damage
gonna
as
get
Barrel. Okay, not going to die just yet, as that is the Ocean Soul, and I don't think DRX had too many more options there after they lost their big burly members. We're going to have a look at this team fight once again.
And I mean, we just take a look at what happens. Keria, he gets chunked to half HP by one hit by Ghost, but DRX with a almost a 5-pronged attack almost, completely circle around Damwon. They get Showmaker right at the start. They get onto Ghost immediately thereafter. Chovy able to help set up Lethal, but then the 3-on-3 locks in all her shields with the two tankiest members on the side of Damwon versus Jhin. Yeah. not a very good time, but Ocean Soul now for Damwon. And it really feels like this is probably all that she wrote here in game number 1. Atlas, it looks like the sinners have been purified.
I have a feeling that you might be right. There are no forbidden books on DRX's side, and they're going to need them now because this Ocean Soul, plus, you know, Volibear's got a fair bit in his kit that can help get that health back. And yeah. Oh dear. Damwon now setting up the siege, and that's what their comp can do. DRX's comp well and truly can't, as somehow Noguri has second highest damage in the game. As big burly Ornn. Good stun there onto Pyushik, but DRX, I think they're just waiting for the inevitable right here. The traps go down. Damwon is just, how do you break this?
But the thing is, Kate has no sums, so maybe they have chance, but right now the item difference is real, so it feels like DRX, they are looking for the fight, but it's really looking hard right now.
How do they get this miracle to actually work, especially with all of these traps here that Damwon are playing around? Showmaker just trying to chunk out the Renekton, and this inhibitor is going to fall. Just no opportunity for DRX to do anything. If they start the fight now, I mean, it's too late. The base is already broken, and there's nothing really to fight for. 2 minutes on the Baron, 4 minutes on the Elder Drake. And Canyon looking for Chovy here, but he's going to get a trillion shields, and he'll be absolutely fine. Yes, a trillion. That's how many they have.
Yeah, the structure the Damwon Gaming made is looking really strong right now. 2 tanks and 3 damage dealer line is just working pretty well. They're not splitting, they're just all grouping, not caring about the side lane anymore when they hit the power spike. And they hit the power spike even like 20 minutes ago right now. So.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And I find it's so interesting, LS. Like, Chovy was winning by so much in the early game. He had a heroic laning phase on this Akali.
And also Pyushik was out jump lane Canyon.
but it just doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, because of the bot lane difference.
And because of the draft difference, right? Like,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter whether you've got a Jhin who's super far ahead. I mean, 6 items versus 6 items, Caitlyn's always going to be able to cut through these targets much better than a Jhin is, especially considering the fact that he's up against Ornn Volibear.
And I really like that Ghost in this game. He went for Bloodthirster over Death's Dance, valuing the shield. It's going to further harm DRX's ability to try to all-in her.
2 trillion shields.
Yeah, I mean, this game is looking very doomed.
Yeah.
Damwon, they might need one more Baron, it seems, to end. Still no Locket of the Iron Solari on either Ornn or Volibear, which is very surprising.
Yeah, Zeke's actually the preference here for Canyon, just wanting to up Ghost's damage even more. You can't really fault him
So
for that
GP flank is online, by the
one.
way.
Whoa! That is one hell of a flank.
But they have ward behind, so they checked Renekton position right now. So they decide to just go on the front.
Yep, that's what they're going to do, and the Renekton's going to have to slither his way all the way over here. Keria is waiting for him, but this tower just evaporates. Goshen going to go golden.
Oh,
That's the unleashed power, and I think Pyke is basically dead off to the side, as Lily is going to be taken down. Def going to be chunked for half of his health bar by one auto attack from Ghost. And I have a feeling, guys, this is the beginning of the end. The Baron is now available. If they want to play it by the numbers, you can certainly head over there. I don't know how this is still only a 2,000 gold lead, but it is. But it's looking like Damwon are just so much further ahead than this number would actually say.
They're looking for Anne.
Well, let's see whether Doran can actually get anything done. He does get onto Ghost, who nets, flashes, gets himself out of there. The Renekton,
Too much.
not going to do anything more as Chovy's going to get exhausted. Can he be the hero? The answer is going to be no, as backflips forward, looks for Canyon, goes golden, there's the curtain call. But the tanky members are just too tanky. Another unleashed power from Showmaker says goodnight to Keria. And Deft is going to have to chill out on this fountain. Just wait for game number 2 as Damwon come out swinging in game 1.
Well, that was definitely a bit of a tippy in the drippy is what ended up happening at one point inside of this game. That was a masterclass on Akali versus Syndra. Chovy dominated laning phase in EXP and CS. Renekton so far ahead of the Ornn. 2-level gap inside of the jungle. What more do people need to see out of a draft in terms of gaps that were present to see that there was still some issue happening? Obviously, Kate and Lux, they went in blind, got answered by Jhin and Pyke. Nothing happened. They just got completely dominated.
Yeah.
I mean, basically their answer was not good enough to stop the OP picks right now. Especially, shout out to Ghost, he picked up new champion. It's their first time. There was so many first-time champions from Damwon Gaming side.
Yeah, right.
Ornn, and also Volibear jungle, Caitlyn, and Lux support as well. So I think Damwon Gaming, they picked up the new champions and new strat, and they just pulled up with really good performance as well.
And I think last time we spoke about Damwon, we were talking about them as being one of the best 1-3-1 teams that we've seen. And they played 1-3-1 so many times this season. This was the most anti-1-3-1 composition I've ever seen. And Damwon just, the feeling of inevitability in this game was just terrifying. Watching an Ornn like cruise at like down 30 CS, just knowing that they're never going to lose a team fight with the composition that they had.
Yeah. And I mean, it just, like you said, it was like Thanos was just here inside of the team comp, as it was eventually inevitable. That one dragon fight, I mean, honestly, all that went through my mind was the Cloud9 fights from LCS, where you're waiting on major item completions, and they just took a fight. There was no reason to. That wasn't Ocean Soul fight.
Yeah.
They could have just waited for Leandre's Black Cleaver, things to come in, but no, they took a very disadvantageous one, and they got clapped for it. And as soon as you fall off once with this team, you don't come back.
Nope. And this is a game that wasn't so much about, I was expecting this series to be a tale of two mid laners, right? Showmaker versus Chovy. Really wasn't about that at all. It was about how many items could they buy to boost Ghost's power. And they bought a lot of them. They had a Knight's Vow, they had a Zeke's, they had the Mikhail's Crucible as well, and he had so many extra items, not to mention the ornaments on top of that. This was a sculpted composition, and it was beautiful out of Damwon. The scary thing is it's new. Like, what are we supposed to expect now going into a game number 2? They will be on the red side. They've lost on this side before, and we'll see whether DRX can come back. But let's see about game number 2 after the break.
더. 레네. 캐틀 봐줘. 캐틀 봐줘. 레네 높을. 야, 아칼리. 오케이. 야, 캐틀 봐줘. 안 죽어. 피읍해.
안 죽어.
안 죽어.
더 있어. 싸워.
아, 끝낼만하다 이번에. 끝낸 것 같다. 오케이. 초반에 카정병 나도 부를 줄 알았어. 오케이. 잘했어. 레알 딱가리. 상체 캐틀 딱가리였어. 딱가리 어이가 없네 얘.
때는 2019년 챌린저스 코리아에서 당당히 우승하며 승격한 담원게이밍. 올라오자마자 플레이오프에 승격 연도부터 월즈까지 진출하며 이번에 서머부터 포텐 아주 제대로 폭발! 창단 이래 감격의 첫 결승 진출을 이뤄냈다. 도대체 담원은 왜 이렇게 잘하는 걸까? 그 비밀을 파헤쳐보자. 담원의 공공연한 비밀. 스프링 끝난 뒤에 로스터의 변화 없이 우직하게 유지한 담원. 올해 첫 국제전인 MSC에서 아쉬운 성적으로 출발하지만 뼈아픈 패배로 각성이라도 한 걸까? 챔피언을 한 번씩 사용하며 챌린저 달성은 물론 타잔의 랭크 최고 기록을 뛰어넘어 솔로 랭크 1위까지 달성한 쇼메이커. 그렇게 담원은 다시 한번 팬들의 기대를 모으고 서머에 들어가는데
이 성체는 정말 무지막지한 괴물들이 살고 있기 때문에
실수의 반대말은 허수였던가. 실수 제로! 완벽한 플레이! 카사딘로 펜타킬까지 달성! 솔랭폼 그대로 각성한 쇼메이커와 믿기 힘들 정도의 뇌지컬 너구리는 모두를 묻어버렸다.
역시 너구리야!
마지막으로 완벽한 부활에 성공한 캐니언까지. 담원의 괴물 3인방 견줄 자가 없었으니 이러한 상체 캐리를 제대로 보좌한 그 이름 베리.
캐릭터는 그렇게 좋은 것 같진 않거든요. 근데 제가 좀 잘해서
운명의 단짝 판테온 플레이. 오우 베리 굿. 게다가 팀원들 살리는 그야말로 팀원 딜. 이 자식 쫙 고스트.
어딜 이 자식이.
저력을 제대로 과시하며 2위로 1라운드를 마무리한 담원게이밍. 2라운드를 앞두고 전승 목표를 내건 제파 감독. 이렇게 승승장구하는 담원은 몰래 지켜보는 자가 있었으니 바로 부두술사 도인비유. 그의 칭찬을 받은 자는 망한다는 소문이 있는데
저도 요즘 펌플럭스가 정말 잘하는 것 같습니다.
오히려 역부두술까지 제대로 시전하며 여전히 폭발적인 경기력을 보여준 담원게이밍. 그렇게 담원은 유치하라도 킨 것처럼 속도를 붙이며 한 팀씩 2대0으로 관문 돌파 스타트! LCK 최초로 정글러 펜타킬까지 달성한 캐니언. 페이커에게 인정받은 이커 가문 쇼메이커. 선미의 버프까지 받으며 1위를 향해 담원은 그렇게 점프. 그리고 반드시 넘어야 할 젠지전.
내가 이거 그냥 세주 퍼포할게. 늦었어 이거.
이렇게 뱀픽도사 베릴의 활약까지 더해지며 결승 직행에 더 가까워진 담원. 마지막 고비 T1전에서
정신 나갈 것 같아.
너세로이 머리로 담원의 클라스를 뽐내며 2라운드 전승 약속을 지켜낸다. 그것이 약속이니까. 블루 진영 승률 100%, 역대 스플릿 세트 승률 최고 기록 타이, 평균 게임 시간 1위, 15분 글로벌 골드 차이 1위, 발언 획득 확률 1위.
I can't believe it.
LCK의 수많은 기록들을 갈아치운 담원게이밍. 프랜차이즈를 앞두고 LCK의 새로운 시대가 열릴 것인가. 과연 담원은 팀 창단 이후 첫 결승전에서 첫 우승까지 차지할 수 있을지. 웅장히 가슴에 지는 담원의 뜨거운 도전기 계속 기대해보자.
You never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了
Kaboom! They lit the fuse.
你看到了吗
They're gonna win. This is it.
맞지?
Hello and welcome to the English Analyst Desk. It is me, Valdez, with JS, aka G-Sun. How are you doing today, G-Sun?
I'm doing great. It's my pleasure to be joined by the Vald Analyst for the Vald Analyst Desk.
Awesome. So we are going to be here, and we're going to be kind of talking about what we thought about the games, but also we do have the Korean Analyst Desk, as you guys can see. So some stuff that you feel is necessary to translate for us, G-Sun, you can go ahead and do that. But we watched those games. We saw Damwon come in and kind of a slow start, but eventually show that they are so resilient. And once we got past the mid-game, they looked untouchable.
Yeah, as just mentioned, the Korean analysts also said that Damwon Gaming, they were looking for some new draft tiers. So Ornn on Nuguri and also Caitlyn, the hyper carry ADC on Ghost was something that we didn't really see from Damwon Gaming throughout the split.
It's definitely interesting. The fact that they were coming out, I was joking with you, and I was like, first, they're going to play T1's draft style. Then they're going to go ahead and they're going to play, top esports. And then they're going to do Damwon or DRX. Like, these guys seem like they can pretty much do whatever they want and take the win. I mean, Canyon was so critical to a lot of their wins in the regular season, but he just got demolished in the jungle, and it didn't matter. I mean, he was basically invisible.
Yeah, one of the most impressive facts of this game is that, especially the top side players on side of Damwon Gaming is so good at coming back from being behind. So Nuguri was the typical player who has the 0-2 power spike, but this time around we checked out that Canyon can also come back after being 2 levels behind.
That's true. I mean, he was, I don't know how much use he got done, on the Volibear. He was kind of just a tanky boy towards the end, and that's really what the name of the game for their draft was, right? It was like, wait until 30 minutes, get Molten Edge, get Ornn items, and have Caitlyn carry, which is something that they don't normally do. Ghost is not the carry player. It's Showmaker, it's Nuguri, it's Canyon, but we had 2 tanks amongst those 3 carry players. And so it was definitely very interesting. But DRX, I'm sure they felt a little bit unhappy, as we're going to take a look here at the first team fight.
It was really critical that 3 of the players on the side of DRX got airborne by the Ornn ultimate, because it was aimed to hit Jin to cancel his ultimate, but in the end it was 3 of the players unable to take any action.
Yeah, that's very true. This felt like a close team fight, but DRX coming from many different angles, not really able to seal the deal, and Assassin Ornn came in essentially and neutralized Jin, even though I think he didn't eventually get that kill, but he basically did, because he was just such a wall. It was like he was a giant rock.
Like brick wall.
Yeah, exactly. And Jin's bullets were like, pellet guns that are just making little pew sounds on the wall, and that was it. So definitely a little bit unfortunate for DRX there, because I'm sure a lot of the DRX fans were watching and they were like, this is it. This is our moment. We're going to take the early game and win, and Pyoshik's actually carrying. And then mid-game, late-game comes and they kind of get demolished.
And the biggest hardship for DRX in this entire game was that Kali was the main hyper carry to kind of dive onto Caitlyn or Syndra, who was super bad throughout the game, but because of maybe they were not on the same page, well, Chovy was not able to find the perfect angle or any opening to assassinate those kind of carries on the side of Damwon Gaming.
Yeah, it's very true. I mean, Chovy had a couple of angles and a couple of moments where it looked okay, but even this fight was just the epitome, right? They got Ghost. It's like, oh, we got Ghost, we got Showmaker. Shouldn't we be able to win? It's like, they just do 0 damage. I mean, Canyon's full health. Yeah, you pull him and nothing happens. And Jin was just zoned out anyway, even though there were no damage dealers. I mean, Lux wasn't building damage, but they were still able to zone them away.
It was really weird to see that the tanks can also like outplay the carries on the side of DRX.
Yeah, it was true. I mean, they all, they had a ton of gold as well. The gold was relatively even, but the way that the champions of Damwon compared to DRX used that gold was much better. So that's what we were talking about when we were looking at the scaling and how they were able to play that so well. So I don't even know what to think if you're DRX now. It's like, well, we were expecting one thing. They definitely changed it up, and they subverted all of our expectations, right? The Canyon Jungle lost to Pioshik. We talked about how that should be one-sided. And then Ghost carried where he is not the carry. So they were able to win anyway in very easy fashion. So what does that mean for the rest of the series?
Yeah, it was definitely a meaningful game for Damwon Gaming because they have proven themselves that they have so many scenarios to win the game. And we can see that the Korean analysts are pointing out that the team that won game number 1 is most likely win the whole series.
Yeah, that's usually the way it goes in any kind of series. It's very difficult to come back for many different reasons, the momentum, the moral defeat that you took, but also you have to win one extra game if you want to come back. So definitely is going to be difficult for DRX. What are your thoughts? Do you think they can do it? What do you think they should mix up?
Well, I think DRX had the most optimistic opening or the beginning of the game because they were having the gold lead, which doesn't really happen up against Damwon Gaming, but they were not able to close out the game. So it's gonna be another kind of one-way series over to Damwon Gaming.
Absolutely. So thank you, Ji-sun, and thank you, guys. I'm going to send it back to Max and the caster desk. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Valdanalist. It's absolutely a pleasure to listen to the analyst desk. And I do want to shout out our friend Brendan Valdez, the Valdanalist, because one of those matches that was won after losing game 1 was a Zubu Frost in 2012.
Oh, yeah.
And I believe he casted that game.
So he's ancient.
He is.
All right.
He is. Very, very ancient.
Does he know Aphelios? High school?
I would say so. Yeah. That was 1800s-ish.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
1819.
I think so. I think so.
Yeah.
I think that's about around his time. As, yeah, a bit of a shout out there, but only another few victories. One of them, though, was KT in 2018, and that was Deft's team. So, you never know what as okay.
Some cheering from home, right?
Yeah.
So many fans.
And on Summoner's Rift as well, which is exciting.
Yeah. Korean technology.
Wow.
Pretty good.
We have truly been uploaded. We don't even need to worry about social
We're actually all
anymore.
in the cloud now.
Yep. That's I was actually talking to Valdez about this. We had a very deep conversation about uploading your consciousness, but maybe it's not something that we need to discuss right now, as we're looking forward to game number 2. Damwon will be most likely moving over to the red side, but I mean, DRX could opt for red again if they want to. We saw Top Esports do it in a series where blue side had won every game, and they still managed to win in a game 5. So you never know, but they are going to go over to blue, and this makes a lot of sense, especially for the Korean meta at the moment. Blue side's just been pretty good, and let's see what the bans are going to be this time around.
There
Probably
is
Pantheon.
Yeah, and it seems like there's no chance that Caitlyn is gonna play in this series anymore.
Yeah, unless, you know, Damwon leave it up and they have options into it, we will see. Just don't know whether the Jhin was the best option into it either. So a few things going against DRX.
They would be really toxic.
Yeah, well, they're going to ban it, so we don't even need to worry about it. Now, where are DRX's minds at? In game number 1, they banned Pantheon, Set, and Twisted Fate.
Yeah. I mean, because of Damwon Gaming bringing completely new draft, we cannot predict how they're going to build up the red side draft. So we just need to see how they react to their first pick. So what is their plan, DRX? Are they going to look for early game Pariah again on the blue side, or are they going to look for late game or mid-late game, more team fight around team comp like Damwon Gaming?
I think they need some form of late game insurance.
Yeah.
And they definitely did not have that in game number 1. So Lucian going to be banned away here. Just a pick that's too strong in the hands of Chovy, and of course Deft as well on the bottom side. So denying a couple of strings at the DRX bow.
Damwon. They're just taking away lane dominant champions pretty much away from DRX.
Yeah. And also remember, Damwon Gaming banned Ashe on the blue side. And Caitlyn and Lucian is out, so there is chance DRX just first pick the Ashe on the blue side as well.
Unless it just gets banned away.
Yeah.
Twisted Fate was already banned by DRX.
Yeah, and they're going to follow it up with the Ornn ban. Some more late game scaling to be taken off the board here. Of course, Ornn and Caitlyn are the best friends of this current meta, but still, DRX wanting to open up that Renekton pick to be a little easier for them. Damwon will take away Ashe once again. So definitely getting some attention. Theoretically, 3 bans from Damwon heading his way.
I wonder if they just Lilia B1 and try to go for that. No, Set.
Okay, so Set the Quadriflex.
Yeah.
Quintuple flex, theoretically. If you play Set with a Senna in the bottom lane, then technically he's the carry. If it's a fasting
they still
Senna,
do fasting Senna.
Yep, so technically quintuple flex.
And it can be really easy Renekton Nidalee pick up by Damwon Gaming, one of the comfort pick for themselves. And this is the draft that we expected from Damwon Gaming before the game.
This is what I was expecting out of DRX as well, to be honest.
Yeah.
After that Caitlyn was first locked in, I thought that we'd see these 2 champions, but Lilia was given a little bit of extra priority. And speaking of which, she is going to come out now. We've seen Lilia's actually do decently into the Nidalee in the earlier stages, just with how fast she farms. She can be freed from a lot of the power that Nidalee does show.
Yeah, maybe Pyoshik's mid-late game teamfight was not on point, but his early game was definitely just stomping.
Yeah.
But the question is are they gonna just blind pick Jace? It seems like they're just putting Set on the support and just looking for Jace mid lane or top lane flex.
I'm thinking it'll be Set mid. I feel like,
maybe, yeah.
Because Chovy loves it so much.
Potentially it can be everything.
Yeah.
Well, Set is still going to retain his flex potency mid, top, and support. I guess jungle as well, although Lilia top lane is not something that we see all that often. Damwon now, they might just take the 80 carry and then continue to pick off marksman here. Now, Syndra is a dual flex. Ghost can play her.
Yep, true.
Even though the Syndra nerfs did affect bot lane Syndra more so than they did affect mid lane Syndra.
And now at this point we can think about some AP picks on the bot lane like Ziggs and Heimerdinger.
Yep.
And also there is Senna, but Damwon Gaming is going to pick up first on the red side. So I think they are willing to pick up Senna, but at the same time they need to think about the mid lane matchup. So they're looking for setup for Syndra on the mid lane with Echo Ban.
Yep. Echo going to be taken away. They did this in the last game as well, just respecting Chovy and his ability to play the champion.
Yeah.
Him against B2D, he actually made B2D look like, you know, second fiddle mid laner. As the Echo that Chovy really did put on a masterclass on that champion, so just getting rid of some of his power. Braum going to be taken away here.
Interesting.
This is a very strange one.
Yeah. Because normally you don't look for a Braum ban.
Yeah, I don't...
This kind of meta.
No,
especially when Ornn's already banned.
Yeah.
I actually have no idea what the problem is.
Yeah, because like,
well, he's a Freljordian guy that carries.
Because if he comes in on R4 for Damwon, then you can just counterpick support, which is more impactful than anything that you're hoping to achieve with the marksman.
Yeah.
So I don't know what it is, because Damwon. Well, maybe they suppose that Damwon's gonna go R4 marksman and then R5 counterpick support, but what are you intending to draft where Braum is super problematic? Kind of blows me away. In Leona, too.
Probably they're looking for Nautilus combination, like Kai'Sa Nautilus or something. Maybe it's a possibility.
They could go Kai'Sa Set.
But there is no way you ban Leona or Braum to play AP bot lane, by the way.
Yeah, there's zero chance that that would end up happening. And there's the marksman on R4. And so Damwon, will have counterpick support. So now, if they go melee support, I am a little bit worried because Kalista has so many options. And what did I think? Okay.
Oh, the Jinx made me excited.
Kogue TK, the old combination.
Well, speaking of old combinations, the Ezreal going to be locked in. We'll see what Keria has for us.
Karma's up.
Yeah, Karma's
so they can look for lane dominance.
So why did they ban Braum? What? I don't...
Yeah, I mean, so that's why we were like, I just put some question marks on there. Okay.
So that's going to be Set support.
Yeah. And Volibear top side and Jace mid lane.
We've got three junglers in this game.
Yeah. I mean, we are not sure yet, but it feels like all the champions that DRX has right now is really bad into Syndra, it feels like.
Yeah.
So they countered themselves.
I feel like they're just endlessly walking headfirst into Damwon's champions.
Oh, here we go.
Alistar coming out for Beryl.
This is Beryl's Alistar. You guys remember back to 2019 Worlds. This is the champion.
It was basically his champ.
Yeah, really, really.
And also, I want to explain this matchup is that Zed support can never look for all-in on Kalista, because then Alista is going to stack up his stun and look for another all-in, just counter all-in on enemy AD carry or just Zed. So it can be really easy matchup for Alista. So I think Damwon Gaming just outdrafted.
I mean, I feel like this is another draft victory again for Damwon, and even though this is much more akin to the type of draft that I expected out of DRX, I never imagined them to win versus Damwon by trying to fight fire versus fire. Doesn't make any sense. It's like a Charmander going up against Charizard here, Atlas. That's what's happening.
They're technically not effective against each other, but one of them is just better than the other one.
I mean,
I don't know. I feel like they mind game themselves. I think you're exactly right. They like, I'm going to pick all of the junglers.
And also, this team composition is, again, really unstable.
Yeah.
And also no engage tool. Again, Pyoshik needs to do a lot of things. He needs to engage, he needs to counter jungle himself. I mean, this time around he have Jace mid lane who can just have some early prior, but in the late game, how can you play against Syndra mid lane? How can you
I guess
play
you're
against
supposed to
Alista?
you need to hit all of the shock blasts. I guess everyone needs to be on about 20% health.
Yeah.
And then you hope that the Alistar isn't going to be able to single-handedly control a team fight. Because an Alistar with a Kalista is so scary, let's get into game number 2. And here we are onto the Rift for game number 2. DRX now on the blue side. The draft looking pretty similar as far as when they want to get this game going. Deft on the Ezreal, though, is going to have a little bit more late game prowess.
Yeah.
As Ghost with the T1 skin, or SKT skin, I apologize. That is Bang's skin, 100%.
Yeah, so with DRX comp, they're looking for early game prior with this Jace pick and Volibear, right? But the problem is, Damwon Gaming also have some tools in the early game because of Syndra, because of Renekton Nidalee on the top side, and also potentially Kalista is gonna have some pressure against Ezreal. So I think again, Damwon Gaming with their draft, they're gonna have some easy game, and also their late game is way more stable compared to DRX. So I think DRX, they really need to do something, make really random situation a lot in this early game. Otherwise,
I mean, this is really weird. They're gonna start off. They're gonna donate a ward kill. And so they're gonna know that Nidalee is starting blue, but remember the onus is not on Canyon to make anything happen.
Whoa! They're gonna start up very, very early, get themselves a flash. That E-Bang was very scary. And Shomek is going to respect it. Pyoshik going to continue his destruction of the enemy jungle.
Yeah. I mean, Pyoshik today is actually outperforming, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Apart from in team fights.
Yeah. Raptor into level 2 gank on the mid lane, and another Raptor. Really intelligence ganking route.
He's just going to hit everything on his way past.
Here. And now he's just going to clear the Golem camp. And so Canyon right now knows that Pyoshik does not have the red buff, probably assumes that Pyoshik has gone into his red side, and now Pyoshik may be looking to try to do something here. Find it very strange. Nuggery's not getting tagged by Volibear's passive to heal with his Duran shield. He's actually staying out of range of it. So that one's a little bit surprising. Keria coming in to check if red is there.
Oh, Canyon lying in wait.
But there's a ward.
Yeah, he's, okay. Canyon knows. As Keria moves on over, the Ignite's already down, Facebreaker's going to miss, and Canyon's just toying with Keria.
I think he's just going to try to get the
Okay, there's a dive topside as well as Doran's trying to hold on to the turret aggro. but that was a bad move. Showmaker now finds himself in an odd position as First Blood goes over to Chovy.
Double?
He even crab raves as he picks up the double kill. And now Beryl's going to get dove on also. He has to flash to get to the blast cone, and maybe we're just going to see Chovy put DRX on his back.
I mean, honestly, the only canyon that we're seeing so far tonight in this series is the Mariana Trench, because that has been pretty much what's going on here for Damwon in both of these early game starts for their jungler, and it's so uncharacteristic. Chovy with double kill and double buffs. Now, in this mid lane,
yeah.
The only fortunate thing for Damwon is Syndra is one of the better champions at being able to space and stay away from her lane opponent if she is behind. But DRX, they're in a very comfortable position here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the mid lane matchup is destroyed by Chovy right now. So I think the game is more DRX's favor. But at the same time, again, it's not end of the world. Damwon Gaming, they're still controlling top side and the bot side. They can still use their lane prior to have better jungle routes.
Oof. Getting a bit dangerous up here towards the top side as well, as Nagari is getting in some decent trades, but you can see the farm's pretty good for Doran. As we're going to have a look at this replay, this is while everything was happening everywhere on the map.
Yeah, I mean, if Naguri died here, then maybe it can be end of the world, but again, great save.
It was really lucky that Pioshik didn't pick up that target for either, as Nagari decided he'd stun him up.
Just look at Showmaker doesn't know what he wants to do. He ends up stunning Chovy, but Chovy flashing out of the way of the knockup. Crab Rave comes in.
That's how you know it's a real victory.
Yeah.
Is the Crab Rave. Def down to about half health, not exactly having the greatest time, but farm is in his favor. Nidalee going to sneak her way up towards this top side.
This is how you can lose the game as Nidalee. If this doesn't work, Lilia just blitzes ahead of you, and then as Nidalee, you're not a champion that ever wants to be behind, and you have a very hard time coming back.
Well, there's the flash forward, and this is what this combo is designed to do. And they do manage to pick up that kill on the top side of the map.
I mean, it can be a gamble, but at the same time, there was Summoner's advantage from Naguri, so it was a really good play. Damwon Gaming again.
Well, Pioshik still probably going to be able to move into the enemy jungle and get some work done, as Beryl taking a lot of damage, only level 4, no unbreakable will or anything like that. As DRX able to trade much better here in this game on the bottom side of the map. 10 CS up here for Deft, and he's on his Ezreal. Maybe this is where he says, well, we're definitely not losing again against this guy. Ghost definitely very practiced on the Kalista, though. He's played it a lot, even historically. So him and Beryl are going to be very comfortable with their picks. Also, this mid lane is, very scary for Damwon.
And I really like how Chovy's itemizing. Goes for the Merc Tread first. It looks like he's going to pick up a Hex Drinker, and he's allowed to get away with...
Oh no, Deft has to flash. Doesn't want to get headbutted back into Ghost.
Sag.
Sometimes you just shouldn't get caught shopping.
Yep. Unlucky.
We'll just take a look.
Yeah. Top side. Before that, Naguri just forced out Doran's flash on the top side dive situation. So because of that, it was clean kill. Great usage of Summoner's advantage.
Yep, slightly different game though this time around. As you can see, it's the bottom lane for DRX that are actually doing much better, as Deft is eventually allowed to go home. But the CS differentials elsewhere are really not as high. They do still have a slight lead, and I think that's because Pioshik has been able to put the jungle on farm, be it his or his opponent's.
First on every single thing.
Yeah, he's just pretty good at this game, this good old Nagari.
Well, Nagari is going to be very important for them here in this game. Ooh, getting a really big trade against Volibear there. Does also have the XP advantage right now.
Yep, also had the Conqueror, so that gets his health back up as well, and he's going to get through some potions.
Yeah, and both supports are just walking towards the top side. The header is coming in really soon.
Yeah, it's going to be spawning in 8 seconds time. Pioshik in the area also. Doesn't have a lot of mana to his name. As this game, Showmaker managed to actually pick up a ball, which is definitely good news. Is Deft unable to Arcane Shift out of the way of the Pierce.
And how far behind in EXP is Deft right now? Because Ghost is already a bit into level 6, almost 1/3 the way through it. Def's still level 5.
Barrel's level 4, so that might explain.
Yeah, that could definitely.
Yeah. That happens when your support is not getting it.
No, when your support is Beryl.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, he doesn't like hanging out in his own lane. That's not where he belongs. This cow is currently looking for some action onto the Jace.
It's really hard to kill the Jace, though, through all that magic resistance. Even Alistar deals magic.
Yeah, true.
So, not a whole lot of value that they can really hope to achieve here. It looks like they want to just try to get Renekton ahead. And so, Nuguri...
No, this is all going to be denied.
Yeah. And it's again trade. DRX is trying to get Drake on the bot side, but the dive situation is not going to happen because I don't think they have enough damage without Jace. Maybe they can potentially try to form and dive on the bot side, but it is not possible right now. So Damwon Gaming again using the header advantage is pretty huge. And they do not care about the Drake that much, as you know.
Yeah, exactly, because this is one of their comps that they want to win at about 25 minutes. So Dragon's completely irrelevant.
I mean, this is how to use Renekton Nidalee on the top side.
Yeah. Thank you for the masterclass, Damwon.
Yeah.
That is, that's great. Because, like, if there's something that we know here at the LCK is that Renekton isn't exactly a late-game champion. We have learnt this, but Damwon make it look good because they don't play late game, no, in a lot of their games. They did in their last one because they decided to.
But this time around, their team comp is just fully built up for the mid early game.
Yeah.
Well, it feels like DRX here, they just can't catch a break. Last game it was bot lane, this game it's top lane.
Yeah.
And Chovy can't extend his lead, and this is because of the dynamic of Jace Syndra. He can't walk up to Syndra, he can't bully her, her range is too long.
Yeah.
And so Showmaker, he's able to stay relevant inside of the lane. Also, the teleport helps mitigate any pressure. It's impossible for Jace to set up a gank for Lilia. And so with top lane falling behind, now, the one confusing thing is Doran, he had a hot date. So he had to shove the wave back. And Nuguri, now they're just going to play ping pong in top lane. But taking the turret at 9.5 minutes can actually often prove to be disastrous if the opponent just starts freezing. And then you have to walk up inside of the lane to get stuff. DRX is handshaking it. That hurts.
Yeah, that hurt me.
Yeah. The problem of DRX right now is that Jace cannot use his pressure or prior correctly.
Well, he's going to try to, as Unleashed Power is actually going to start this one up, as Chovy's going to flash out of the way, trying to get some damage back, but...
Nuguri has flash.
Yeah, and he's actually just going to go straight underneath the turret, gets the teleport, and says, my work here is done. And he's going to move back over towards the top side, and he's going to have priority there as well, because now the volley bear is out of position.
Do you see how Damwon Gaming dribbles around DRX? They were just doing 2v3 on the bot side. At the same time, they released the pressure on the mid lane. So, again...
Fate's Call going to come down here as Deft in a whole host of trouble. Headbutted into the wall. Very, very dead as now Pyoshik trying to get some work done. Face breaker defensively from Carrier. And Haymakers to keep himself alive. Canyon falls asleep. His Ghost is going to take a bit of damage there from the turret, but that is just a pretty clean kill for Damwon. And now they're looking to try and get some turret damage as well. Carrier, not a lot he can do to help.
Yeah.
No, I mean, Damwon, they're snowballing so far ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
No flash!
He's going to be able to get the stun. Tanking up the turret now, but Chovy will survive.
Carrier is dead.
What?
Oh, dear. Pyoshik might also be dead.
Oh, man.
As there's a lot of stick.
Out
everywhere. That was some League of Legends. That's some things that can happen in this video game that just happened. Do you want to analyze those, boys?
No thanks. Not unless you want to duo cast.
That flash was so strange out of Canyon.
Yeah.
That was one of the weirdest things that I've seen. I liked it, but I'm very confused. As we're going to have a look at it again, hopefully we get it in very, very quick slow-mo. Very, very slow slow-mo.
This is why Alisa is good in this set.
Yep. He uses the unbreakable Carrier says, wait a minute, you're too heavy. And then Canyon getting in there, doing a lot of damage as well. Let's take a look at this. This must have been a... Oh, no.
No, it
just walks into it, yeah. Thought he sniped him, but now here, this would honestly turn it off, please. Production.
No.
This.
No.
But Beryl did the right thing, though.
Beryl tried.
Yeah,
he tried to salvage the situation.
What was that flash?
Okay.
Oh, okay. So Canyon probably had an issue.
Imagine.
Yeah.
If that was a bug and we chrono break it. And then Lily is actually just living in a nightmare. She's like, oh, no.
Well,
Deft. No, it's Deft.
Having a little bit of an issue, maybe. I'll have to see what it is that the problem is. He feels like there might be a little bit of lag.
Ooh.
That's not good.
This is an awkward situation. I've seen this happen at tournaments before where a pro player, it actually happened to me personally in StarCraft at an MLG once. I was adamant that the frame rate or something within the game wasn't right, but then the ref couldn't determine it by just looking at the numbers.
Right.
And it's very confusing. If you don't play the games at the absolute highest level, sometimes frame rate drop or bit rate just going down a little bit feels really bad.
Yeah. And especially when you're used to it functioning a certain way, it can put off your rhythm completely.
Yes,
And
your
especially
muscle memory.
In a game like StarCraft, it is 100% muscle memory.
Yeah.
So if that's off by anything, yeah, that can be dicey. By the way, are you gonna verse Tasteless?
I am supposed to do a StarCraft 1 show match.
Oh, that's gonna be fun.
Yes.
Crazy.
That is gonna be. I hope it's a series. Like you get to go up against Tasteless and Dan. You know.
Yeah, I don't know what it's gonna do. I have a month.
To practice. Are you gonna stream some of it? That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna stream it.
Nice.
I mean, he's stream monster, so
yeah,
that's true.
Stream everything.
I watched him eat his dinner the other night.
Yeah.
Actually. And you even had dinner cam. I don't know what
True.
that's about. That's a new one. It's just part of the
LEC and
entertainment
LCS
you can
later.
expect from your Twitch Prime. It's going to be able to get you the dinner stream, mukbang.
Yeah.
Right
And
there.
actually, this situation reminds me when I was player, and they're gonna just look for the record. They just record every single game, right?
Yeah.
They're gonna check if there was actually actual lagging or frame issue.
And this is always the scariest thing as a pro player, because sometimes I always get really scared that sometimes the people evaluating it don't get what it's like to actually just be able to feel that the game's lagging.
Yeah, right.
And even if the numbers on the screen are saying that it's not, sometimes there actually still can be an issue. Something is going wrong.
Yeah.
And you can feel it with your muscle memory. Your mouse cursor isn't exactly where you thought it would be, or you feel like your champion's not turning as quick as it should. And it's very, very subtle. And it can... I've seen this happen elsewhere in other game titles, not on an official tournament, not one as prestigious as this, but definitely has come up before.
Yeah, this is certainly
And
a
it's
thing.
scary as a pro player.
Yeah. And when you're playing remotely like this as well, I mean, there are bound to be certain things that crop up. You know, this is not an ideal situation. We'd want the players to be here in Lowell Park with us, but for safety reasons, with the fact that COVID-19 has had a bit of a resurgence here in Korea, it is definitely better to be safe than sorry. But unfortunately, these are some of the issues that you can run into, as it looks like the refs trying to get some work done here. And we're looking at what Carrier's setup is as well, just to make sure that we have some comparisons between the two.
And maybe we can summarize the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. We were getting word from production.
Yep. Yeah, we're going to have a look at some highlights. So to summarize the game, we have some video footage, courtesy of Woodid, because this was his idea.
Maybe Ellis and me is already feeling like the game is over. I mean, especially me, it feels like game is already over from here.
I was going to make a joke that Def paused because he wanted to know why his mid laner was 2-0, but the game was lost.
Yeah, maybe after the both side situation,
Yeah.
it definitely feels like the game completely, it's lagging.
Canyon chimes in. Yeah, there is lag. There is lag. After a chrono break.
Yeah. This cannot be happened. But anyways, this play was really crucial as well on the top side because of the summoner's advantage again. So Naguri is playing so much better than before. And also the bot lane. It's really impactful that Ghost and Beryl is stable on the bot side, because sometimes, I mean, especially when they play against Genji, they got stomped. They didn't know how to control themselves, so it was not looking like they have stable bot lane. So everyone was talking like Damwon Gaming still, the weak point is their bot lane because their top side is stable and their bot lane is still like they got stomped by Real Life, right? But it feels like they improved so much.
I feel like every bottom lane gets stomped by Ruler and Life these days.
Yeah.
They are very, very strong. I feel like BDD's slumping a little bit, but Ruler and Life are like in their best form that we've seen them in for like years and years.
Yeah.
This is like vintage 2017 hard carry Ruler on the bottom side of the map. This is real scary as far as bottom lanes are concerned, but Ghost played very, very well in game number 1, and here showing that his Callista is still up to it.
So,
but there were some opportunities for Def to... I think his Arcane Shift was on cooldown in that last replay, but he did still have his flash, so he could have potentially used that headbutt to taxi under the turret.
So right now we can think about DRX's win condition, because still Jace is 2-0. It's looking like okay for him, but rest of the teammates are having a really hard time, right? Volibear on the top side, he cannot push against Renekton, and both sides is just GG.
And also, I mean, the Volibear, he's so far behind, he's not really going to be relevant inside of this game.
No.
So, Ezreal having a really rough time. Set is behind. Okay, we've... Oh, these are all the subs and the coaching staff.
Yep, you can check out Nuclear and Flame hanging out over there. Of course, Hoyt still on the roster as well. Haven't really seen too much from him. I actually remember Hoyt being one of the better players on the team.
Yeah.
Him and Beryl actually used to be lane partners. Beryl used to be an AD carry.
When there was so many range champions, you know?
Yeah.
Especially when Yuumi was in. Hoyt was...
I mean, Hoyt's Rakan was also just amazing.
That's true.
Last year.
But anyways, it seems like the game 2 is already Damwon Gaming's favor, so... Yeah.
It looks like we're about to get back in there, though, as the refs seem to be tidying some things up. I'm actually really glad that we get to have these cameras inside each of the gaming houses. So it wasn't exactly the longest pause, but it wasn't the shortest either. I think we're pretty happy with the length of this one.
So I'm wondering how they're gonna approach this situation right now, DRX.
I think things are looking pretty doom and gloom for them right now. They're down almost 2,500 gold. They do have that one Mountain Dragon, and Jace, in particular, is getting some value out of it because he has those MR items. He's basically getting an extra rune almost, the MR rune.
Yeah,
probably in terms of extra resistance.
And Deft is really going to love it as well once that
Iceborne
comes in, as well as Doran with his Ninja Tabi, and he'll build some tanky items once that Trinity Force is completed. But the Trinity Force is a real feels bad when you're losing by this much.
As Alice mentioned, they still have Jace, but maybe you cannot remember that we are going to have another pass.
Yeah, I'm not
Are we going to...
Yeah, we are not a big fan of it, but anyways, the point is that Chovy lost Flash before because of Naguri's roam on the mid lane, right? So he cannot pressure like before that he had. So I think Damwon Gaming right now is just controlling fully.
Oh, now it's on Damwon's side.
Oh yeah.
Ghost was jealous. He's like, Def's allowed to pause the game for that long? Well, I'm just as cool as him.
I'm also lagging.
And I'm lagging as well.
Yeah?
I think I'm lagging, guys.
I think I'm lagging as well. I think we're all
lagging slightly over here.
I mean, I'm not lagging. It's okay.
Yep,
oh,
so apparently
see?
The movement is a bit weird.
Oh, I think that's the issue when you resume right after the pause, you know? Like, the game automatically sync the players and the champions, and normally it syncs really well, but sometimes it can happen, right?
Yeah, it can be a bit strange, so we're just going to probably turn it off and on again, which is my professional advice for any IT issue that you have. If anything involves a computer, just turn it off and on again, and you'll most likely fix the problem.
What about hitting once on the PC, like with your
palm of your hand or something like that? Just smack it a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do that while you're turning it off and on again. So you turn it off, give it a smack, and then turn it back on again.
Okay.
That's the ideal scenario. Definitely don't do it if you've got a very expensive computer and you don't want to break it, because hitting a computer is generally ill-advised, unless it's very old. Have you ever hit your computer, LS?
On accident.
Yeah?
Yeah. I've bumped into it with my knee.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Well, that might be why.
It turned off.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, do you know what happens to me?
What?
My cat
Forever.
loves sitting on top of my computer.
Okay.
Oh, yeah?
So whenever he climbs onto the tower, he turns my computer off.
Oh.
I think it's thankfully never happened during an LCK broadcast, but
Nice.
it could definitely happen
Then,
at any point.
then your cat is really nice cat to like.
Well, he just wants to get up there because it's warm, because the fan, you know?
Yeah.
I guess, yeah.
Ugh.
Or want you to make some like moves because
Yeah, probably like
It's
you've
really
been sitting there
unhealthy.
for too long,
Yeah.
so can you go out and actually walk around? And then I'm like, no, but Bibian, I can't do that because there is COVID-19 everywhere and I need to stay inside. And he's like, well, just walk around in circles, Max. Come on.
yeah. I mean, so home training is needed, by the way.
Absolutely. I need to actually get some stuff because we're starting to pack on the kilos.
Yeah.
But, you know, you do what you can, and hopefully the gyms will open again relatively soon. It's been a bit strange with, you know, everything shutting at 9 p.m. and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
This is Korea. Everything's supposed to shut at 9 a.m.
Yeah.
Not 9 p.m.
We want to prevent it.
They
That's
shut
all.
down at 9 a.m., open again at 10.
Yeah, right.
That's actually like
Do you know what
happens?
The most difficult time to get food is breakfast.
Oh.
Here in
Yeah, it is.
That's true.
Absolutely.
It really is.
Which I absolutely loved because,
Yep.
you know, I moved here with a sleep schedule that was, you know, wake up at midday.
A lot of
And then you're always fine.
a lot of places stop delivering during or after 4 a.m.
Yeah.
Makes me a little sad.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. You know, as anyone from anywhere else in the world, you'd expect that
Yeah.
delivery would be after 4 a.m.
But actually, we are fine here in Korea because there is convenience store.
True. True.
They're open forever.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so you're fine. Also, just some great stuff that you can get from convenience stores here in Korea.
Yeah.
It took me a long time to learn what the good stuff was because they're so different.
Yeah.
From anywhere else in the world. But once you figure it out, oh, it's the goods. As we're going to resume, and we're going to have to put up a poll, and we'll see who's going to win, who's going to have a little bit of lag next. That's going to be the competition. Hopefully LCK Global Twitter can sort something like that out for you. We'll have to see who is going to be affected next, or whether we're just going to have a clean run towards the conclusion of this game. So far, just to catch you guys back up, Darm1 are ahead. 3,000 gold. A lot of that is to do with this top side, which has been utterly obliterated by the Renekton. But Pioshik's still having a good time. I mean, Canyon's caught back up again, but there is a Runic Echoes, and that 2-item spike is still going to be there for the Lilia. As Doran, this is, you know, this is a policeman that's just found a bad guy, and he's calling for backup.
I mean, he should know it. Agree?
Well, Ulti's going to start it up, gets the stun there as well onto Noguri, who's going to try and fight this one back out. Does have a dice available. Bowling ball going to be avoided by it. He has no flash. He's waiting for that slice to come back off cooldown. I have a feeling he's not going to survive, but he lasts for way longer than he should have.
Yeah.
And as you can see, everything else is being taken from around this map. Showmaker going to deny a cannon creep as well as get a lot of damage onto this turret. And now Canyon moves towards the bottom side, doesn't find the spear. And still a lot of pressure.
So even though Nuguri ended up dying, there was a lot of CS and other things that are captured by Damwon during that time. So it's not exactly a 1-0. It has to all be basically factored into the equation. Also a lot of damage done to that mid-tier 1 turret. Whereas Syndra's, look at all of Damwon's turrets. They're all so healthy.
They're having no issues at all.
Yeah.
DRX haven't really been able to put on too much pressure in the lanes, which is, just to remind everyone, how they won most of their games in the regular season. It was because their lane kingdom style was too difficult for anyone to get past.
So yeah, I mean, the kill score is looking like similar, but the game pressure, the map pressure is real. Their bot lane, top lane, also even mid lane is having a free time in this game. So I think it's going to be Damwon Gaming controlling the game, and especially this second header is going to be free for them.
Yeah.
Yep, they should be able to grab it. And already here.
Really good control right now. Rod of Ages almost going to be completed for Nidalee. Looks like Triforce is going to be the build for Duran.
Yeah.
On the flip side, I like the GLP. 800 out for Showmaker here, as there was a heavy reliance on sticking on DRX's side.
Ooh, that was sneaky. Is Deft gonna flash?
This is really critical, by the way. Deft is making so many mistakes. This game.
Lots of blunders.
Unfortunately.
And now him not having that flash available, he has to be real careful.
Yeah.
Anytime he's around Ghost or Barrel now in the future, even Showmaker. And so, Dom1, I mean, with Ezreal not having flash for the next team fight and how far behind DRX is, we should assume that they're going to get the next Dragon as well. So that'll bring them 2 away from Soul Point.
And they're 2,000 gold away from DRX at the moment. Good old Dom1. Blade of the Ruin King complete here for Ghost. He's even got Ninja Tabi just to give himself some more of those tanky stats. And against, you know, Jace and even Volibear just a little bit. Not to mention the Ezreal. It's definitely a good idea to go towards it. That Rod of Ages you were talking about completed at around 16 minutes. Not too bad. Facebreaker and Pulverize come in here as Barrel's just toying with these DRX members.
I mean, Barrel is just trying to trade some health because he has Nidalee.
Yeah, right. Super Soaker goes out. Good stun there onto Yoshik, but it's not going to quite be enough. The set going to go down, and Fates calls one hell of an ability. Barrel just walks it out, and Noguri was zoning Doran this entire time. It's feeling like game 1 all over again, gentlemen.
Yeah, it's even better for Damwon Gaming side.
Yeah. This is looking a lot more destructive. The one thing, though, in this game is still Chovy. 3 kills on the Jace. Okay, well,
yeah,
unfortunate.
I mean, that is true. It's still Chovy, as you mentioned, but he's playing Jace, so...
Yeah, well...
It is actually Chovy versus Dom1.
Oh,
right
yeah.
now.
It
That's
feels
what
like
this
it.
game is.
Because I feel like... I mean, also, Pyoshik, he did such a great early game move, and also... Okay.
Okay, Canyon not going to find it. Bowling Ball also going to miss.
Yeah.
His Barrel is still here. Unbreakable Will still up, by the way. Didn't even use it. When he was diving under the turret, he was trusting Ghost.
I mean, again, many people expected Damwon Gaming to have mid-jungle pressure really hard, but this time around, DRX showed up such a great move, especially from the Pyoshik. But it feels like DRX's bot lane is getting outclassed even in lane.
Yeah.
On 2v2. Which is really critical.
Not something that you would expect.
No.
When
it
you
wasn't.
look
It was
at
the
player
opposite
names.
of what was happening earlier for DRX. You know, this is not what we expect from Deft and Carrier. They were so good in spring. They were so good at the start of summer.
Yeah.
Well, ooh. Wow. Carrier just blown up out of the air.
Yeah, on the
and
air.
this is why Set, sometimes he becomes regret when you end up locking him in.
Oh.
Instead, another pause.
I hope you guys got your votes in. Not entirely sure who this one was this time.
I'm gonna go with.
It's
Def.
Cheater.
What?
Wow.
Yeah.
That's unfair. You're not allowed to do that.
Take it up with Boris. Listen.
Well, Def's still having a bit of a struggle trying to make this one work. He hit that last 2-shot barrage, so
so
not looking too
yeah,
bad.
as you mentioned, they are restarting the PC.
Yeah, there we go. That's what we're supposed to do. Turn it off and on again.
Yeah.
It's the best advice. If you're getting into IT support, you don't need to go to school for it. All you need to do is know how to turn things off and on again, and then you've done 90% of the work that you need to do. Not too bad. So we are just going to jump straight back in. PC's already very close. Just going to have to log in. Things like that.
I mean, I was reviewing the DRX and Genji game, and most of people were just talking about, I mean, Genji bot lane was just so much better, so Deft and Keria being underperformed is okay. It's kind of excused because you play against Rilla in life. But the thing is, it's way too critical. Like, he lost Flash for free. I mean, Deft lost his Flash for free as Ezreal, like, already 2 times in this game. And randomly just losing his Flash is obviously not that great news, you know? And also, Keria. I mean, in the early game, it was okay to defend the jungle. But when it comes to 2v3 situation on the bot side, trading side, he just died by Nidalee getting one-shotted on the turret. And also Deft just dying because he has no flash. I mean, everything looks like their bot lane is unsynchronized.
Here, Deft is super uncharacteristic Deft. He got hit by everything, didn't flash.
I mean, I guess he had flash right there.
Yeah, he did. He had flash. I don't think he had Arcane Shift.
And
but,
this is the situation that I was mentioning about.
This would turn. Oh god. Oh jeez.
Yeah. I mean, this is the situation everyone expected.
I don't know what that flash was. That was the weirdest flash I've ever seen. That's fine.
I mean, again, DRX, they keep trying with Chovy because it's last hope. It's their last hope, right? But it's not working on that though.
Yeah. And what is a Jace going to be able to do when he's 1 versus 5? I'm not entirely sure as we're coming back. Getting back into the lobby, as you can see, is good old Deft.
So yeah, I mean, it's Chovy's Jace. Can he actually 1v9 this game? With this defensive item build?
I do not think that, that's going to happen.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a difficult difficult prospect.
Yeah, I think so. And also, because of the team comp.
Yeah, right.
Like, okay, so let's imagine the team fight, 5v5. Maybe a DRX have some poke potential. But when it comes to just engage from Damwon Gaming side with Kalista Alista, plus Renekton flank, plus Syndra CC chain on top of that.
Plus Nidalee keeping everyone alive and also landing poke herself. There is a lot that sort of works together in this composition. You're exactly right. I'm very scared about what Beryl's going to be able to do mid to late game because his Alistar is just so good. It was Life who played it last, right? They played the Kali Star bottom lane.
Oh yeah, and also it's DRX who played Kalista Alista perfectly against Africa Freaks.
Oh, true. Yeah. And of course, you know, Deft, a great Kalista player, always has been.
Yeah.
Well, actually, that's not true. He struggled to get used to Kalista when she first came out.
Yeah.
But after that, he was very, very good.
Yeah. But anyways, this game is just definitely him having so many issues about like his mechanical issues, but it can be because of the lag, but I'm not sure.
I feel like there might be a little bit of tilt as well coming into play here because it hasn't been the greatest start to this final so far. For Deft, he needs to make sure that he gets his mental back in order though, because it's so important to stay unflinching. Not talking about the rune, of course, as he's back in the game now.
Yeah.
We'll just have to see whether or not we're going to unpause. Fingers crossed that we're going to get back into this game. I assume you guys have all voted for Deft now on the poll. Hope so. Kind of like what LS did, where he found out that it was Deft that was the one pausing it and then put in his vote.
Well, I told you I'm lagging slightly. You know, I'm living up to it.
Okay.
This is what's going on.
You know what? I think it's likely sketchy. That's what I think.
All right. Likely scamming, actually. You know, the poll.
Literally scamming. All right. Looks like we haven't got to the bottom of the issue just yet. I'm glad that we get to sort of monitor the situation.
Yeah.
From over here. Is he looking up an instruction booklet now?
Yeah, I guess.
Not sure.
But the thing is...
Oh, I think... Well, actually, I'm not sure what he's doing. It looks like he
looks like he's Googling it.
Is he?
Okay.
Is it Google?
Yeah. Or I'd assume that they...
No, I think he's looking for maybe the fixing tool from Riot Games official.
Oh, okay.
Maybe it can be like that. Or he's looking for the IP to fix the internet issue. It can be both.
Could be that, yeah.
But anyways, guys, you need to remind that every player has to agree to... agree to be ready before the game, right? You get the rule book, rule note that everything is okay. Are you ready to play? Is FPS okay? Is your environment okay? Then everything is okay, then that means you get into the game, right? So I think it can be like both problems, you know? Like it can be game or it can be like player.
Yes.
Yeah. And they played an entire game and it was totally fine, right?
Yeah.
Game number 1 seemed to be everything okay, but unfortunately for Deft and his PC, things are not necessarily working out. Ghost copping it a little bit afterwards, because of course you can have some overflow effects like what it explained to us. So hopefully we can sort this one out. It's not like the network issues that we had in the semifinal. So thankfully, it's definitely better news than that. As we pause just before 20 minutes into the game, Damwon currently lead 1-0, but it's pretty even when it comes to kills in the current game. However, gold is well and truly in Damwon's favor. They have so much more pressure all around the map, and it's looking like they're going to be heading up 2-0 in this series.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like Damwon, I mean, they're blazing ahead of DRX, and even if you remember the Gen G series, DRX got blown out of the water in 2 of the games, and then in game number 5, they looked like, if you run the last 1 minute of that game 100 times over, it's single digits the amount of times that DRX probably wins that against Gen G. So DRX definitely have some very shaky roller coaster type stuff going on within their gameplay, and it's very worrisome. And in this game, Chovy, he has all the kills, he has all the gold right now, but he's on a champion that is not well positioned in this meta. But then in addition to that, not well positioned in this team comp.
Yeah, and also not exactly your hyper-scaling champion that's going to be able to carry you throughout the late game or anything like that. There are some champions that can sort of get everything done themselves. They're not Jace.
Yeah.
It's just not without at least a little bit of help.
Yeah, and also because of the item build, he need more time.
Yeah.
Even though he got triple kills, right? Like he built Hex Drinker first and Hermes Mercs first as well. So like he need more time than this. And then maybe he has a chance to
maybe game 3. Maybe that's where.
Why didn't I think of that?
Yeah.
Maybe Worlds. You know, honestly, at this point.
Oh, man.
Well, I mean, DRX have qualified, so they don't necessarily need to win here, but they do want to try and silence the doubters and show that they actually deserve to be there. Because I think everyone was shocked when they did manage to take that victory over Gen G with some extenuating circumstances, things like that. So you need to come into this final and they just show that you're the real deal. And so far, we haven't necessarily seen that just yet. We've seen, you know, some better performances, especially out of Doran and Pioshik, but elsewhere, there really hasn't necessarily been what we wanted to see out of DRX, especially the bottom lane. It's actually really sad, right? Like,
yeah.
We want Carrier and Deft to be this godlike duo that we saw throughout the first round robin.
I mean, when I was thinking about this matchup, Damwon Gaming versus DRX, the way how DRX can have chance to win against Damwon Gaming is through their bot lane. Even though they got stoned by Ruler and Life, it's just because of Ruler and Life they couldn't win against that, right? And normally when you think about their win condition, the way how they build up the win condition is just through the bot lane. Carrier just being able to move towards the mid lane and help Pioshik out to jungling, and also Deft just being stable to have really great mid and late game. That helped DRX so much. But this time around, they have so shaky early game. And it's not from their teammate, it's just from themselves. On 2v2, they got stoned.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know really what DRX can plan or hope to do in maybe, well, I mean, game number 2 is not over yet, but in game number 3, what kind of changes are they going to make so that they're not in a similar position in game 2 that they're in right now? Because even if they manage to reel it back here, it doesn't change the fact that there's obviously an elephant in the room that is the team comp and just the way that things are going.
Yeah, a bit of the draft, maybe.
Yeah, you know, I mean...
It's a big old...
You said it, not me.
I mean, someone has to. Someone has to. And yeah, it hasn't really worked out. Bottom side of the map, definitely. I mean, I think we've had 2 bot lanes from DRX that have been into pretty dicey matchups.
Yeah.
Which is not what you want to see, right? Like, DRX have come back from deficits in draft a lot, but with the performance that Carrier and Deft have been putting out at the moment, it's not really looking like that. As some more browsers that we're going through here. Not sure what our referee's looking for, but Deft is at least having a bit of time to stand, and with some of his back issues might help him out here.
Yeah. I think...
Are we turning it off and on again?
No, I think they're just checking...
They changed the background, okay?
The files.
That's good, actually.
No, I mean, they're just
double
checking.
Yeah,
if there was actual lag or frame issues.
It's the lag test.
Yeah.
Deft is not amused.
So it's VAR in esports.
Whoa.
VAR.
Perfect.
I like it. Well, looks like we're getting somewhere.
From the draft
What?
as well. No.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait.
They're going into his recording.
Yeah.
And seeing what happened.
It's VAR in esports, guys. Don't worry. Everything is gonna be okay.
Are they asking him to show where the problem was?
Maybe.
I mean, if it was like a league in LoL Park, then they don't need to check players' PC, you know?
Yeah.
They can just check it remotely, but this time around, they cannot like connect to players' PC.
Yeah.
So maybe that's the reason why they're just checking directly if there was actual lag or something. I mean, it's not official. It's just
These are the really awkward. This is what I was alluding to earlier when I said the conversation is that sometimes it's so subtle and so quick, it's really hard to detect from the tech side.
Yeah, unless you're actually playing it, right?
Right, and if you're not someone that plays at that level and can detect these subtle differences, it's really hard. I remember I brought up my own example at MLG, and it was ruled against me that the computer was not having issues, and I'm like, no, I can feel it, you know.
I mean, I was watching your stream the other night, and you were saying that
the same thing happened.
30 ping was unplayable.
Well, it is.
No, it's absolutely not.
No, back me up here.
Well, ping is really important.
Thank you.
I mean, I played for 4 years on 260 ping.
Because you did that, you feel like it is okay.
Oh, no, I'd cancel every auto attack. It was so bad when I first moved onto the Oceanic servers after playing on an A for so long. I canceled actually every auto attack.
I mean, maybe the ping is when you compare to monitor, when you get used to 144 Hz, then you cannot go back to 60.
There's a big difference that I know that there's been quite a few pro players that have been vocal about going even from 8 to 20. They can feel it.
Yeah,
Baker
obviously.
Yeah,
obviously
you can
feel it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But unplayable?
All right.
Bro, we are professional players, bro. So we need to take care about it. And especially when you compete against most skilled players.
The fact that I'm having this argument with two people living in Korea, I was never going to win. I just needed to shout out to you gentlemen in Europe and in North America, because I imagine that it's pretty difficult to get on anything under 20 ping. We're gonna play a VCR though. I think production is sick of listening to us talk, so I think Deft is looking like he's almost back in. But you can roll that tape whenever you would like, production. And then hopefully we'll have a game for you immediately afterwards.
Yeah. By the way, Max, you cannot win against us because we are 3-0 brothers.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, that's true. That's
right, bro.
And if Damwon win this game and the next one, then you are going to be correct. However, when DRX reverse sweep, do you know what's going to happen? Jonas Strong is going to descend from the roof. He's up there at the moment observing, and he's going to descend like an angel at the end of this series.
Okay.
Saying, I told you so. That's what's going to happen after the reverse sweep.
It's not happening.
It's not,
Well, we don't know. Hasn't happened yet. Let's watch the VCR, ladies and gentlemen.
마치 한편의 소년 만화 같은 DRX의 성장기. 2020 시즌을 앞두고 도란, 표식, 캐리아, 신인 3인방 투입. 걱정하던 그 DRX가 맞냐? 물음표를 느낌표로 바꿔버린 데프트와 아이들. 7시간의 사투, 1박 2일 경기 끝에 꿈에 그리던 결승 진출과 동시에 롤드컵 직행을 이뤄내다 우승컵 들어올릴 준비 완료. DRX의 폭풍 성장 비결은 무엇일까? 그 비밀을 낱낱이 파헤쳐보자. DRX의 공동연합 비밀. 3위로 끝나버린 DRX의 봄, 그리고 MSC의 쓰라린 패배. 그 이후 아쉬움을 경험치 삼아 레벨업해서 돌아왔다.
상상 속의 트런들이 계속 대응해주고 있어.
상상 속의 트런들, 수련법이 통한 것일까? 용풍당당, 패배를 모르는 DRX. 서머 개막과 동시에 6연승 질주. 표식이만 광대냐? 나도 신나는 이 마음을 온몸으로 표현해보자. 강력한 시드백 덕분일까? 준비됐어 도? 물론이지 표! 도표 듀오의 눈부신 성장과 함께 누구도 막을 수 없는 초비! 역대급 천재 괴물 캐리아를 이끄는 맏형 데프트의 놀라운 활약. 막강한 경기력을 뽐내며 8승 1패 1라운드 1위를 차지하게 된다. 아니? 이런 DRX에게 유일한 패배를 안긴 스산스. 당신은 대체. 그리고 시작된 2라운드 모호 샤우팅 유발작. 활약에 힘입어 강력한 우승 후보로 급부상하게 되는데 사실상 1위 결정전 가장 중요한 담원과의 일전에서 심에게 실험실 온 초비의 카밀, 데프트 캐리아의 딩거 세나가 야심차게 등장했지만 초비상 1, 2경기 모두 30분이 되기도 전에 지지 0대2 완패를 당하고 만다.
그만해야 될 것 같습니다.
위기를 기회로 만들기 위한 심액 감독의 비책 등산 솔랭 미션. 밤낮 가리지 않고 솔랭 미션을 수행한 결과 그리고 2라운드 막바지 이겼는데 졌다. 설혜원 상대로 진땀승 거두고 T1 상대로 패배. 정규 시즌 2위답지 않은 모습으로 마무리하게 되고 그래도 릴리아의 아버지는 틀리지 않았다. 계속해서 전승 이어가는 표루 그 자체. 결승을 향한 최종 관문에서 맞닥뜨린 젠지 승패패. 상황에서 터진 천재지변. 경기 도중 패치가 껑충 뛰는 사상 초유의 사태까지 발생하고 마는데 무관전 5경기 12시에 초비 두둥 등장. 역대급 미드 캐리 선보이며 승패승 1, 4, 5경기 POG 싹쓸이하며 약속을 지킨 사나이
이번에 롤드컵 좀 같이 가죠.
대황비. 그렇다. 그들의 등산은 결승을 향한 등반이었던 것이다. 롤드컵 직행도 확정지었고 이제 남은 건 우승뿐이다. 과연 DRX가 최정상에 우뚝 올라설 수 있을지 기대해보자.
Welcome back. I hope you guys enjoyed the road that DRX took to get here, and I think some of the parts that stood out was them being a little bit shaky in their matches heading in towards the playoffs, and then in the playoffs themselves. Having negative stats coming out of a victory in a playoffs match, that shows that you stole a win. And so we're going to have to see some more of those, some of that thievery.
Oh, it was a robbery.
It was
that was
100%.
Yeah.
But that's how DRX play. So maybe we'll see them with the back-to-back-to-back robberies in games 3, 4.
Oh,
you know,
also,
go.
Yeah, they're experienced about this pause situation, right?
Oh, true. They were forged in this pause. Oh.
Here we go.
We need some X-Files music.
Yeah, we really do.
Yeah. They cut the scene because they know.
Yeah, no, they cut the scene so that they could get us our tinfoil hats. We need our tinfoil hats for this. Wait, you've got some on your walls. Could you bring them in next time?
Oh, okay, Alice. We're going there, huh?
Yeah, of course. Of course, I miss it.
I don't let many people into the Death Realm. You know.
I really appreciate you letting me in. I hope Mordekaiser was okay.
Well, you brought QSSs.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was to get out. We had to use them at the end. I mean, I had the QSS, but I stuck around.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Oh, we've got Damwon maybe thinking about getting ready. No, we're not quite there yet, are we? Not quite there yet. As it looks like they're not fiddling with the computer just yet. I think we're trying to work out what we're going to do about this situation, but it looks like we're moving towards getting back into the game, guys.
True.
I'm going to give it 48 seconds.
Okay.
Okay.
And then we'll be back into the game.
I'm going to go with 47.
Whoa. Well, Price is Right rules are going to just completely screw me on that one, aren't they?
I'm going with 30 seconds then.
No. Go with 49.
49?
Yeah. No, 49's stupid. You need to go 46.
No. If he goes 49, there's no way you're winning.
Hey, you know, unless exactly 47.
No. I'll pull out a stopwatch. I'll see like which decimal.
I think we were supposed to pull out the stopwatch.
Oh, there it is.
Oh,
I think I won.
Oh my god, maybe.
Yeah.
We
got him in the end.
I might have won. Because 47 seconds, it's feeling a bit like it.
Game is online, guys.
We're going to need the collective to give us a confirmed count as to when we went back in.
One more. Pause. One. Give it to us.
Well, I mean, it'll be paused within the next couple of seconds if it is going to pause, because Dave is going to figure out whether or not it's still feeling a bit weird.
So, Korea has been learning how to beat Boris a little bit in the last few weeks, but I'm really curious, actually, if Deft will get Leandries in this game.
Oh.
I don't know if that's made its way to Korea yet. They are very slow to pick up on things.
Yeah, I agree. Especially on items.
Yeah.
I think it's even
They get
harder.
stuck in their ways. There's definitely a lot of getting stuck in your ways. And that's what happens when you play on a very different solo queue as well, because you don't have that guy come up to you and beat you with that item, you know? And so you get shaped by what's been beating you, not necessarily what's theoretically good elsewhere in the world.
Ooh.
As Chovy going to exit the area, a scary cow is worth running away from.
So the thing is, for Damwon Gaming, everything is slowly setting up for them to snowball because Nashor is up.
There's a headbutt pulverizes immediately. Ghost
Oh,
pulls back
holy
the cow,
whip!
but they miss it. Oh no, now Ghost is going to get booped around. The Ren did a fair bit of work, but the Lily is going to shut them down. The cow also going to be... No! Turned into Mincemeat Showmaker. Takes down the Ezreal, and Nogari's flashing on top of everyone. Good night, Lilia. As Doran's going to flash the hell away. That was, of course, out of fear, because this is Godzilla entering the rift.
Well, Nuggery managed to salvage that, but what a close call, though. Just barely whiffing on Chovy. Damwon, they're going to get this Baron. I think there's no way DRX are going to be able to stop this. You can see Chovy, he's preoccupied. He's trying to get the minions in mid lane. He's not even going to try to get here. It doesn't even matter. The smite on Canyon would be more than enough to confirm this. Shock Blast by Chovy is going to be the last attempt.
My God.
Oh,
the
no.
damage. Oh, the True Shot Barrage, not enough. Smite comes down. That's going to be it confirmed. DRX are going to lead with their tails between their legs. And Ghost already back here in the area, but wasn't even required. Find it interesting because, of course, Callista, generally what you use to confirm a Baron.
Yeah.
But this time was the Sacrificial Lamb to get the Baron themselves.
Yeah. I mean, the start of the fight was not that great. Chovy with the face rush, he moved out completely well.
Yep.
But after that, somehow Burial managed to just tumble depth around the Naguri, so that made the team fight completely different.
Yeah. The cow fed the dinosaur is what ended up happening there.
Yeah.
And
I've watched Jurassic Park. That's exactly what happened.
Oh, yeah.
And now, I mean, the advantage that is present inside of this game for Damwon is out of control.
Yeah.
They are so far ahead in this game. This Baron, it doesn't quite persist into the next Ocean Dragon, but the control that they're going to establish is going to be there. Chovy continuing to go down the utility route. Picks up Edge of Night. And so it's not the hardest hitting lethality item. It does grant him some protection against Damwon. They don't have the easiest time in the world at proccing it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the pressure when it comes to team comp, right? We were talking about how this is so hard to pull off on this competition because of the champion combination. That's the reason why Chovy is building up more of utility items. And this time around, oh! And look at the Showmaker item. He's fine right now.
Yeah. Showmaker with Void Staff second, you love to see it.
Especially out of the items that are being built by especially Chovy and Pyoshik.
Yeah.
Genius.
And better poke as well. Canyon is out poking Jace and Ezreal.
Over goes Beryl. He's looking for more. The Fate's Call is going to come in as the Showstopper went down as well. Nogari helps take down the turret as the Nidalee going to secure the set. Now Chovy going to boot back that Nid. And Damwon are on the run. It is currently 2-for-1 in favor of DRX. They did lose their turret, but they did win the fight in the end.
So the turret ends up going down, but a 2-for-2 is, or a 1-for-2 is definitely something that they're willing to take. Right now, they're still down 6,000 gold. They're probably going to lose the Ocean Dragon. Honestly, this is Damwon just being a little bit too reckless. Beryl goes in, he has the Callista ultimate to back him up. He gets pulled out, and then watch as they reinitiate. He had no HP. So he just dies to anyone right-clicking him. Chovy flashes, knocks the Cougar.
The live?
In the meantime, Chovy taking a lot of damage from Ghost, actually. That was just one shot, but Ghost is doing a lot of work at the moment. Does have that extra BF sword on top of those 2 core items.
Yeah.
6,000 gold is the lead, approximately, for Damwon. So despite that little team fight setback, things are still going in their favor.
It feels like they were testing their limits on the top side, obviously, with Alista flashing and failing combo, right? So this time around, it's going to be more stable from Damwon's side because they don't need to be hurry. on this side.
Well, they're going to look for an Ocean Drake. That's going to be spawning in 15 seconds time.
And we'll see what... Oh, Carrier's going to take a lot of damage.
Tons of damage.
But he did still have his Haymaker available, so he probably wasn't going to die. But it should confirm this Drake.
Beryl has Hex Flash, by the way.
Oh,
such a great position.
You can see it, but it is going to be the Rendell going down. Now the team fight. Beryl looking for a pulverized target. Carrier is going to go down first. Koshik now in trouble.
There's nothing Chovy can do.
Yeah, we're going to punch the ground a little bit, but that's just because Doran's angry and Deft is standing in the back of this pit, just hoping that it is all over. Chovy gets one.
He's trying.
I mean, his KDA looks great this game, but
I mean,
other
he's
than
really
that, it's
trying.
all awful.
Well, Godby is, well, not the player, but...
Wayless?
Yeah. Oh, no.
No, not like this.
Shut
not
down.
like this.
But anyways, the way how Beryl prepares the fight was just so beautiful on the bottom side. I mean, there was no chance DRX winning the team fight, by the way.
Yeah.
That's what happens when Beryl gets his eye in.
Yeah.
You know, he had that flub last team fight, and now the Hex Flash power.
Yeah. Just goes in, onto Carrier, knocks him up. Chovy in the worst angle possible. Pyoshik.
Oh, man.
Alistar seems to have an affinity for Lilia.
Yep.
The way how he pushes out Chovy, and after that, just goes in Pyoshik looking like. That's why, the reason why Beryl is LCK All-Pro #1.
I like that Chovy wanted to try and one-shot the Callista. That was his thought process. Didn't go for the blast cone or anything like that. Went down swinging. Now 5-1-2. The Jace is very big, but everybody else not so much. And the gold lead is only extending. Damwon with Soul Point now in 3 minutes time. It's been really strange because this game, the gold lead is much higher, but it actually feels closer than game one.
Yep.
I don't understand how that is, but it is.
I think that's Chovy effect.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. But anyways, again, it's gonna be Ocean Drake Soul if they are gonna get next Drake as well.
Yeah.
It feels like free Nasher for Damwon game, or DRX is gonna try to contest this.
This has been 2 Ocean Souls, by the way, for Damwon.
Yeah.
It's an ocean of holy water.
Okay. They're all inning.
Well, they're right into the pit as Carrier's getting a fair bit of work done. We'll see who's going to be able to actually take down the Baron. This Carrier eventually falls, but Pyoshik steals the Baron away.
But at what cost?
Yeah, well, maybe the game, LS, is Deft. He tries to QSS, but he's not going to be able to get that one done. And Ghost, although he's slowed, he's still going to be able to grab that kill. Chovy on the run once again. And can he do it? Can he do it, gentlemen?
Chovy against the wall.
1 versus 3. The spear is going to connect. The Edge of Night came back off cooldown, but he's still going to die. That's the ace. And Damwon may just be able to win the game from here.
Yeah, they have the teleport on Nuguri. Looks like he's actually just gonna TP first. He's not even actually going to recall and get any more items.
I don't think they're looking for Ant right
No, I think they're just trying to open up the base, get double inhibitor.
Yeah. And waiting for next Drake as well.
And if DRX move a little bit too far forward and they are able to get a pick, then it is the end of the game, right? But
yeah.
You've got Canyon, he's moving towards that dragon. 1 inhibitor, the top lane is going to stay alive for the minute. And now Damwon are getting themselves in position. Try and kill anyone who ever pulverized. Goodbye, Carrier. Dev tries to get some damage across, but he just doesn't really do much of that at the moment. Now Ghost has found Pyoshik. Doran's there as well, so...
Oh, Showmaker?
Okay. Can he actually one-shot Pyoshik is the question. As, yeah.
Oh, out! You know, leave him alone, man.
This is so... I don't really have words to describe how one-sided this is, gentlemen, as Doran, he's getting chunked.
Yeah, while Nuguri is just casually farming on the bot side.
Yeah, he'll take down that turret as well. And this game, we said it was over earlier, but it is definitely over now.
I mean...
And, well, there is the setup for everything. Keria, he does get a lot of damage off with the Haymaker. And you can see on the left-hand side, Showmaker going one-on-one with Chovy. Pyosik with a really nice capture on the Baron, but no one could disengage. Showmaker still alive there.
By the way, maybe you missed that, but Pyosik tried to chain CC when Keria flashed in, but he flashed in on Nasher, so he got pushed out.
Yep.
So he couldn't land the Q on the 4 targets. So I think they could actually change the game. But
that's the second time that Aulilia Ultimate not working out correctly.
But this time around, it's
ruined
unlucky. I guess.
Yeah, I guess. The other one was just a misplay. This one was unlucky. Well, maybe Baron's actually on Damwon's side.
First turret that DRX has got.
And
it's
guess
from
who
Chovy.
took it?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Of course it's Chovy. It always is.
Yeah. He's still getting player of the game. Okay, Damwon moving towards the last remaining inhibitor turret. He'll be able to take that one down very, very easily. DRX, maybe they have one last team fight in them as Chovy comes back. Finds a shock blast onto Showmaker, but it's really not doing the damage that they really want. Facebreaker onto Beryl, but Beryl likes that one. As my
man!
God, tossed around like a ragdoll. As now Pyosik's in trouble. Brent has to slow down the spear. It's going to connect, and Canyon getting right underneath this turret. Beryl's going to taxi Doran into his fountain.
Ocean
Drake still going to win this game. Exactly right. Ocean Soul has been confirmed, and Damwon, they don't lose health bars. DRX, though, they may lose a couple more before we end this game. But no, game 2 is over. Damwon moved to match point here in this final. And for 2020, it's looking like, once again, 3-0s.
It is really looking like Damwon are about to put lights out on DRX. They're so dominating here in this finals. It looks like even though DRX is getting what they would hope to happen, which is Chovy getting super big, super advantages, nothing is working out for them. The bot lane is just getting gapped. The top lane in game number 2 just fell really far behind, and we expect that.
Yeah.
And
also, yeah, you can say.
Yeah, I mean, the draft is,
yeah.
I mean, it's a thing.
I think we just need to see more power given to the bottom lane of DRX. I just don't think we're getting enough of it. As checking out Damwon, and it looks like they don't really need to discuss too much. Beryl is very happy at the moment. He got to play his cow. He loves his cow. And you can see Showmaker very demure off to the side. He hasn't really been... he hasn't needed to do very much this game. I mean, this series.
Yeah.
This game was all about Canyon and Noguri just sticking together, taking down a very early turret and snowballing from there. And in game number 1, it was played around Showmaker mostly, as Ghost was the main carry. So maybe in game number 3, we'll see some Showmaker carry action.
Yeah. And also the thing is, BO5 is all about mental, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like DRX right now is having a mental issue for sure. Maybe because of the lag, maybe because of the pause issue. But the fact is that they're both was like getting stomped, right? On the lane. So I'm not sure how they're gonna like get back into the mood, the mood that they can focus on. But right now it feels like it's really hard right now.
Yeah, it's a very difficult one. But we're on the edge of history, guys. It's going to be the first time that one of our Challengers career teams picks up an LCK title. It's been a long time since we've had someone outside of one of these huge names and these huge organizations actually win here. So Damwon, if they're able to win the next game, they could be creating history here right before we move into franchising, which is some exciting stuff. Disappointing for DRX, but they still have a chance to turn it around. We'll see you for game number 3 right after the break.
never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了
Kaboom! They lit the fuse.
你看到了吗
They're gonna win. This is it.
Disappear, I'm your eraser. Aim the cut just like a razor. Murder business, world my blazer. I got all the boys on me. I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads. I got all the eyes on me. Pretty face, cut up to the rock. 유행 선두자. 원하지만 못하잖아. 애가 타잖아. You like roll, 할리우드 gold. 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like the ball. 멈추지 않아. 만날래, 그게 like a bag. 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게. 고 high 100% 덤비지 못해 죽여주잖아 나는 boss 간지 with the sauce 원하면 줄게 I'm doing damage when just how I planned it I do what I want when I say 모든 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아 To live on the edge of insane Coming at you loud real real wild Here to light it up set the world on fire Gonna break rules and hearts and tools That's what the baddies do. I never going back. Nah, nah, that. Diamonds on drip, cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break rules and hearts and tools, cause that's what the baddies do. It's crazy. Sorry for the bad news, sorry I'm so bad. Only took a minute for me to get what you had. Sorry for the bad news, no it makes you sad. There for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags. Way that I look should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round of applause. You know that I love the sound of applause. You know I mean everything that I say. When you see me coming, get out of the way. Back in the sleigh, back and I'm better and ready to stay. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. It's crazy. Sorry, not sorry for being the best. 언제든지 내가 좀 mad. Look at the gold, all on my chest. Look at the gold, call it a flex.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at the English Analyst Desk. It's me and Ji-sun back again. And once again, in back-to-back wins, Damwon did take the victory over DRX. And this time it was a little bit more of the standard Damwon fashion. So what did you think about that game?
Well, I mean, this was really a good chance for Damwon Gaming because LS mentioned in the LCK podcast, well, he said that it's really hard to evaluate their macro because they're always in a lead.
Yeah.
But this time around, for 2 games in a row, they were playing behind in the early game, but they always managed to come back. So maybe this is a really good signal for Damwon Gaming in their future run as well.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. Just the way they're able to stabilize with essentially pretty much any picks, any draft, any game situation. There's not many chances we get to see Damwon behind, and I don't know if we are going to get to see it happen this time around. Obviously, the game started with, you know, Chovy getting a double kill and double buffs, and he's your star player, he's your main carry, and he's on a champion like Jace that loves to get ahead and accelerate into the mid-game and start blasting people and one-shotting them, but he wasn't even able to do that. Damwon was able to neutralize him pretty well.
So yeah, at the same time, it's really worrisome for DRX because they were having the best start for 2 games in a row, and Chovy, the star player, the main carry of the team, was able to pick up double kill and double buff in this fight, but they were not able to kind of convert that into a huge snowball.
Yeah, and you can see here, it's interesting from Damwon that they get this aggressive. I know that Canyon, he's really trying to, you know, get in their face. He's using the Italy, but the fight in the river didn't go well. Jace got a lot of damage onto the Syndra, and also Nidalee went a little bit too deep. So as you mentioned, it was double buffs in the end going to Chovy. And you're sitting here and you're, again, a DRX fan, and you're thinking, okay, this is the moment. This is our guy. He's got the lead. Let's do it. And then slowly but surely, the game fell apart once again.
Maybe Canyon was going for that counter jungling because at the end of game number 1, in the mic check, he mentioned that maybe I should have gone for counter jungling to their blue buff. So
True.
maybe he was adapting his pathing according to the pick from DRX, the Lilia. Well, that didn't really go well, but anyways, Damwon Gaming always managed to find a way to come back.
Yeah, that they do, and we're going to take another look at another replay a little bit later on in the game. It was interesting to see that even from behind, Damwon didn't seem to take their foot off the gas pedal, right? They were invading once again. I think that Beryl had another superstar performance on his Alistar. You can see, it's the 2 of them going in here, and you're thinking, well, what are you doing, Damwon? I mean, you've got a little bit of a lead, but this is a little bit too much. And then Beryl is able to turn it around with the help of his allies that came in.
Well, I mean, the beginning of this fight definitely looked a little bit off for Damwon Gaming. They were not able to get the targets they were kind of finding, but still Damwon Gaming had this agency. They opened this fight, and then, well, even though the fight didn't go well in the beginning, the rest of the teammates were coming for a backup, and they were able to turn the tide around.
Yeah, absolutely, and we got to see once again Renekton and Nidalee show their faces again, even though Nidalee had kind of a slow start. I think that Nuguri had a great game on the Renekton as well. It was kind of the 1-2 punch with all of their CC together to make some really flashy team fights. I heard LS screaming many times during that one, and for a good reason, right? A lot of those fights were just really, really cool. What Damwon was able to pull off.
Yeah, I mean the gank from Nidalee when she was behind was really critical because everyone has been saying that it's really important to maneuver those kind of play with Renekton and aggressive jungle, so they were able to really put that in the real game.
Yeah, absolutely. So you guys saw the stats. There's only been 2 reverse sweeps in the LCK. But guys, we are done here. I'm going to hand it back to Atlas and the boys on the desk. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Valdanalist. Absolutely fantastic to hear the analyst desk in English. Absolutely brilliant. Love it. And let's see whether that reverse sweep is going to happen. Of course, you know, Azubu Frost did it back in 2012. That happened. I remember watching that, and I was a huge fan of Europe at the time, and so that was actually heartbreaking. However, a great series. Could potentially happen again, but if DRX keep playing the way that they're playing, it's probably not.
I mean, This is the day that Pyoshik is performing 300% of his performance, by the way.
Absolutely.
Pyoshik's playing so well in the early stages of the game. He's fumbled some of his engages later. The Baron one, very unlucky, as Wadded did point out. And Damwon, one more game is all that they need to clinch first seed. LCK headed into Worlds as the most dominant LCK team.
Yeah. And also one of the most dominant that we've ever seen
Yes.
in the history of the LCK. And that is a huge, huge accolade for this team that is pretty new. You know, it's only been a couple of years that Damwon have been in the LCK. They managed to ascend past Griffin, who really did, you know, cast a very big shadow for a lot of the other CK teams. But let's get into it. Here is the draft for game number 3, the decider between Damwon and DRX. Well, not really a decider, only a decider for DWG.
You know what? Why Damwon Gaming's ban pick is really scary? I think the reason showed up at game 2 from them banning Ashe and Caitlyn from red side. Like, they are so experienced. They know that they want to have some ball control. They just learned from game 1. I mean, as a player, if you stomped in game 1, then you can be really disrespect towards the player. But they're like, nah, just ban Ashe and Kate.
Yeah, and make sure that you can set yourself up for a draft that is going to work. And I guess what they've done mainly is shore up what can be an issue for them, which is their bottom side. But this series certainly hasn't been that. As you can see, everyone here in the room helping Damwon out. You can see Zephyr there in the back. Let's see what this last ban's going to be. It's once again the Karma. It would have been the Ashe if this is game number 1, and they may just go towards that again. As the only change for DRX as well is that Pantheon hasn't been banned yet. We'll let this one tick down. Damwon do ban the Ashe, so it's going to be a mirrored ban, at least for them.
And DRX, are they going to ban? Oh, Pantheon's open.
I think the Caitlyn a little bit more important. Based on game number 1, so I do respect that. Damwon to choose what they want to go for. I don't think Pantheon's going to be jumped on immediately or anything like that.
No.
Italy, speaking about jumping on, how about pouncing onto her, B1?
And I think there is, like, no reason to DRX to give up Renekton here.
Yeah, I think Renekton Lilia makes a lot of sense.
Or you don't even need to pick Lilia. You can just pick up Kalista.
Yeah, okay.
And Renekton. Or
they don't need to pick Lilia here.
No.
But they will.
Okay. And I mean, then I can expect Renekton plus Senna or Renekton plus Syndra again.
Yeah. This could just be a combo that comes out yet again by Damwon. You know, interestingly enough, Ghost is one of the few Korean Draven players.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, that's true.
Oh, yeah?
And Draven annihilates Kalista.
And Draven Pantheon is
Draven
probably
Pantheon,
one of the most testosterone-fueled lanes that you can ever have.
I heard that it actually, like, we turn around and Tyler 1 is just actually at all heart. I've heard rumors that's what happens.
So then, I think I would rather just pick up Renekton and just look for 4 or 5 AD carry if you have that many AD carry cards, like Senna, and also there is Draven, and also you can combine with AP picks. I think Syndra and Pantheon also has the one-shot potential against Kalista, and also you can play Cassiopeia if you want to.
Yeah, true.
Cassio is super good here. Everyone is short range, running into you right now.
Well, Aurelia being considered and locked in here for potentially Doran or for Chovy.
It's probably for Chovy. I saw a video on YouTube. I think Midbeast made it or something.
Yeah, he did. I actually saw that one too.
Chovy's Aurelia in the last 20 games that he's played is 95% win rate with an over 12 CS average and over 4 KDA. So he's been lighting up the very top of Challenger with this champion.
Well, that is definitely the way to go out if you're going to go out. Use, certainly go guns blazing. We'll see whether he is going to be able to school Showmaker here, but of course, Showmaker will have counter pick option. into that Aurelia. Theoretically, DRX could then flex things around, so I like that added flexibility.
Okay,
Senna
so
Ezreal, both banned.
Yeah, all the AD carries that you can play against Kalista normally is banned, right?
Yeah.
So there is Draven. I mean, I would definitely just recommend to play Cassio here. Like, it's looks so
would
great.
Yeah.
Cassio Draven would be one of the coolest additions to a comp I have ever seen, so I would love to see it.
Nautilus or Leona is going to pick by Keria.
Yeah, Nautilus is pretty understandable because we are here with an LCK team. Certainly a lot of... okay, Thresh is fine too. This is a lot of lane pressure.
I mean, I think they are just pulling the trigger. They know that they have...
They're all in, yeah.
Yeah, they're all in. I think if they were not behind like 2 games, then they would definitely pick Nautilus there.
I mean, this is the time when you're all in, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
For sure.
Okay, Showmaker's Akali.
This is a bit of a blast to the past when Aurelia and Akali were at their heyday.
Yeah. And also because of them picking Thresh, Cassio looks even better.
But no, we need the Draven.
I guess.
Come on, Ghost, do it.
I mean, maybe Draven is not that great.
They're gonna Ziggs or something?
Yeah.
Like,
oh! Is he gonna do it?
On fire!
Yes!
You
there
did it!
We go!
You made it, Ellis!
All right, Ghost's Draven as well. So we get Ghost Kalista, definitely one of the champions that he was known for, but he was a Draven player like you were talking about. I feel like it was Ghost and Kramer. Here in the LCK, I believe it was like a year and a half ago or something like that, and they would bust out the Draven. So Ghost back at it again, and we do have that testosterone bot lane.
Oh, man.
Oh, I'm so excited. And the Shen going to be locked in here for Doran. So it will be the Aurelia in the mid lane. We're relying on this Lilia for all of our magic damage, which is absolutely fine. And DRX's comp is looking like it's shaping up a little bit better than their last 2.
Well, this is going to be really, really exciting because even when Kalista was popping up all around the world, I was so vocal about Draven. The problem is he's one of the hardest AD carries, if not the hardest, in the game in order to play. And there's not many Korean players that actually commit to playing him. Ghost is one of them.
Okay.
I mean, he was a bit of a meme for a little while. The Praven meme was a good one. Prey never really figuring out how to make Draven work throughout his career. Of course, does not play anymore. And let's see whether DRX are going to be able to get past all the adoration that's going to be coming towards this Draven. Shout out to Tyler1 here in game number 3. But this is like, if you go out in a game like this as Damwon, and this is what sends you to Worlds, this is the type of comp that you want. Because this is Showmaker's Akali, definitely the champion that he made the most waves on, especially at Worlds in 2019. Needed to be banned every single game if anyone was going to win. And Draven on the bottom side of the map for Ghost. I love it. They are feeling themselves. But this is a better draft out of DRX.
Yeah. I mean, they're just going full ham. All in. Dual die.
That's what you got to do. When your chips are down, put them all into the pot.
Yeah.
See whether you can win a hand. That's what they're going to have to do as we get into game number 3. Welcome to Summoner's Rift for potentially the final time here tonight. We're hoping not. As Ghost, Hail of Blades, Draven.
Yeah.
This is real scary.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of this Draven build. He might build Mana Moon as well.
Ah, the Mirror Mana Draven style?
Yeah.
And this is going to be a very interesting lane because Pioshek, the way he's been playing on Lilia, he's probably not going to be able to make time to go down into bottom. And so if bottom's left to its own devices, Kalista's not going to be able to play the game. She's going to go into mid-game so stunted. And I really worry about DRX because that's going to also offset the Shen pick. And once again, it's going to come down to Chovy on Aurelia. And both him and Showmaker both took Ignite.
Yeah.
This is it. It's
This is
cutthroat.
exactly the matchup that we wanted, to be honest. The Aurelia versus Akali, Ignite versus Ignite, Conqueror versus Conqueror. absolutely the mid lane that we want. As let's see how this lane is going to go. Is Ghost, we mentioned, he's a Draven player. 72.7% win rate. And he played this champion most of the time on BBQ as Def taking so much damage here. The axes are going to wear off. Wasn't able to catch the last one, but relatively even trade between these two bot lanes.
Yeah, 3 summoners for 2.
Yeah, so actually working out in favor of DRX.
And we'll see what ends up happening with the jungle starts. Now, Canyon with a blue into red clear, just trying to be as safe as possible. Showmaker gets the crash down onto the second wave, looking for info on Lilia.
Yeah, Pioshik's up towards the top side though, still sticking around in his own jungle as Nogari. Not taking the greatest trade up against this Shen, who can deny a lot of what Renekton wants to do. I actually feel like this is a matchup that is starting to come back now with the resurgence of Renekton. Is the Shen, we saw it mostly elsewhere other than here in the LCK, but has popped up now and again. It's Chovy's Aurelia. I want to see those solo queue stats. I don't want to see this actual LCK stats.
Yeah.
He has been absolutely dominating recently.
But actually you can say that both teams have similar structure when it comes to the team comp-wise. But it seems like Damwon Gaming's bot lane is having a good time against Kalista Thresh, but DRX is having advantage on the top side at the same time.
Yep, Doran's going to shove this wave in. No dive or anything like that, so it should mean that Nogari's going to be able to even out that CS quite nicely. Pioshik going to clear out this blue buff. Canyon grabs the Rift Scuttler on the southern side. As you can see, Doran is going to make sure that it's not going to be a double scuttle for Canyon. He's going to take that one himself with that added push that he managed to get. And there we go. But spotted out on vision this entire time. And spots that there is a wolf camp available.
And I like what Damwon are doing right now. They recognize this is the only time where we can die. They're going to end up recalling.
Yeah, a bit of a, you wouldn't say cheater.
Yeah.
It would have needed to shove that one into the turret maybe a little bit more effectively as Deft. Not exactly hard shoving this lane. He wants to keep it here. Stay as safe as possible. Double long swords here for the Draven.
Nogari missing 2 CS for free. A little surprising. Pioshik now going to be up here. I think Canyon, yeah, he's just going to trap the brush and then go for a reset himself. But Pioshik feeling pretty good right now.
And he has, throughout the early games in all of these games, to be honest, been able to get around the map, get himself advantages. His Lilia is very strong. Just hasn't been able to win as the game progressed. As Feral and Ghost now dealing with this wave being shoved towards them. You see Deft and Carrier actually having a decent time here. As Doran with that empowered Q. Getting that auto attack damage onto Nogari quite nicely.
Ooh!
Okay.
Even got that last one.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
As Chovy just being a little bit frustrating here. You saw just right underneath the turret of Showmaker.
Yeah.
As Canyon's actually going to be spotted here. That's a big deal. I know that he doesn't have very much mana as Nogari losing yet another trade. The Shen doing exactly what he's supposed to so far.
Yeah. Doran doing a very good job up here in top lane against Nogari.
And also it's going to affect the bot lane matchup as well.
Yeah. And Kalista, I mean, she went tier 2 boots first, Ninja Tabai.
Oh, man.
As her first item, just to try to offset some of the pressure.
Oh, they're having a good time, as you can see.
Yeah.
But Chovy's down in EXP.
Yeah, also
So
down in farm.
Yeah.
Not really what he wants. He did blind pick the Aurelia. Knew that he wanted to play this champion. Of course, she's going to spike around mid-game. Trinity Force users definitely more like that, as the farming from Doran's actually fantastic. Watching it is very exciting. As Ghost and Beryl giving another wave shoved up towards this turret. Pioshik lying in wait. He's going to choose to go for a back, and it looks like Damwon aren't going to overextend. Just this once, they will give up that farm.
Smart move from Damwon Gaming. They know that Shen is also existing with level 6 ultimate. The timing is just so perfect.
Yeah.
And not playing overly aggressive. And I think that's one of the traps that a lot of Dravens fall into, is that they feel like they have to win instantly.
Yeah. So that's why most of the Draven players are just going for 10 kills and 10 deaths.
That's how you do it. It's like Yasuo plays, you know? You got to keep those columns aligned.
But anyways, Pyoshik this series is, I think, his personal best performance by far.
Yeah, I think so, especially early game. I think some of his team fights, like we mentioned before, have left a little bit to be desired, even if some of them were unlucky. As Deft going to get absolutely chunked by that Q out of Beryl. The original Pantheon support player, I believe, in the world, and I'm going to say that just because that was the first time I saw it.
Pantheon Talia.
We don't talk about that.
All right.
Oh god. Okay, so technically it's Lehens. Was Lehens? He was playing the Pantheon, wasn't he?
Yeah.
All right. So,
yeah.
So I guess it wasn't even Lehens. Who was your support?
Zeus. He just won CK actually.
Oh really?
Yeah, they just won.
Oh,
he's now on Spear.
Oh, okay. Spear's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
They were the team that eliminated Jinner from Kesper Cup.
Yeah.
Yeah, that actually didn't look too bad. Okay, that's really cool. Glad that we brought that up. Bit of a history lesson.
Yep.
Gold incredibly even right now, guys, as Canyon looks to take down the Rift Herald. Probably is going to do so uncontested. As we can see, Renekton does get a shove towards the top side as well.
The gold is exactly the same, but the header is gonna bring the difference on this exact same situation right now here.
And basically, everything on Damwon, they can't go too over-aggressive to make a play unless they know that Shen is either not able to follow or he's too low to follow.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Or he's in range of Renekton, right?
Yeah. Well, even then, the shield from the Stand United still...
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
It can definitely still offset some of the pressure.
True. It's really important for Draven Pantheon that, like, that small, like, 200, 100 HP can matter.
I do want to shout out the skin coordination here between Carrier and Deft.
Yeah.
Definitely way better than Ghost and Beryl.
Oh, and also it looks like Deft choose overhealing on his rune setting. I mean, that's the thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those small things can change all in situation when you play against Draven, so small details.
Yep, also going to stack with the Bloodthirster that he'll be building later, so I do like the synergy there as well. Just a lot of shields here for Deft, potentially.
This is a very slow start here,
Yeah.
pretty much all around. Now, the Serrated Dirk and the Pickaxe, I don't know if Ghost is going to pick up a tier and go into Monomune, or if he's just going to go Edge of Night, first item, on Draven.
No, I think that's item build for...
Oh dear, Nogri caught underneath the turret. Does trade back quite nicely there towards the end, but still a good trade for Doran. And he's got his Tiamat, so he can push when he wants to now. As Canyon comes up, you're going to see whether they can get themselves a dive onto this Shen, but he's already getting out. Oh no, walks back, that's dangerous, flash forward. Spear comes down, I've seen this movie before, guys. And that's going to be First Blood going over to Canyon, and even more, because he's... Oh wait, yeah, he's going to put down the Rift Herald. I actually went to check it in his inventory as he was putting it down, so it was already out.
Look at the pings down onto bottom. It's a 20-second window on Doran. So if Draven and Pantheon wanted to make a play, it would have to be during the death timer, but it looks like that's actually going to dissipate.
Yeah, well, Death actually comes down there as the stun comes through. Good double play back as Death in a bit of trouble, but those Ninja Tabis actually working out for him as Beryl has to back away, and fantastic pierce damage here from the Callista, but that's a second charge for Shelly up towards the top side, and Pyoshik actually copping a max range spear as well. Is dangerous, and Damwon have ballooned this lead. It was completely even, and now it's 2,000.
Yeah, and right now, Deft. Looking like he's getting a little antsy. Remember, Stand United. Okay, they're just going to get the turret plate. But we saw the trade down in bottom, because they're on a timer against Shen's death timer.
Yeah, right.
And so they elected to try to get it. Didn't quite come up with it. And this time around, Damwon, they're still in a very good position.
I mean, they're both doesn't need to do a lot, by the way.
Ooh, cannon.
Oh, that's okay. But anyways, their top side is having a lot of good situation. And
whoa, there's the flash. Pyoshik's going to get missed by the spear. That might keep him alive as he grabs the shield. The extra shield from the Stand United. So they're not going to have that one available for the next little while, but they do avoid the death. Is now Def looking for Beryl. Not going to be able to find any kill threat or anything like that. We still have 3 minutes on the Dragon. So I think that the aggression will dissipate for the moment.
It could be a free kill, but
yep.
Canyon just missed a point-blank spear.
Yeah.
That's important to know.
On a stationary target.
Yep. As we missed everything apart from that one Q from Beryl. That's 1 up for Damwon.
And this is a bit unfortunate for Chovy in mid lane because he's not getting the kind of edges that he would have liked. And later on, it's very hard for Aurelia to play into these champions. The stand aside by Draven, point and click stun by Pantheon, point and click stun by Nuguri. Aurelia is going to have a very hard time, and she's even itemizing a little bit of a Build-A-Bear workshop.
Well, Nuguri looks for the stun, gets it, and that's a very dead Lilia. I love that he animation canceled his ultimate there as well, and maximized the damage, and absolutely destroyed the little deer. So Bambi struggling in this game for the first time in this series.
I mean, this is what happens when you let Crocodile get all the free farms with the header as well.
I didn't know that Lilia was a gazelle, but now I think she might be.
I mean, getting Drake, Damwon doesn't care about it. They just care about the map control, and header is way more impactful. And DRX, they got the Drake, but nothing happened on the bot lane. Ghost and Burial, they played so smart. When they do not need to fight, they didn't fight.
Yeah.
And also, this is exactly how you play with a Renekton on your team as well.
Yeah.
Like, they needed to be able to alleviate the pressure that Doran had because he was winning trades time and time again, but he's not going to anymore. Like, it's donezo. This was pretty perfect. Nuguri, you expected from him, but unfortunate for Pyoshik, there was just a very scary Crocodile lying in wait in the brush. He walks back and grabs that. Little CS there. He's ahead by over 20. And that Manamune now completed for Ghost, so it's exactly as you were saying. So his build has found its way to the LCK for the Draven. See when he cashes in those stacks. What was it that Pup came up with? The Blue Blades. When you're playing Draven and you've got a bajillion stacks, but you just can't cash them in. The Blue Blades. I believe Teddy had the Blue Blades. He was the one that... that was back when he was on Jin Air as well.
Oh, yeah.
Quite a while ago. When he was definitely a Draven player. Okay, moving back into the present, though. That was quite some time ago. As Carrier is going to offer a lantern to Def, allows him to get back to this lane. Turret plates will fall down. Majority of them going over to Damwon.
Yeah.
And a large reason why they have a 3,000 gold lead here at 15 minutes.
And also, the thing is, I think DRX, they really need to fight for this Drake. Otherwise, I don't think they're going to have win condition at all in this game, by the way.
There's really no insurance. And the other thing that's going on right now is the level discrepancy across the board, pretty much. 2 in top lane, 1.5 in jungle. Mid lane's even, bot laners are even as well, but still, Shen doesn't have that rank 2 in Stand United.
Yeah, that's actually a big deal. He's now walking towards the Dragon as Pyoshik down to half health. Doesn't really want to be tanking this. The spear's going to land onto Carrier. In goes Showmaker. Gets into his trap. Pyoshik's going to get executed. And it's going to be Akali that locks down the Dragon. There's the perfect execution. I love watching this guy's Akali. Quadra kill, and Chovy's like, no, I'm back to the mid lane. We done here, boys.
Again, man.
No way.
Oh, no.
By the way, Damwon Gaming is just on another level.
Still, we can confirm that even though they didn't participate in the playoffs, they are still just way better than everyone else.
I mean, just look at how they build up the structure. The game was already over when Showmaker landed on Pyoshik.
And Showmaker goes in on a Pyoshik, 34 HP remaining on the Dragon. Showmaker goes in. And Chovy, I mean, there's nothing you can do in that team fight. No, Chovy.
Oh, okay. That was a bit sexy. That's the flash. Vanguard's Edge not going to do anything. Nogari's going to get slowed for a little while, but he's a big burly crocodile. He'll be fine. And now we've got 4-0-1 for Showmaker and 2-0-2 for Nogari. And this is real rough if you're a DRX fan. 7-0 now is the kill score, and we have a 7,000 gold lead. This game has really gotten away from DRX very quickly.
Well, Atlas did mention in the predictions, DRX any percent. I think that Damwon is really living up to the speed run here.
I think we could actually we could get a category at the next GDQ maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. I know it did recently happen. Summer Games done quick, but maybe for AGDQ. Because Damwon definitely looking really, really good when it comes to that.
And Baron is even stomping 1v1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Against Peshik.
I mean, this guy invented support Pantheon, or he perfected it.
So, the comeback?
Well, let's see whether Nogari is going to be able to survive this one. He will have a Q available with a lot of rage. Let's see whether he can at least take someone with him. Looks like the answer is no, as Chovy is going to be able to grab that kill onto the Crocodile. So there is one kill for DRX, and it goes to Chovy. And that's definitely good news. He's going to bring back that gold lead just a little.
Yeah.
And it's still almost a 5,000 gold lead for Damwon, and they have an Infernal Dragon. So, some stats going on
there's the flash forward from Beryl. That's a good lantern, so Deft is going to survive for the moment. Beryl getting taken down very, very low. It's a 1-for-1 so far. There's Pyoshik getting dove on by Showmaker.
Oh!
And there it is. Perfect execution, and it is exactly that when it's in the hands of Showmaker as well. He's coming back, looking for more potentially. Doesn't land the shuriken backflip onto Carrier. Ghost now, he's desperate for a kill, man. These blades are getting very blue at this point in time.
Chovy,
he can get one of these kills.
I mean, he's just trying to do everything he can. I mean, his CS is pretty good. He does have 200.
Yeah, there we are.
Oh,
walks into it. That's not what you want. Well,
disaster.
We'll see whether he can find it here onto
So,
that's the stun.
final
exactly
chance.
Right. Vanguard's Edge does a fair bit of damage there as in goes Doran. Oh, God. Evaporation of the Aurelia, and now the rest of Damwon are going to turn up. Doran, are they going to give the kill to Ghost? They do. The adoration stacks. That was about 600 gold, something like that. Not bad at all.
Well, he used discount code Alpha at checkout.
Yeah, well, I must have. As Barrel's going to face check, and he's going to come out better for it as he puts up his shield as well. Deft tries to get the burst at the end. Isn't able to do so.
They have no TP. They have no Shen ultimate. So I don't think there
in the mid lane.
Comeback.
He's in the mid lane pushing this inner turret. They're going to take the top inner as well. They are allocating resources so beautifully, and it's before 20 minutes. We're sitting on almost a 10,000 gold lead.
Oh, yeah.
70% speedrun that LS told us about. I mean, this is why you shouldn't consult the script before you do your predictions. Because it takes away from the surprise factor.
Well, you know, honestly, we see the stun come in here. Ghost not able to get the kill, didn't really matter. Showmaker hops over, gets it for his team. And then right here, perfect execution on to that Lilia. Really nice spear by Canyon. He's really making up for the missed ones from earlier.
Yep.
Earlier games, yeah. But it doesn't matter. I mean, the way how they take the win is also really great for Damwon Gaming, is because of like
mostly
them having like so many ways to win.
Yeah.
773 gold. So I told a lie. It wasn't 600. It was a bit more than that. As you can see, Nuclear definitely very happy about that one.
Oh, I was waiting for you, Showmaker. I knew that you are gonna carry this game. That's what he said. Woo! Everyone knew it.
That's what we were talking about. Is Barrel's gonna get caught out, put inside the box, and Pantheon doesn't like being inside boxes. As DRX, they do take one back, but they lose out on the Ocean Drake that was secured by Damwon.
And all that they're trying to do right now is just buy time in this game, but ultimately buy it for what? They get outscaled, which is very unfortunate for them.
Oh, yeah.
And eventually, Baron's just going to get taken, and if they try to contest, they're just going to get clapped. So it feels like this game is very doomed Sanguine Blade picked up for Ghost. Probably really trying to just utilize the Blood Rush watermelon flavor.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean this is a normal Draven build right now nowadays in Korea. So I think it's okay. Great snowball build and the vision control.
Chovy's so far away from this. The Baron down to 4,000 health. DRX gonna get spotted out. Koshik executed as the Whirling Death flies past. Doran down to half health. Good hook. He's gonna land on the barrel, but he mitigates all of the damage, at least for the majority of the time. Shen also gonna fall down. And Carrier not going to avoid the damage there from Showmaker, but does move himself out of the way. 5-point strike comes in, double kill for the Nidalee as Chovy underneath his turret. Showmaker dives after him, gives him the old Teemo thumbs up, and he'll get out of there just fine.
Fast APM, man. Zunya's right after that.
Yep. And Damwon now, they're going to turn their attention towards the Baron, and this is going to be a very easy pickup. And with it, I would imagine the game shortly thereafter, they have more than enough firepower to just pulverize through DRX under their inhibitor turret.
And all I'm going to say is that if you get up against Damwon in your first couple of matches in groups, I would be freaked out.
Yep.
As this is definitely a very scary first seed coming out of the LCK if Damwon are able to close out this game, and it's looking very, very likely. As, yeah, Carrier unable to get out of the way of any of this. Showmaker's just having a field day on this Akali. Oh man, there've been different individual carries from Damwon's side every single game.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It is pretty nuts.
And it's their bottom lane. They're carrying through bottom lane as well.
I mean,
in this series. Like, it's like every lane can carry.
I mean, they were playing Draven Pantheon in the laning phase, and like, they just waited because they trusted their team, right?
Yeah.
They knew they didn't have to get very far ahead. I think the real icing on the cake was the pings when Shen was still dead and them going for it before he was up, signifying an awareness of the timings that they're playing around, as much as how many times they just backed off. Because they knew the only chance that DRX has to kill them in that lane. And by the way, it's another Ocean Soul. It really is holy water here.
Really
for Damwon.
Okay, Beryl gets that ward over, but DRX do manage to clear that one out. Double sweepers ain't exactly optimal, but at least you're going to get rid of that vision. As Renekton split pushing on the top side, Showmaker in the mid lane.
Another 1-3-1 situation for Damwon Gaming. This is the rotation that they're really good on. They used to on.
Yeah, inhibitor turret falls down. This inhibitor soon to follow. DRX getting spread too thin. That's a good hook to land onto Canyon. Flayed back, but immediately goes golden. Carrier could be in trouble as now Showmaker diving into the mix. It is going to be a dead Nidalee, but Nuguri, he's trying to get on in here. Beryl, very, very low, but look at the AoE. Chovy with a double kill already. There's Nuguri trying to get on top of Deft, and he will execute the Kalista, but Chovy still fighting this one out. That's another one for a triple kill. Can he find the Quadra? The answer's not quite yet. As Chovy gets on forward, Doran had teleported into this fight, and Chovy still desperately trying to keep DRX in this series.
And he manages to keep them alive for now. And okay, so the game will continue on. This is going to be another Ocean Dragon, probably going the way of Damwon. We'll check the team fight one more time. Really nice prediction hook by Carrier there. Clips Canyon.
Yeah.
Ever so slightly.
No flash on Canyon, and also after that, Koshik died, but he forced out the cleans and all the dodge potential from Damwon Gaming. So I think everyone said it pretty well, but especially Chovy.
Yeah. I mean, he was trying to do everything that he could right there at the end, was trying to lifesteal as much as he can. Dodges the Pantheon Spear as well.
Getting so much of his health back there in that minion wave, but see whether Damwon are going to overextend again. Because it is an 11,000 gold lead. This is going to be Soul Point when they take down this, their second Ocean Drake. That's going to be secured quite comfortably. Black Cleaver and Wit's End done for Chovy. He is scary, but 808 Showmaker Akali.
Yeah.
That's when you look up fear in the dictionary, I think that's what it shows you.
Yeah, and also Ghost is ahead in items almost 1.5 cores.
And Pyosik is so extraordinarily far behind. 3 levels, 4,500 gold.
Yeah.
That's 2 items.
Well.
Incredible.
Damwon, they're on Soul Point right now. Keria going for another Hex Flash and Hook attempt. Not going to find it. Death Stance almost completed on Renekton. If Damwon wanted to be super captain careful, they could just wait until the next Baron and wait for the Leandri's Death Stance completion on Renekton and Akali. We'll see what they elect to do. They might still just want to think, like, we're actually 11,000 gold ahead. We can just still end the game. We have massive level leads. Open inhibitor.
And Chovy's bottom lane with no teleport or anything like that.
Yep.
Damwon with man advantage, able to move freely towards this inhibitor on the top side of the map. They will grab that one Baron up in a minute's time now, so maybe it's just free reset in Baron because you may as well, especially with 2 inhibitors down. And in the final of the LCK, you start making mistakes, and they can snowball into those reverse sweeps. Not looking like this one's going to be, though. As you can see Chovy pushes out this bottom wave.
And also, surprisingly, Deft went for QSS.
Yeah.
As well as extra.
When he's behind in items.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's gonna like be useful in any moment this game.
It's going to be hard for him to do any damage, that's for sure.
Oh man, also he went for Ninja Taba, yeah.
Ninja Taba and
Ninja Taba, Hex Drinker, and QSS on Deft. So he is definitely defensive.
Yep.
I mean, defensive items are pretty good when you are ahead, right?
Yes.
But when you're behind, it's not going to do anything.
Yep.
He does at least have his core now completed, so there's that. It's just not going to be doing quite enough damage. Needs a BF sword in this build to help him out. It's Rapid Fire Cannon done for Ghost. Had his Ghost Blade completed a little while ago and has the evolution now as Baron's going to spawn into the waiting arms of DRX.
It can be the game.
Yeah, they're spotted immediately. This is called a Hail Mary, gentlemen. As Doran does have Stand United, Showmaker moving over towards the side as there's the man drop to get Beryl all the way in there. But that's a brilliant hook to predict it. He is so strong. Oh my god, Pyosik now having to deal with a big crocodile, but Chovy is still here, able to get work done. Deft at half health. There are super minions in the base, but DRX are potentially winning a fight. As you can see Canyon trying to get on forward. This is Noguri trying to win the game by himself. DRX looking to try and turn because they knew the backs were going to get stopped.
Draven?
The flash out for Dev as Draven picks up the kill onto the Shen, and Noguri is going to be able to take down these Nexus turrets. Chovy wanting to do something off the back end of this one, but I don't think he's going to be able to stop this Croc from taking down the Nexus and getting Damwon to Worlds in first seed in 3 games to 0. Noguri, stop playing with your food, gentlemen. He is going to be able to take down this Nexus eventually. Chovy also going to be taken off the board. Deft, he's just going to throw himself away. And the Nexus is going to go down for the final time here. And congratulations to Damwon for the first time. One of our teams promoted from the Challengers Korea is going to be your LCK champion for summer for 2020.
Well, the cake on the face. And Damwon are very ecstatic.
By the way, we have only 1 vote for
yeah,
you guys MVP finals.
I didn't know how to go about this, by the way, so I just handed you a paper with who I thought.
I'm all about recency bias, so Showmaker.
No, I mean, we have only 1 vote.
I know. So
right?
I'm putting my vote towards our vote.
How about you be the breaker?
Yeah, I mean, because I want to vote for Ghost.
I'm Beryl.
Yeah, I think I'm actually Ghost too. If I was being serious, I think Ghost had one of the best series of his life.
Yeah, I think so. So we are going to go for Ghost.
Tyler 1 fanboys.
Ghost. We vote for Ghost.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Nailed it. Incredible stuff. This team is just shaping up to be so incredibly strong. And for some of the best teams in the world, especially if you look back to like SKT, years past when they were basically unstoppable, it was because you didn't know, when you go into a team fight, you don't know who to kill.
Yeah.
Because all of them are dangerous. Every single player on the team. That's what makes a great team. And Damwon, especially in what they demonstrated here today, are exactly that.
I mean, their win condition was not only their top side.
Yeah.
Their bot lane could carry, their mid lane could carry, and their top side also.
Their jungle can carry too. I mean, we saw Canyon get the LCK first pentakill this year. So, yeah. And even Beryl, the guy does too much damage for a support player. It's a very, very scary notion, and I think a lot of people are going to be very happy that Damwon are the team that's going to be representing the LCK at the World Championships for our first seed. Another congratulations does need to go over to DRX, who have secured second seed by getting the most championship points, as Damwon would have had to head down to the promotion tournament, to the qualification tournament in order to get to Worlds if they lost this. So certainly a lot riding on it. Third seed, very different to first seed.
KT.
Want to dodge all of those top teams.
Well, we'll see what the Gauntlet does have in store. Genji's waiting in the finals.
Yep.
KT Afrika is going to be the round one of that. Then T1 is going to be waiting right before Genji. And there's a lot of big question marks.
Oh, yeah.
Around T1, obviously. And that'll be on Tuesday.
And it's actually really scary for Gen.G fans because basically it's just the same as Spring, right?
Yep.
Like, it's likely that T1 are going to be able to make it up to Gen.G, and then what happens, right? Is that T1 kryptonite for Gen.G going to be there? Do Gen.G have enough left in the tank? Because I don't necessarily even know who I'd prefer to send to Worlds, you know, over those two teams. I mean, the organization of T1 are just so good at being consistent on the international stage. Not so much in recent years, but certainly have been good. And Gen.G are a team that weren't necessarily able to stand up to the pressure recently. But congratulations to Damwon. They will hoist the LCK trophy for 2020 summer, and they get to do it from home, which is pretty cool.
Well, we'll see how they fare in a couple of weeks when Worlds kicks off. And if Damwon can retain their form, they're going to be very scary and go into the tournament as one of the favorites.
Yeah,
for the entire thing.
They also don't have to travel very far because, of course, you know, China is just a hop over the pond,
basically.
Yep. Yeah.
So there shouldn't be any jet lag.
And adjustment isn't quite as stark between, you know, Korea and China.
Yeah.
Yes, the food changes a little bit. There's not quite as much kimchi, but it's basically the same.
I mean, it doesn't matter.
It's okay.
Yeah, I mean, all the Korean teams, they bring the
they package.
Right, yeah, that's true. That's true.
So it doesn't matter.
And also, every Chinese team has 2 Koreans on it anyway, so they're definitely prepared. So it doesn't really matter too much. But these are your LCK Summer Champions for 2020. Damwon, only been in the league for a couple of years and already hoisted the biggest trophy that the LCK has to offer. And they will be going to Worlds as your LCK first seed. Massive congratulations. I believe we'll be able to throw it over to Jisun to help us with some translation for this interview process as well. Looking forward to hearing from these players. So many carries. There's Canyon very happy.
So cute.
He gets to nurse it this whole time. That thing is damn heavy, by the way.
It looks heavy as well.
Oh, yeah. I mean, everyone played really, really well on Damwon's side. I want to know who got the MVP,
heavy?
though. Yeah, it's metal.
Yeah, but is that the real? Is this
scripted
like or what?
Styrofoam one or something?
Why was that one there?
They drove it over.
What, after game 2?
I don't know. Maybe they made 2.
Okay, that would be interesting.
I don't think so though, because
then it's not
engravings.
You have to destroy the other one.
Maybe DRX and Damwon live next to each other.
Oh. Or there is a Riot agent who was actually getting ready.
Well, you guys can think about that. Let's throw it over to Jisun for some interview translation.
Congratulations. Congratulations, Zephyr, for winning the LCK in your first split as the head coach. Hi, this is Damwon Gaming's head coach, Zephyr Jaemin Lee. Congratulations.
감사합니다.
Thank you.
소감 말씀하셔야죠. 네, 우선 사실은 뭐 전에 경기력 많이 있는데 이제 감독으로서
How do you feel, Zephyr?
제파 우승입니다. 첫 우승이.
This is your first title since you became the head coach of an org.
썸머 들어가지고 이제 첫 정식 감독이 됐는데.
Yeah, this is my first split
팀하자-
as the
감독-
official head
감독으로
coach of the
팀하자마자
team.
또 되게 압도적인
And I'm happy that we were able to
성적으로 이제 우승을
get
하게
this kind
돼서
of domination
되게
here in
정말
this
기분이 날아갈 정도로
LCK.
좋은 것 같아요.
네.
I mean, I cannot be happier.
것처럼 압도적인 경기력 그런
You
성적을
said
내면서 우승을 했습니다.
you guys were
그러면
dominating
생각보다
the
많을
LCK,
거예요.
and that
압도적인
was
경기력이고
true.
쉽게 만들어지는 거 아니잖아요.
You
어떤
guys were
분들이
on top
생각이
of the
나시거나 후원 분들이
LCKs
계신 것 같은데
who
어떠십니까?
worked so hard for Damwon Gaming to reach this point.
저는 이제 어떤 일이 있을 때 한 가지 이유 때문에 됐다고 생각하지 않는데
Whenever something happens,
이제
there are
뭐 이제
multiple reasons.
용준이의 합류도 있었고
Ghost
그다음에 이제
joining Damwon
메인
Gaming,
양대인 코치도
and also
정말 열심히 잘 해줬고
our new coach
저희
coming in, Dae Yang,
선수들 다 한 명 한 명
and all
선수단 다
5
포함해가지고
players
이제 또 이렇게 좋게
were doing a great
다
job in order
작용해서
to
좋게
accomplish
성적을 낼 수
this
있었던
goal.
것 같아요.
네, 알겠습니다. 자, 그럼 옆에 누가 계시죠? 네, 한 분 한 분 이렇게 말씀을 좀 전달하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 옆에.
Moving on.
네, 뭐 누클리어도 바로 옆에 계신데, 네.
Nuclear.
아, 음량으로 많은 도움 줬잖아요, 누클리어 선수.
I know you have been helping your team in and outside of the game. How do you feel?
일단 저희 팀원들이 다 같이 열심히 해서 만들어낸
Our teammates
결과라서
were working
지켜보면서
really
되게
hard,
굉장히
so
뿌듯했고
I was proud of my
특히,
team watching them winning this title.
용준이와
Today,
저 개인적으로는 용준이와 학원이가 되게 진짜
I
많이
think
잘했다고 생각하거든요.
Ghost and
그래서
Nugru was doing a fantastic job.
특히 용준이가
Especially
너무 잘해줘서
Ghost.
고맙고
He was
저도
doing a
같이
great
이런 자리에
work,
있을 수 있어서
so
고마운
I'm
것
just so thankful to him,
알겠습니다.
and also I'm happy to be with them right here.
그렇습니다. 네, 자 이제 캐년 선수도 한 말씀 하셔야겠는데.
Canyon.
아 이거 입에 뭐가 묻어가지고.
You got some cakes on your face.
네. 자 우승 소감 한 말씀 하셔야겠어요.
How are you feeling?
첫 우승 소감입니다.
Winning the LCK for the first time.
일단 1, 3경기 다 좀 긴장한 탓인지 스킬샷이랑
Well, I was nervous
그 교전 중
all
실수가 좀
throughout the
많았는데
series,
저희 팀원들이 너무
so
잘해서
there were
버스트한 것
some
같아요.
mistakes with my skill shots and
캐년 잘했죠 오늘요.
my ability during the team fights, but thanks to my teammates for performing so well, we were able to secure the victory.
보여주셨어요. 사실 좀 부담도 되는 면이 있었을 것 같고 그리고 상대가 좀
You
컬러가
were
확실한 그런 선수였기 때문에
the
오늘 경기를 임하는
best
데 있어서
jungler here in the LCK, but I think you were feeling a little bit of a pressure going into today's finals. So what was the focal point going into the series today?
릴리아나 그브 같은
Pusick
사정으로 초반에 좀 게임을 흔드는 그런 챔피언을
plays
할것
around the
같았는데
counter
그래도
jungling
그거에 좀
tactic
최대한 안
with Lilia
흔들리면서
and
최대한
Graves.
저희가 이길
So I
생각만
didn't
해서
want
잘
him
이긴 것
to
같아요.
get what he wanted, and also I just focused on my own plan.
표식에게 이거 기쁨 세레머니 이거 노하우도 좀.
And during the trash talk, you asked Pusick about tips for the ceremony.
Are you ready?
Are you ready for some ceremony?
뭐 떠오르는 거 있나요? 캐년 선수?
Anything in mind?
빨리 하라고 지금 다들. 마이크 뺏었어요. 마이크 뺏었어요. 아 이거예요? 담원분들 이거 맞아요? 아 정말 이거 맞아요?
Players, was that it?
진짜 아쉽다.
예.
이거 맞아요.
This is what I prepared.
표식 선수한테 못 배워가지고.
Because Pusick didn't give me any advice.
자 그러면
캐년 선수가 김건 북극곰이라는 귀여운
Kenyon,
별명을
he has a very cute nickname called Polar Bear,
알겠습니다. 뭐
and that
더 큰
ceremony
무대에서
really
더
fits
큰
his
세레머니 한번 기대해
nickname.
보도록 하겠습니다. 자 오늘 축하드리고요.
Once again, congratulations on the win, and let's move on to the coach, Tae Yang.
사실 앞서서 제파 감독도 그 말씀하셨는데
Zephyr already mentioned that you joining the team also
한 말씀하신다면
kind of leveled up the team's performance.
저는 작년부터 담원을 많이 지켜봤었고
I've been watching Damwon Gaming since last
사실
year,
제가 인터뷰 때도 여러 번 말을 했는데
and I mentioned
이
them a lot during
친구들은
the interviews.
와서 보니까 더 천재고
And
겉으로
as
봤을
I
때
joined
천재였어요.
here, I realized that they are even more
이제
talented than I
제파
thought.
감독의 지식을 저는 많이 빨리 흡수하고 제가
So they are
준비해왔던
really
것들을 시도를 많이 했는데
fast at
이번 연도에
adapting
그게 너무나도
the
수월하게 잘
things that I
됐고
could
그런
I
거에는 이런
teach them,
이제
and also
대표님이나
every process was so
한국 사람들도
smooth.
항상 저희 편하게
And
해주고
also
도와주신
outside
것
of the
같고
players, our
그렇게
staff,
하다 보니까 그게
our
다 결합돼서
office,
이렇게 좋은
they're
결과가
also
온 것
working
같아요.
really hard for this org to perform at the best level.
있었는데 뭔가 준비해온 컨셉이나 이런 방향성 같은 게 좀 있었어요.
What was the concept or the main theme of Damwon Gaming for the finals? Because you guys had a week-long break.
이제 사실 이제 5판 3선을 준비하면서
Preparing for this
이게
best of five.
어찌 보면은 이 심리전이 제일 중요하다고
I think
생각을 했어요.
mind game
그래서
was what
담원하면
mattered
사실
the most.
케이트린을 기용을 안 할 거라고 생각할 거라고
And
생각했기
I
때문에
believe that the
저희
opponents
반대로
will
케이트린을
expect that
준비하는
Damwon
맵들을
Gaming
미리 준비를
will not
사실 그
lock in
부분에서 심리적
Caitlyn, so
우위를
that was
점한 게
the
제일 크다고 생각을 해요.
kind of the
그래서
momentum that we were
그걸
able
먼저
to
하고 그
win the mind
이외에도 약간
game
여러 가지 카드들이
up against
있었는데
DRX, and there were other cards that we prepared.
팀원들도 다 그리고 우리 감독님 뭐 선수단
And
전부가
during the
다 확실히
preparation,
받았을 거라 생각해요.
I think
네,
all
우리가
the
이길 수
players,
있다.
coaching staff kind of learned this confidence that we can surely win today.
마이크 좀 전달 부탁드리겠습니다. 마이크 있네. 네. 야, 오늘
쇼메이커.
쇼메이커.
케이크 1점 더 당한 거 같아요.
두 개 들고
쌍마이크로 한번 해보겠습니다.
더블 마이크.
네. 네. 자, 일단 소감 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
How are you feeling?
네, 오늘 되게 제가 그
Today,
결승전 하기 전에
before going into the
담원답게
finals,
이긴다, 뭐 빠르게 이긴다 이런 말 했었는데
I
그 약속 잘
said
지켜서
that we're gonna
3대0으로
win like Damwon Gaming. We're gonna win fast, and I'm happy that I was able to accomplish my promise. You have cake all over your face, Showmaker. What happened?
평소에 절 싫어하던
I
사람이 좀
think
많았던 것
I had a
같아요.
lot of haters in my team.
지금 좀 빨리 머리 감고 싶어요.
I wanna take a shower real quick. My hair is all ruined.
옷도 지금 어떻게 돼? 사실 이번에 3관왕에 올랐고
So you won triple crowns for the LCK awards.
좋은 모습 보이게 된 그 비결은 무엇일까? 오늘도 기가
What was
막히고
the key to your development coming into the summer split?
그냥 진짜 오늘은 제가
For
딱히
today,
그렇게 눈에 띄지 않았던 것 같은데 오늘
I believe I was
팀원들이
not
진짜 너무
standing out.
잘해줘서
It was my
정규
players
시즌
that
때도
kind
평가만
of
받을 수 있었던 것
carried the
같고
game, and thanks to
오늘도
them, I was
쉽게
able to win
이길 수 있었던 것
3 awards. And
그리고
today
오늘
as well,
신드라를
they were
두
doing
번
so many
플레이를
work.
하셨어요, 쇼메이커 선수. 신드라가 약간
You
너프
played
받으면서
two Syndra
평가가 좀
games
달라진 부분도
today.
있다는 생각이 드는데
After
우리 뭐
the recent
팀적으로
nerf.
그런 픽을 철저히 준비를 해온 건지
Was the Syndra a
그런 부분이 좀
prepared card
궁금합니다.
for today specifically?
네, 신드라는 진짜 옛날부터 자신 있었던 픽이고
I was confident in
최근에
Syndra
이제
for a long time.
미드 그냥 챔피언 봤을 때
And recently, looking at
딱히
the mid
신드라가
lane meta
압박받는 게 별로
champions,
없는 것 같아서
there aren't many picks that
좋은
can
픽이라고 생각하고
exert pressure up against Syndra. So I thought Syndra was a really good pick.
결과적으로 진짜 대박이었죠. 대박이었죠. 기가 막혔습니다. 다시 한번 축하드리고요. 네, 쌍마이크.
Once again, congratulations on the win, and could you
호이신가요?
pass over one of your mics over to Hoyt?
자, 네, 호잇. 자, 호잇 선수 한 말씀 하셔야겠습니다.
호잇.
지금 아이고, 그 양대인 코치 얘기대로 10명이 함께 만들어낸
As
네,
Coach Dae Young
모두
mentioned,
마찬가지인데,
all
네,
10
호잇 선수 한 말씀
players
하셔야겠어요.
were working so hard for this title. How do you feel?
저희 팀이 다 엄청 잘하는 거 알고 있었는데 포텐이
I knew that
올해
our
터진 것
team was such a great
같아요.
team,
정말
and we were just finally able
저희가
to
이렇게
show our potential coming in
잘해줄 수
this
있었던
year.
것 대표님도 이큰 것 같습니다.
And I think our CEO was helping us out a lot to reach this point.
대표님 이렇게 한 말씀. 네.
Any message over to your CEO?
훈한말로 영상 편지 바로 계시니까 앞에 계실 때 해야 되는 거예요.
앞에 계시는데
He's right in front of me.
네,
Yeah.
항상 도움 많이 주셔서 감사하고
Thank you for helping us out a
저희
lot.
팀원들도 다
Thank you for all your support.
관리 잘해주셔서
And thank you for
이런
managing
좋은
the
결과
players
나온 것
so
같고,
well.
선수들도 다
Thanks to you, we were able to get this
네.
result. And
정말 좋은 것
also, our players, they've all been working so hard.
네, 축하드리고 옆에 또 플레임이죠. 네,
플레임.
되게 오랜만이에요.
안녕하세요.
네.
Hello.
여유 있는 또. 네. 입이 이렇게 찢어졌습니다. 네. 동생들이 잘하니까. 네. 어때? 네. 이 기쁨 어떻게 표현하실까요?
How are you feeling, Flame?
어떠세요?
일단 저도 제가 있었던 나라에서 다 결승전을 가봤는데
I've been to
그리고
the finals
LCK에서 제가
in every
이긴 쪽에 서
region I
있었던 건
played,
처음이고
but this is the first time that I've been on the side of the
저 일단
winning
여기
team
서
in
있게
the
해준
LCK.
팀원들이랑 이제 코칭 스태프
So I wanna say thank
팀에게
you to all the
감사하다고
teammates and the coaching
네.
staff that kind of made me become a champion in the LCK.
좋은 경험 우리가 많은 높은 데까지 갔던 우리 플레임인데 이게 담원은 이래서 되는구나.
And we saw the potential out of Damwon Gaming in the playoffs this time around.
일단 담원 다들 알다시피 이제 나이도
As
어리고
everyone
이제
knows, the
다들
players are
게임
so
센스나
young,
그런 재능도 되게
and they're really
출중한데
talented and they have
작년에
a
처음
really good
왔을
sense
때부터
of
느낀 게
gaming.
그런
And ever since
분위기나
I
그런
joined Diamond
마인드
Gaming
그런
last year,
것들이 이제
their
애들이 되게
mindset, the team's
긍정적이고
atmosphere was really
성장해 나갈 수
positive,
있는 그런
and there was a
게
huge room
많았다고
to improve.
생각해서 결국 잘 될 거라고 생각했어요.
And I
근데
knew that
이번 썸머 시즌에 우승
the players can retire.
한 건 저도 좀 되게 놀라운 것
But
같아요.
winning
되게 생각보다
the
빨리
LCK
잘한 것
in the
같고
summer split,
되게
I was a
자랑스러운
little bit surprised because they managed to make it happen really quickly.
다시 한번 축하드립니다. 옆에 자 고스트에게도 네 마이크 부탁드리겠습니다.
오늘 고스트 장난 아니었어요.
Moving on to Ghost.
마지막에 드레이븐.
You've been popping off today in the Draven game in Game 3. How do you feel, Ghost?
우승하기까지.
감격의 눈물. 데뷔가
Tears of joy
6년이에요.
from Ghost.
예전 기억이 막 떠오른 거죠.
네, 우승하기까지 오랜 시간
It took me
걸렸는데
so long to win this title.
그동안 응원해 주시는 분들 너무 감사하고
Thank you for supporting me throughout
이번에
the
우승
time.
사건 롤드컵 이기고 나서 하려고 했는데 못 참았. 일단
Well,
팀원들 너무
I
고맙고
tried to hold my tear until
감독 코치님하고
I had to Worlds,
저희
but
바텀
I failed anyway.
2대2 이런 거 많이 해주고 도와줘서 너무
But
고마워요.
yeah, I mean, I just want to say thank you to all the coaching staff and also our players that helped us play 2v2 on the bottom lane and stuff like that.
챔피언에 대해 물어보고 이럴.
드레이븐 얘기 저희가 여쭤봐도 돼요? 오늘 뭐 케이틀린, 케이틀린
Do you mind if we ask you about Draven and Caitlyn?
고스트리그에 온 걸 환영한다.
저희가 이제 바텀 듀오가 약하다 약간 이런 평가가
A lot of
많았는데
people have been
이번에 이제
commenting that the bottom
연습
duos
과정에서 이제
are
바텀
weak.
게임도 할 줄 안다 이런 것도 하고
So during the scrims,
팀이
we wanted
상체
to
게임
prove
할
that
거라고
we know
예상을
how to play
하고 올 것
around
같아서
the bottom
저는
side,
일부러 바텀 게임을
and we
준비했던 것 같아요.
expected that DRX will be
팀원들이 너무 잘
targeting
도와준 것 같아요.
to kind of counter our top side plans, so we were preparing to play around the bottom lane.
그렇습니다. 첫 경기
And that was able because they had Ghost on the side of Tamon Gaming.
보여준다 뭐 이런 느낌. 예, 마지막 드레이븐까지 느낌 왔어요?
Did you have this good
어제-
feeling that you're gonna win the
어제
title?
친구들 여기 팀원들과 얘기한 게 1세트 케이틀린으로
Yesterday,
이기고
we
드레이븐
said
한번
let's
써서
win
이기고 이렇게 해서
game
우승하자
number
이렇게
1
얘기했는데
on Caitlyn, and then
이루어진 것
let's play
같아서
one game on Draven and win the
딱
LCK.
계획대로 된 것 같아요.
And everything went as we planned.
고스트의 소나기에 있다.
네. 자 끝으로 이제 함께 응원해 주신 팬들께 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
Any last message for your fans?
네. 힘든 시절에도 되게 응원 많이 해주시고
Thank you for supporting me through the thick
이번에
and thin.
팀원들과 함께 우승했는데 너무
And I
너무
managed
감사드리고
to win the
앞으로
LCK this time around with my
월드 챔피언십
teammates.
가서도 꼭 좋은 모습으로
And
다시
we will
LCK가
keep
우승할 수 있도록 열심히 하겠습니다.
Up the hard work till the Worlds, and we will make sure to bring back the honor of LCK.
알겠어요. 다시 한번 축하드립니다, 고스트. 자 옆에 너구리. 자, 네. 너구리 선수와 얘기 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 네. 생일 축하드립니다.
Congratulations.
본인은 인정 안 할 줄 알았어 이렇게. 너구리. 네. 자,
감사합니다.
예.
Thank you.
자 일단 오늘 그렇죠. 예, 승리 우승 축하드리고요. 네. 네, 지금 소감이 어떠신지 승리.
How you're
우승
feeling,
소감 한번
Nuguri?
궁금해집니다. 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
이렇게 꿈 같은 무대에서 3대 0에다가
I'm
정규 시즌
happy
이렇게 좋은 성적으로
that
우승하니까
we 3-0'd
감회가
in
되게
the
새로운
stream
것 같아요.
stage, and we were able to have a very strong run during the regular split as well.
찾아보고 그랬는데 너구리 선수 여전히 솔랭에서 칼챔 많이 하길래
I looked up a lot of data before the series, and you were still playing a lot of aggressive champions in your solo queue. So we didn't really expect you to play Ornn today. So what was the plan in the Ornn pick?
일단 좀 레넥톤을 시작한 계기도 이제 코칭 스태프들과 좀
I
얘기도
started
많이
playing
하고
Renekton
처음엔
after
좀
having a
반발이 저도 많이
conversation
있었는데 이제
with my coaching staff, because
설득도
at
하고
first
해가지고
I kind of
중장이
refused
됐고요.
to,
결승전에서도
but
이제
after having a talk with my coaches,
될것
I
같아서
decided
합치게 될 것
to
같아서 이제 좀
starting
연습
playing
과정에서도 거의
Renekton. And during the
하루에도 거의
scrims,
연습 중에 한 반을 거의
we kind of
오른을
thought that
많이 했고
Ornn will be
그래서 좀
the meta
적극적으로 많이
pick
준비를 했던 것 같아요.
moving on. So I think I played like 5 Ornn games out of like 10 games. in a screams. So yeah, we were focusing on the Ornn pick.
바텀 캐리도 좀 준비하는 과정이다 보니까 좀 그런
because we wanted to prepare some of the bottom oriented play style. So naturally, I was getting to play Ornn and other picks.
자리가 아까 연습실 그림 보니까 정중앙에 있는데
you were sitting in the center table, center desk.
저희 롤파크랑 위치가 달라서 본인 자리가
top laner
정중앙이잖아요.
doesn't really stand in the middle. I mean, sit in the middle.
원래 그런 겁니까?
이게
자리 배치가?
이게 저 원래 어디선지 잘 기억이 안 나는데 이게 에어컨 때문에 한번 밀렸거든요.
We changed our seats because of DMAC. So somehow I ended up sitting in the middle.
에어컨이 이제 제가 양옆에 이렇게 양각에 있어가지고 좀 키기도 애매하고 끄기도 애매하고.
Because the AC was like
아닌가 자리에.
everywhere in our room, so I get all the ACs, so it's quite cold to be honest.
또 오른까지.
Gregory, you are dominating the series and even on Ornn pick. Any last message for your fans?
무대는 함께하지 못했지만
even though we were not able to stay connected
응원해주셔서 저희가 이렇게 하나가
for the
돼서
finals,
좋은 성적으로 우승하지 않았나 싶고요.
But thanks to the support from our fans, we were able to win this title, and we will continue our hard work throughout the world. So I will look forward to your continuous support. Thank you.
자, 베릴과 이야기 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 소감 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
오늘
Beryl, how do you
못했던 것
feel?
같은데 그냥 팀이 다
I think I
잘해줘서
played
무난하게
bad, but
이겼던 것
thanks to
같아요.
my team, we were able to win.
또 잘하셨는데요? 저는 또 언제나
I don't think so. I think you were doing a great job.
지금도 꼴찌 서포터의 본인이요? 이렇게까지
Do you still think that you are the 10th support?
언제나
Yes.
꼴찌 서포터로
I always
있고
think
싶어요.
myself. I always want to remain as the 10th support in the LCK.
이런 거 기가 막혔잖아요.
그렇죠. 그리고 시즌에 돌아봤을 때 베리를 상징하는 챔피언하면 또
retrospect,
근데 오늘 또
your
알리스타
꿈에 나오겠어요.
iconic champion was Pantheon, and also in the whole LCK history, your main champion was Alistar. Which one is your favorite?
저는 뭘로 하지? 그냥
많아서
그냥 이니시 열고 그냥 이니시 잘 열고 잘 죽는 사람으로 그래 딱 어울릴 것 같아요. 이게.
Every champion that can initiate fights and just like dies.
그러면 동료들이 뭐 워낙 좋으니까 자, 팬들께 끝으로 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
Any last message over to the fans?
저 원래 좀 이렇게 주변에 응원해준 사람 많은데 팬분들 말고도 이제 팬분들한테 되게 감사드리고 주변에서 뭐 지인분들이라든지 아니면 뭐 제가 이렇게 좀 지인 그룹이 되게 많거든요.
I have a lot of like friends.
다 이렇게 좀 응원이 되게 많이
와요. And they always
경기
support me for every game.
응원도 오고 그러고
Sometimes they visited the low part.
잠을 좀 잘 깨거든요. 그래서 오늘도 한 9시쯤에 깨가지고 좀
well. I woke up at like 9 a.m.
스트레스 좀 많았는데
I was a little bit stressed out. I was a little bit depressed.
저한테 좀 웃음으로 좀 그런
my friends
웃음으로 해가지고 아까 좀
me
스트레스
to feel better.
그런 사람들이 되게 많아요. 그래서 좀
They made me smile. They made me release the stress.
언급하겠습니다.
I wanna say thank you to all my friends.
이제 오늘 좀 평소에도 좀 많이 이렇게 응원해주고 저 약간 스트레스도 많이 풀어준 사람.
Thank you for helping me out every time. And
게임이 있는데 이제
helping me release the stress.
프리콘의 카로 갤러리 클랜 파이팅!
파이팅!
And shout out to the game clan, the mobile game clan that I play for always supporting me.
많은 분들이 이런 우승팀을 만들었습니다. 자, 이제 끝으로 이제 롤드컵
to wrap up, you guys are heading to Worlds as the first seed of LCK.
LCK가 다시 세계 최고임을 보여주셔야겠는데,
you guys
롤드컵에 임하는
have this opportunity to prove that LCK is going to reign the world once again. Any last resolution?
결승전의 각오에 대한 말을 해달라고 했을 때 이번
when I did an interview for this finals.
좋은 성적을
I said we have to win this finals in order to get good results at Worlds. Since we won the finals, I have this confidence that we will perform well at Worlds as well.
다시 왕좌의 자리를 탈환하도록 계속
we will do our best to reclaim the LCK's throne.
듣고 싶었습니다. 좋은 성적이라는 게 왕좌의 자리를 탈환하는 거죠, 그죠? 뭐 4강 그게 아니죠? 롤드컵 우승이
not like semis, right?
다시 한번
winning Worlds, right?
롤드컵 우승이 목표입니다.
Our goal is winning Worlds.
너무 저희가 몰아간 게 아닌가 죄송할 텐데. 저희 그런 말씀 듣고 싶어가지고 솔직히. 네.
That's the word that we wanted to hear.
오늘 결승전 MVP가 있는데요.
And lastly, it's time to announce the MVP of the finals.
잘 모를 것 같아요.
그러게요. 이거 누가 워낙.
전 아까 그 누클리어 선수가 얘기했었던 게 좀
As Nuclear said, I have this feeling that Nuguri or Ghost will win
특별히 더 잘해준 것 같다.
the MVP for the series.
궁금합니다.
네, 자 그러면 네. 자 그러면 누굴지 공개를 어떻게 하는 거 정확히
roll
시리즈
for the
POG
announcement, and it's gonna be Nuguri, the Summer Finals MVP of 2020 LCK Summer.
제대로 맞네요. 자 너구리
Born and Renekton.
자 오늘 서머 파이널 MVP 되었습니다. 이것도
Congratulations on winning the Summer Finals MVP.
5표를 획득하면서 4번을 획득하면서
5대 4였는데요.
Picked up 5 votes out of 9 and Ghost. Yeah, it was really neck and neck. Ghost also won 4 votes.
역시 전문가.
그렇습니다. 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
How do you feel, Nuguri? The MVP of the final series.
일단 제가 이렇게 받을 수 있었던 이유도 좀 제가 이 게임에서 좀 픽 받을 때도 되게 좀 쉽고 좀 부담감 많이 없는
for winning this
좀 많이 해가지고
MVP is actually because I was able to pick some of the
팀원들이나 코칭
champions that are easy to
그래서 편하게 많이
maneuver and pilot.
이렇게 좀 영광의 자리에 있어서 너무 좋고
that
앞으로 더 열심히
I'm
하겠습니다.
just awarded with this honorable title.
전 세계를 이제 롤드컵에서 세계 최고의 탑진이랑 만날 거 아닙니까?
Now you'll be facing up against the best top laners in the world.
세계 탑들에게 탑 솔로들에게
Any message over to the top laners all around the globe?
각오 한 말씀만 이렇게 각오 한 말씀만 어떤 모습 보이겠다 한 말씀 끝으로 부탁드리겠습니다. 마이크 드시고
이번 월즈에서는
In this Worlds 2020
결승전에는 좀 방패 같은 느낌으로 단단하게 했는데 이번 월즈에서 꼭
in the finals
잘 준비해서
today
칼챔으로도
I played some of the shield
상당한 뚫는
champions.
모습을 많이 보여드리도록
But
하겠습니다.
at Worlds I'm gonna go back to my spear champions and just dismantle the opponent.
최강의 탑단과 최강의 방패. 한 2-3년 안에 쌓였던 이 채찍까지 한 번에 빡 들어주시기 바랍니다. 자 다시 한번 2020 우리은행 LCK 서머 스프릿 우승을 차지한
This will be the 2020 LCK Summer Split Champions Daman Gaming.
네, 자연스럽게 트로피 세레머니, 우승 세레머니를 하시면 되겠습니다.
And let's move on to the ceremony
하고 싶은 분은
from
하셔도
the
될 것
Daman
같아요.
Gaming players and the
많은
coaches.
분들과 함께하지 못한 거 아쉬움은 있습니다만 이 상황에서 진짜 롤드컵이 정말 기대가 되는
Due to
그런
the
멘트와
current
함께 경기력을
situation, we
보여줬던 우리
cannot
선수들이에요.
have the series here at Low Park, but we can still keep it going remotely at their facility.
다시 한번.
그리고 지금도 오히려 실감이 좀 덜 날 것 같아요. 시간이 지날수록 더 실감되니까.
Zefa and Dain Yang, the coaching staff.
세레머니는 여러 번 해본 팀이 확실히 자연스럽게 하긴 합니다. 이제 시작이니까 이렇게 약간
This will be the first time for the Daman Gaming players to do this trophy ceremony.
우리 다몬 선수들. 정정. 이분 맞추지 마시고. 이분 맞추지 마시고.
No trophy kiss. No trophy kiss.
그리고 씩 뿌려지고 있어요. 그 자체 CG 효과. 쇼메이커 선수가 이제 혈전이었다는 거.
Showmaker
저거는 그 눈이 아니라
hosting the trophy with cakes all over his face and hair.
정말 기쁠 것 같습니다.
자, 10명의 선수들이 함께 그리고 이 자리에 함께하지 않으셨습니다만 도움을 주신 분들과 이렇게
And also Nuguri hiding behind the trophy to avoid the snowflake.
트로피도 들고 하는 거 아니겠습니까? 고스가 데뷔 6년 만에 우승.
After a 6-year-long career, he finally won the LCK, and it's only his beginning.
그래서 본인도 정말 감격의 눈물을 흘렸고.
그렇죠. 지난 프로게이머 생활이 주마등처럼 스쳐 지나간 것 같아요.
우승까지 대기만성 정말
And his partner Burl.
담원의 드라마
예.
오늘 완성됐습니다.
아 드라마가 완성했죠. 예. 본인은 담원은 드라마라고 얘기하셨죠. 예.
Had a fantastic run all throughout the split.
진짜 보기만 해도 재밌는 것 같아요.
Nuguri, the MVP of the Summer Finals series.
한번 부탁드립니다, 너구리.
He promised to play the aggressive champions at Worlds, and he's gonna pierce the opposing top laners. That was his word.
그룹 스테이지 좋은 모습 보여주기 바랍니다. 자, 우리도 끝났나요? 네.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for that extraordinarily extended translation of that the ceremony that was absolutely beautiful. I think we need to have a bit of a discussion about how robbed Ghost was. I don't want to take anything away from how good Nuguri is as a player, but Ghost had literally his best series of all time in an LCK final.
I agree. I 100% agree, by the way. Like, the playstyle change was so dramatic.
Yeah, right. I think
I don't know why... Can I?
Yeah,
I mean, observers have so many votes.
Yeah, I agree. Like, we have to combine
I lost my vote. Why did
yeah, I don't understand. Actually, like, I really don't.
Yeah, we need to combine our opinions as one.
Yeah.
But
right.
observers, they have 3 votes.
Yeah, I don't.
Well, let's have a look at the regional qualifier bracket. Of course, the Korean League of Legends is not over. In a couple of days, we have Afrika versus KT, the winner of which will go up against T1 the next day, and then the day after that we decide our 3rd seed for the World Championship. It could be a rematch of our spring final, T1 versus Gen G, which will be very, very interesting, especially based on the result of that particular one. And who we are expecting to go to Worlds, because honestly, it's hard to know. I mean, how badly have Gen G fallen off the wagon after losing to DRX the way that
they were looking dominating. That pause...
Oh yeah, you can say that.
It's gonna be exciting.
I support
It's gonna be...
You can say that.
If there was no pause, they would have won.
Yeah. Well, extenuating circumstances certainly have been plaguing Gen G this year, and we'll see whether they can get past them moving into the final of the gauntlet that's going to be coming up. But ladies and gentlemen, that will do it, I believe. For us, thank you so much for watching throughout the entire year, and we'll see you in 2021 when things change, of course, moving towards some franchising change-up, and that is certainly going to be exciting, a lot on the horizon. And yeah.
서머 시즌 열심히 하다 보니까 시간 빠르다고 느끼는 것 같아요.
복귀를 하고 나서 최선을 다하고 노력하자였는데 이룬 것 같아서 만족스러운 것 같아요.
처음에는 진짜 엄청 좀 막막했었는데 익숙해지고 그러다 보니까 많이 뜻깊었다?
이번 썸머 전체적으로 좀 아쉬웠던 판들이 몇 개 있어서 많이 아쉽긴 한데 그래도 기분이 좋은 것 같아요.
샌드박스만의 경기는 했다고 생각을 해요. 그래서 그거는 좀 잘한 것 같아요.
전지전에서 제가 관리하러 4인 도발을 잡은 게 기분 좋았던 것 같아요.
초비 선수가 든든하게 되게 의지가 많이 있고 채워져야 했던 부분들은 많이 보완이 돼서 그 개선된 모습을 보여줬고요. 선수들이 되게 잘 돼도 되는 친구들이거든요. 그래서 잘 됐으면 좋겠어요.
1등을 한 것도 되게 놀라운데 좋은 과정으로 와가지고 되게 더 기쁜 것 같고요. 썸머에서 제일 좋았던 경기는 건희 형이 이제 세주만이를 하면서
값할게 이거. 내가 이거 그냥 세주 서포할게. 늦었어 이거.
우리 원래 전통적으로 3세트 골픽은 다 이기긴 했어. 옛날부터.
이제 그게 또 경기도 잘 풀려가지고 이겨버리니까 되게 다 기쁨이 넘쳤던 것 같아요.
그 당시 기분은 결승 지키는 것보다 훨씬 몇 배, 몇십 배 더 좋았던 것 같아요. 어떤 한 선수가 잘했다 이런 것보다는 이제 모든 것들이 어우러져서 나온 결과라고 생각하기 때문에 코치와 선수들 다 칭찬하고 싶어요.
박종희 선수가 중간에 한 2번 정도 아팠어요. 그래서 그걸 메꾸기 위해서 다 같이 좀 헌신하는 모습을 좀 봤어요. 맨 처음에는 다 돌아가면서 했어요. 프로도 많이 했고 우연히도 했었었고
자신 있게 내가 한번 해보겠다.
앞라인부터 나이스 끝내!
끝내.
사실 이기는 게 말이 안 되잖아요. 감독님, 코치님들도 그렇고 팀원들도 잘 믿어줘서 경기 때도 좋은 결과가 나왔던 것 같아요.
너무 많이 고생했던 것 같고 부족하고 못나고 좀 뭐라고 하는 기만 하는 사람인 것 같은데 잘 따라와줘서 너무 고맙습니다.
혼자 볼 생각한다 이거. 나왔다.
머슬로켓 머신 그렇게 평가를 받는 거는 기분이 좋고요. 저도 성장했다는 걸 많이 느껴서 좋습니다.
칭찬을 자주 안 하는 편이에요. 그래도 칸나 선수가 잘해준 거에 대해서는 고마움을 느끼고 있어요.
감독님은 약간 츤데레 스타일이 있어서 앞에서 그렇게 해주진 않습니다.
여기까지 힘든데 잘 따라와줘서 고맙고 이제 진짜 별로 안 남았으니까 조금만 더 같이 열심히 해서 롤드컵에 다 같이 갔으면 좋겠어요.
제가 실력이 좀 많이 안 된다 생각을 했었어가지고 미안한 부분도 되게 많았었는데 항상 실수를 두려워하지 말라. 네. 실수해도 괜찮으니까 항상 다음 플레이 집중하라는 말을 제일 많이 했던 것 같아요. 되게 제 멘탈적인 부분이나 정신적인 부분을 많이 도움 주셔서 그런 게 많이 바뀐 것 같아요. 주장 역할도 잘해줬고 인게임적으로 잘해줬고 고맙다고 말해주고 제가 이번 시즌 좀 폼이 떨어졌다 막 부진을 한다 이런 식으로 말씀하시니까 이제 감독님이 그거에 대해서 도움의 말씀을 좀 많이 해주셔서 그런 부분들이 되게 감사했던 것 같아요.
칭찬을 좀 많이 하려고 노력했습니다. 정말 없으면 찾아서라도 칭찬하려고 했었고 승패보다는 좀 더 그 과정이나 주변을 더 생각하고 그 다음을 더 높이 날 수 있도록 노력하는 것이 중요하다고 생각합니다.
17연패로 마무리를 해가지고 아쉽긴 하네요. DRX전이 가장 희망이 많이 보였던 경기인데 실수만 안 했으면 이겼다. 이런 부분들이 너무 많았어가지고 그 경기를 져가지고 아쉬워요.
연패하는 분위기에서 다 같이 끝까지 포기는 하지 않았던 것 같아요. 어떻게든 방법 찾아보고 정말 시도도 할 수 있는 만큼 다 해보고 배울 게 많았던 시즌인 것 같아요.
솔직히 초반엔 기세로는 그래도 플레이오프는 갈 수 있을 거라고 생각했는데 2라운드를 시작하는데 도저히 이기는 법이 생각이 안 나더라고요. 그래가지고 많이 힘들었던 것 같아요.
제가 그렇게 많이 막 애들한테 도움을 줬는지는 사실 저로서 개인적으로 평가하면 좀 높은 점수를 주긴 힘들 것 같아요. 그냥 다들 그냥 저 믿고 다 잘해줘서 더 열심히 해야 될 것 같습니다.
물론 성적은 아쉽지만 팀 분위기가 안 좋아도 서로 농담 잘하고 계속 좋은 분위기를 만들려고 하는 게 장점인 것 같습니다.
우리였습니다 이제! 우리가 이긴다! 이겼다!
힘내자. 너희는 아직 할 수 있다. 팀으로서 싸워라라는 얘기를 되게 많이 했던 것 같아요. 제 자신에게도 실망을 했고 팬분들도 아마 많이 실망하셨을 테고 아직은 어린 친구들이니까 많이 상처를 받았을 테고 딛고 일어나야 되는데 일어나지 못할까 봐 제가 조금 잘 보호해주지 못하는 것 같은 느낌이 좀 들어서 그 부분이 좀 많이 미안해요.
Now things might feel empty. And that the hard work was for nothing, but it never is. Life has a way to figure itself out. Any hard work that you've put in to here, it will shape the future too. With every end comes new beginnings.
제가 감독님한테 그런 얘기를 했었거든요. 나이가 좀 있고 한국에서는 이제 군대 문제 때문에 마지막일지도 모른다라는 말을 했었는데 감독님이 이제 매일 아침마다 일어날 때마다 고릴라가 마지막이니까 동기부여를 해야겠다라는 그런 말을 해주셨거든요. 그게 좀 고마웠던 것 같아요.
안 좋은 성적에도 계속 응원해주시는 분들이 계셔가지고 너무 감사하고
많은 팬분들이 관심을 가져주셔가지고 할 수 있는 데까지 열심히 다 하는 모습을 보여드릴 겁니다. 네.
팬분들이 제 동기부여이자
좀 더 열심히 해야 되는 약간 그런 계기가 될 수 있지 않나 싶어요.
원했던 목표는 이렇거든요. LCK에서 한번 롤파크에서 뛰어보자.
저한테 잘했다고 얘기해주고 싶고요.
다음 시즌에도 같이 좋은 성적이 냈으면 좋겠습니다.
항상 열심히 준비할 거고요.
더 재밌는 룰 챔스가 될 것 같아요.
LCK라고 한다면 전 세계 모든 게이머들이 대한민국이 최고구나 이런 이미지를 만들어 놨다는 데에서 큰 의미를 가지고 있죠. LCK는 상당히 체계적으로 준비된 대회였어요. 한국에 서비스 되기 전부터도 북미 서버 이렇게 해가지고 인기가 엄청 많았어요. 이거는 무조건 된다는 확신이 다 있었습니다. 다들 있었어요.
그때 현장에 정말 많은 팬들이 찾아주셨어요. 그래서 중계하는 입장에서도 막 신나서 중계를 했었던 그런 기억이 납니다.
구름처럼 이렇게 줄을 서 있는 걸 보고 아 이거 대박이다. 정말 대단했던 것 같아요. 말 그대로 센세이셔널했죠.
LOL The Champions 결승전에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
결승전에 이제 수많은 사람들이 이제 좀 저희 경기를 보러 왔다는 게 되게 신기하기도 했고 좀 뭔가 이렇게 환호성이 되게 벅찼던 것 같고
지금도 한 번씩 그냥 돌아봐요. 이렇게 선수 때 모습, 결승전 갔을 때 모습 하면은 평생 잊지 못할 추억이었던 것 같아요. 그리고 정말 많은 팬분들이 또 응원해 주셨는데 3대 0으로 졌던 게 또 갑자기 기억에 남네요.
초대 우승은 어쨌든 안 바뀌잖아요. 그래서 좀 두고두고 회자된다는 게 되게 명예로운 것 같고요. 우승이 이런 맛이구나. 네, 기분이 되게 좋았던 것 같아요.
역대급 임팩트의 데뷔? 뭐 이런 거 얘기할 때 페이커 선수가 꼭 나오게 되는데 되게 재미 포인트 같아요.
과연 이 어린 소년이 데뷔전에서부터 멋진 활약을 보여줄 수 있을 것인가? 많은 분들이 기대 어린 시선으로 지켜보셨는데요.
잘 봤습니다. 물론 그런데 그대로 못했습니다. 지금 약간
제가 상대방이 앰비션 선수라는 것을 생각하기보다 그냥 저희가 경기를 하기 전에 준비했던 것들이나 아니면 전략 같은 것들을 오히려 많이 생각을 했던 것 같고 경기를 이겼는데 사람들이 많이 좋아해주고 그래서 더 좋았던 것 같아요.
사실 페이커 선수는 데뷔하기도 전부터 그냥 얘는 진짜 좀 다르다라는 걸 알고 있었어요. 그래가지고 그 명장면이 좀 나오기도 했었고 지금까지도 회자되는 네.
근데 당연히 근본적으로는 리그 오브 레전드가 있었기 때문에 그리고 정말 많은 분들이 또 좋아해 주셨기 때문에 페이커라는 슈퍼스타가 탄생한 건 맞지만 페이커가 있었기 때문에 또 반대로 리그 오브 레전드에 대한 관심과 응원 한층 더 나아가서 e스포츠의 역사를 따져봐도 이렇게 전 세계적으로 그런 선수가 있었나 싶은 대단한 선수라고 봐야겠죠.
2014 시즌까지는 토너먼트 방식이었는데요. 2015 시즌 리그제가 도입이 되면서 각 팀들이 2번씩 맞붙는 풀리그 방식으로 바뀌었죠. 그리고 팀의 단일화 또한 이루어졌습니다. 이런 시스템 구축으로 인해서 리그 경쟁력도 많이 올라갔고
네, 확실히 15년도에 단일화되고 뭐 연봉도 최저값이 정해지고 그럴 때는 좀 안정적인 직업이 됐구나라는 생각을 하게 됐고요.
지금의 골격을 마련할 수 있었던 게 2015년 리그제라고 생각을 하고요. 그 많은 리스크들을 극복을 하고 그 도전을 이겨냈기 때문에 지금의 형태가 있는 것이 아닌가 그런 생각이 듭니다.
2015 시즌부터 17 시즌까지 LCK의 위상은 단연 세계 최고였습니다. 18 시즌부터는 LCK가 국제대회에서 주춤하는 모습을 보여주고 있지만 승격하자마자 결승에 진출한 그리핀, 18 서머를 제패하는 데 성공한 KT 등 많은 팀들이 LCK의 역사를 장식했죠.
그러면서 또 하나의 역사의 시작이죠. 2019년 지금 우리가 촬영하고 있는 이 장소 롤파크의 역사가 시작됐죠.
저는 롤파크를 처음 와보고 정말 깜짝 놀랐습니다. 와, 엄청 좋다라는 생각을 했었고요. 리그 오브 레전드 e스포츠가 계속 발전하고 있구나라고 느꼈습니다.
그 다음에 또 다른 큰 시도를 하죠. 직접 제작과 롤파크 운영. 계속 도전 하면서 여기까지 왔습니다. 그리고 그 프랜차이즈를 이제 내년부터 시작합니다.
그러니까 저는 라이엇이 게임 내적, 게임 외적으로 두 가지를 다 더했을 때도 결국 나타내는 게 어떤 변화와 발전 이런 것 같아요. 게임 내적으로 봐도 리그 오브 레전드가 이렇게 오랫동안 계속해서 좋은 모습을 보여주는 게 끊임없는 변화, 패치라고 생각하고요. e스포츠의 발전 그리고 시스템을 정립하는 데 있어서 라이엇이 정말 오랫동안 이 생태계를 만드는 데 신경을 쓰고 있다고 알고 있고 그 또 중심에 이렇게 프랜차이즈가 있다고 생각하고요.
프랜차이즈화가 되면 이제 다른 스포츠처럼 구단에 대한 후원도 많이 들어오고 그리고 리그에 대한 관심도도 올라갈 것 같다고 많이 예상을 하잖아요. 그래서 그런 변화 자체는 팬분들이나 리그 발전에 있어서 굉장히 좋을 것 같다는 생각을 해요.
나 때는 적은 돈 받고 진짜 열심히 진짜 우승을 하겠다는 열망 하나만으로 정말
청춘을 갈아 넣었거든요. 프랜차이즈가 되면 어쨌든 잘하는 선수들, 사람들이 원하는 선수들, 이런 선수들의 값어치가 좀 높아지고, 그러면 그걸 보고 나도 저런 선수가 돼야겠다. 그런 것들이 이제 선순환이 될 것 같아요.
자, 우리 LCK는 지금까지 10년간 계속해서 역사를 만들어 왔습니다. 이번에 또다시 새로운 도전을 시작합니다.
그동안 꾸준히 변화와 발전을 거듭해온 LCK가 프랜차이즈 도입 이후 어떤 모습으로 팬들에게 다가갈지 개인적으로 정말 기대가 큽니다.
내년에도 열심히 달리고 싶고, 그리고 내년에는 꼭 팬분들과 함께 경기장에서 만나뵐 수 있었으면 좋겠습니다.